Preface. In the following pages, an attempt has been made to write, for the first time, a history of the London pleasure gardens of the last century. Scattered notices of these gardens are to be found in many histories of the London parishes and in other less accessible sources, and merely to collect this information in a single volume would not, perhaps, have been a useless task. It is one, however, that could not have been undertaken with much satisfaction unless there was a prospect of making some substantial additions, especially, in the case of the less-known gardens, to the accounts already existing. A good deal of such new material it has here been possible to furnish from a collection of newspapers, prints, songs, and that I have been forming for several years to illustrate the history of the London gardens. The information available in the writings of such laborious topographers as Wilkinson, Pinks, and Nelson is, of course, indispensable, and has not been here neglected. Yet even in the treatment of old material, there seemed room for improvement, at least in the matter of lucidity of arrangement and chronological definiteness. For if the older histories of the London parishes have a fault, it is, perhaps, that, owing to their authors' anxiety to omit nothing, they often read more like materials for history than history itself. Thus, we find advertisements and newspaper paragraphs set forth at inordinate length and introduced without being properly assimilated with the context, and the reader is often left to find his own way through a mass of confusing and trivial detail. The principal sources of information consulted are named in the notes and in a section at the end of each notice, and, wherever practicable, a list has been added of the most interesting views of the various gardens. The introduction contains a brief sketch of some of the main characteristics of the pleasure resorts described in the volume, and it is only necessary here to add that even our long list of 64 gardens does not by any means exhaust the outdoor resources of the 18th century Londoner, who had also his fairs and his parks, and his arenas for rough sport, like Hockley in the Hole. But these subjects have already found their chroniclers. In preparing this work for press, I have had the assistance of my brother, Mr. Arthur E. Wroth, who has, moreover, made a substantial contribution to the volume by furnishing the accounts of Sadler's Wells, White Conduit House, Bagnigge Wells, and Hampstead Wells, and by compiling 10 shorter notices. For the remaining 50 notices, for the introduction, and the revision of the whole, I am myself responsible. Although the book has not been hastily prepared and has been written for pleasure, I cannot hope that it is free from errors. I trust, however, that the shortcomings of a work which often breaks new ground and which deals with many miscellaneous topics will not be harshly judged. Warwick Wroth. London, September, 1896. Introduction. An entry in the diary of Samuel Pepys records how on the 7th of June, 1665, the hottest day, he says, that ever I felt in my life, he took water to the spring garden at Vauxhall and there stayed, pleasantly walking and spending but sixpence, till 9 at night. The garden that he visited was that which formed the nucleus of those Vauxhall Gardens which, 70 or 80 years later, became the most favored summer resort of pleasure-seeking Londoners. Vauxhall, with its great concourse of high and low, its elaborate concerts, its lamps and brightly painted supper boxes, is far removed from the simple garden in which Mr. Pepys delighted to ramble, but not only Vauxhall, but several other pleasure gardens of the 18th century may be traced to comparatively humble beginnings in the period between the Restoration and the reign of Anne. In the early days of these gardens, no charge was made for admission, but a visitor would naturally spend a trifle in cheesecakes and syllabubs for the ladies, and would order for himself some bottle ale and such substantial viands as were afforded by the tavern or the master's dwelling-house attached to the garden. The musical entertainments that afterwards became a feature of the principal gardens were originally of little account. The Wells of Lambeth, 1697, and Hampstead, 1701, provided a concert of some pretensions, but Mr. Pepys at the Spring Garden was content with the harmony of a harp, a fiddle, and a Jew's trump. In some places, however, a long or great room was at an early period built for the dancing that generally took place there in the morning or the afternoon, and booths and raffling shops were set up for the benefit of card players and gamblers. The quiet charm of a garden was, moreover, sometimes rudely broken by the incursion of gallants like young Newport and Harry Killigrew, very rogues, says Pepys, as any in the town. At last, about 1730-40, the managers of the principal public gardens found it desirable to make a regular charge for admission. They requested gentlemen not to smoke on the walks, sternly prohibited the entrance of servants in livery, and, generally, did their best to exclude improper characters. The author of the Sunday Ramble, a little guidebook of the last century often quoted in this work, visited, or says that he visited, on a single Sunday all the best-known gardens near town. But it would have required an abnormally long life, and a survey far less hurried to make acquaintance with all the open-air resorts that flourished during the whole, or part, of the 18th century. Such a long-lived rambler who wished to know his gardens at first hand would probably have visited them, as in this volume we invite the reader to do, in 5 or 6 large groups, paying little heed to what might seem the pedantry of parishes and hundreds. Beginning in what are now the densely populated districts of Clerkenwell and central London, he would find himself in the open fields and in a region abounding in mineral springs. Islington Spa, 1680–1840, and its opposite neighbor Sadler's Wells, from 1683, had chalybeate springs that claimed to rival the water, so mightily cried up, of Tunbridge Wells in Kent, and if the water itself was unpalatable, the adjoining pleasure gardens and long rooms, with their gay company, tended to make the drinking of medicinal water both pleasant and seductive. At no great distance from Sadler's Wells were the Wells of Bagnigge, from 1759, the London Spa, from 1685, St. Chad's Well and Pancras Wells, from circ. 1697, and a walk to Old Street would be rewarded by a plunge in the clear waters of the Peerless Pool, or by a basket of carp and tench caught in the fish pond close by. Behind the Foundling Hospital there might be found a bowling green, at the Mulberry Garden, Clerkenwell, a skittle ground and an evening concert, in Rosoman Street, a wonderful grotto and an enchanted fountain, and at the New Wells, circ. 1737–1750, a complete variety entertainment. Sunday afternoon, if you did not mind the society of prentices and milliners, might be spent in spa fields at the Pantheon Tea House and Garden, 1770–1776, or at the Adam and Eve Gardens at Tottenham Court. Farther west lay the Marylebone Bowling Green and Garden, developed in 1738 into the well-known Marylebone Gardens, and in this neighborhood were several humbler places of entertainment, the Jew's Harp House, the Queen's Head and Artichoke, and the Yorkshire Stingo. Islington and North London were full of rural resorts, the Sunday haunts of the London cit and his family. In Penton Street was the renowned White Conduit House, and near it Dobney's Bowling Green, both visited in early days for their delightful prospects of the distant country. The Three Hats in Islington attracted visitors who wished to see the surprising horsemanship of Sampson and of Johnson, the Irish Tartar. Canonbury, Highbury, Kentish Town, and Hornsey were pleasant places farther afield. Still farther north were Belsize House, with its fashionable gambling and racing, the popular Wells of Hampstead, and the Kilburn Wells. The Spaniards, and New Georgia with its maze and mechanical oddities, were Sunday attractions in Hampstead for the good wives and daughters of tradesmen like Zachary Treacle. Chelsea could boast of at least 2 gardens in addition to the famous gardens and rotunda of Ranelagh. In Pimlico was Jenny's Whim. At Brompton, the Florida or Cromwell's Gardens, a pleasant place, half garden, half nursery, where you could gather cherries and strawberries, fresh every hour in the day. London south of the Thames was not less well provided for. Nearly opposite Somerset House were Cooper's Gardens, circ. 1691–1759. Lambeth had its wells and its spring garden, Vauxhall Gardens. In St. George's Fields in Southwark were the mineral springs of the notorious Dog and Duck, the Restoration Spring Gardens, and Finch's Grotto Gardens. Farther east were the Bermondsey Spa and the St. Helena Gardens at Rotherhithe. Such was the geographical distribution of the London pleasure gardens, a mighty maze but not without a plan. Or, at least a clue to their intricacies may be found by arranging them in 3 groups, each with its distinctive characteristics. In our first division we may place pleasure resorts of the Vauxhall type, beginning with the 4 great London gardens, Cooper's Gardens, the Marylebone Gardens, Ranelagh, and Vauxhall itself. These were all well established in popular favor before the middle of the last century, and all depended for their reputation upon their evening concerts, their fireworks, and their facilities for eating and drinking. Ranelagh relied less on the attractions of its gardens than did the other resorts just mentioned. Here the great rotunda overshadowed the garden, and the chief amusement was the promenade in an eternal circle inside the building. Except on gala nights of masquerades and fireworks, only tea, coffee, and bread and butter were procurable at Ranelagh, and a Frenchman about 1749 hints at more than a suspicion of dullness in the place when he comments on Essenui avec de la mauvaise musique, du thé, et du beurre. Imitations of the principal gardens were attempted in various parts of London. Thus the Mulberry Gardens circ. 1742, the Sir John Oldcastle and the Lord Cobham's Head in Clerkenwell had their fireworks and their concerts by local celebrities, described in the advertisements as a band of the best masters. Finch's Grotto Garden in Southwark, 1760 circ. 1773, though not a fashionable resort, was illuminated on certain evenings of the week and provided very creditable concerts, in which performers of some repute occasionally took part. Bermondsey Spa, from about 1784, had, like Vauxhall, its grand walk and colored lamps, and kept its own poet and musical composer, Jonas Blewett, the organist. Two places called the Temple of Apollo, or Apollo Gardens, and the Temple of Flora in the Westminster Bridge Road, also endeavored to acquire something of a Vauxhall tone, at least to the extent of having painted boxes, illuminations, and music, and a variety of imitation, singing birds. These temples were set up late in the 18th century and came to a bad end. To a second division belong the gardens connected with mineral springs. Several of these, as we have already seen, date from the end of the 17th century Islington Spa, Sadler's Wells, and the wells of Pancras, Hampstead, and Lambeth. The Dog and Duck, Bagnigge Wells, and other springs did not become well known till the 18th century. Such places were usually day resorts, opening early in the morning and providing something in the way of breakfasting, dancing, and music. The waters were advertised, and by many accepted as universal medicines. A rising of the vapors, a scorbutic humor, and inveterate cancer could all be cured, as eminent physicians constantly testified, by drinking these unpleasant, but probably harmless, beverages if possible, on the spot, or at any rate in bottles sent out by the dozen and stamped with the proprietor's seal. Islington Spa became the vogue in 1733 when the Princess Amelia regularly attended it. The Dog and Duck waters were recommended to Mrs. Thrale by Dr. Johnson, and many cures vouched for by a physician attested the efficacy of the purging and chalybeate wells of Bagnigge. But the adventitious attractions of these places had a tendency to obscure their importance as spas. Bagnigge Wells, and, to some extent, Islington Spa became after a time little more than tea gardens. Sadler's lost sight of its wells early in the 18th century and relied for profit on the development of the rope dancing and pantomime in its theatre. The Dog and Duck, St. George's Spa, became at last a tea garden and a dancing saloon which had to be suppressed as the haunt of the riff-raff and scum of the town. Finch's Grotto and Bermondsey Spa, on the other hand, when their springs had ceased to attract, developed, as we have shown, into minor Vauxhalls. The third division of the London Gardens consists of those that were mainly tea gardens. Many of these, though small and unpretending, possessed a distinctly rural charm. Such were Highbury Barn and the Canonbury House Tea Gardens, Hornsey with its romantic wood, and Copenhagen House standing alone in the hayfields. Bagnigge Wells and White Conduit House, the classic tea gardens of London, were prettily laid out and pleasantly situated, but in their later days became decidedly cockneyfied. The great day at these gardens was Sunday, especially between 5 and 9 o'clock. The amusements were of a simple kinda game of bowls or skittles, a ramble in the maze, and a more or less hilarious tea-drinking in the bowers and alcoves which every garden provided. In the long rooms of Bagnigge Wells, White Conduit House, and the Pantheon the strains of an organ, if the magistrates allowed the performance, might also be enjoyed. The season at most of the London gardens began in April or May and lasted till August or September. The principal gardens were open during the week, not regularly, on Sundays, on 3 or more days, and those of the Vauxhall type were usually evening resorts. Much depended, it need hardly be said, upon the state of the weather, and sometimes the opening for the season had to be postponed. When the rain came, the fireworks were hopelessly soaked, and people took refuge as they could under an awning or a colonnade, or in a great room. A writer in the Connoisseur of 1755, May 15th, only too justly remarks that our northern climate will hardly allow us to indulge in the pleasures of a garden so feelingly described by the poets. We dare not lay ourselves on the damp ground in shady groves or by the purling stream, unless at least we fortify our insides against the cold by good substantial eating and drinking. For this reason, the extreme costliness of the provisions at our public gardens has been grievously complained of by those gentry to whom a supper at these places is as necessary a part of the entertainment as the singing or the fireworks. More than 70 years later, Tom Moore, Diary, August 21st, 1829, describes the misery of a wet and chilly August night at Vauxhall Gardens, illuminated but empty, and the proprietor comparing the scene to the deserts of Arabia. On this occasion, Moore and his friends supped between 12 and 1 and had some burnt port to warm themselves. The charge for admission at Vauxhall, Marylebone Gardens, and Cupars was generally not less than a shilling. Ranelagh charged half a crown, but this payment always included the elegant regale of tea, coffee, and bread and butter. The proprietors of the various wells made a regular charge of threepence or more for drinking the water at the springs and pump rooms. At some of the smaller gardens, a charge of sixpence or a shilling might be made for admission, but the visitor on entering was presented with a metal check, which enabled him to recover the whole or part of his outlay in the form of refreshments. Vauxhall, Marylebone, Cupars, and Ranelagh often numbered among their frequenters people of rank and fashion, who subscribed for season tickets, but with the possible exception of Ranelagh, were by no means exclusive or select. The tea gardens, and as a rule the wells, had an aristocracy of aldermen and merchants, young ensigns and templars, and were the chosen resorts of the prentice, the sempstress, and the small shopkeeper. The proprietors of gardens open in the evening found it necessary to provide, or to announce that they provided, for the safe convoy of their visitors after nightfall. Sadler's Wells advertised, "It will be moonlight," and provided horse patrols to the West End and the city. The proprietor of Belsize House, Hampstead, professed to maintain a body of 30 stout fellows to patrol timid females or other. Vauxhall in its early days usually approached by water seems to have been regarded as safe, but Ranelagh and the Marylebone Gardens maintained regular escorts. In the principal gardens, watchmen and vigilant officers were always supposed to be in attendance to keep order and to exclude undesirable visitors. Unsparing denunciation of the morals of the chief gardens, such as is found in the lofty pages of Northouck, must, I am inclined to think, be regarded as rhetorical and to a great extent unwarranted. On the other hand, one can hardly accept without a smile the statement of a Vauxhall guidebook of 1753 that even bishops have been seen in this recess without injuring their character. For it cannot be denied that the vigilant officers had enough to do. There were sometimes scenes and affrays in the gardens, and Vauxhall and Cupar were favorite hunting grounds of the London pickpocket. At the opening ridotto at Vauxhall, 1732, a man stole 50 guineas from a masquerader, but here the watchman was equal to the occasion, and the rogue was taken in the fact. At Cupar's on a firework night a pickpocket or two might be caught, but it was 10 to 1 that they would be rescued on their way to justice by their confederates in St. George's Fields. The dubious character of some of the female frequenters of the best-known gardens has been necessarily indicated in our detailed accounts of these gardens, though always, it is hoped, in a way not likely to cause offense. The best surety for good conduct at a public garden was, after all, the character of the great mass of its frequenters, and it is obvious that they were decent people enough, however wanting in graces of good breeding and refinement. Moreover, from the end of the year 1752, when the Act was passed requiring London gardens and other places where music and dancing took place to be under a license, it was generally the interest of the proprietor to preserve good order for fear of sharing the fate of Cupar's, which was unable to obtain a renewal of its license after 1752 and had to be carried on as a mere tea garden. The only places, perhaps, at which disreputable visitors were distinctly welcome were those garish evening haunts in St. George's Fields, the Dog and Duck, the Temples of Flora and Apollo, and the Flora Tea Gardens. All these were suppressed or lost their license before the end of the 18th century. Of the more important gardens, Marylebone and Cupars ceased to exist before the close of the last century. Ranelagh survived till 1803 and Vauxhall till 1859. Finch's Grotto practically came to an end about 1773 and Bermondsey Spa about 1804. Many of the 18th century tea gardens lasted almost to our own time, but the original character of such places as Bagnigge Wells, closed 1841, White Conduit House, closed 1849, and Highbury Barn, closed 1871, was greatly altered. During the first 30 or 40 years of the 19th century, numerous gardens, large and small, were flourishing in or near London. Some of these, like Bagnigge Wells, had been well-known gardens in the 18th century, while the origin of others, such as Chalk Farm, Camberwell Grove House, the Rosemary Branch Gardens at Islington, or rather Hoxton, the Mermaid Gardens, Hackney, and the Montpelier Gardens, Walworth, may be probably or certainly traced to the last century. These last-mentioned places, however, had little or no importance as public gardens till the 19th century, and have not been described in the present work. Many new gardens came into existence, and of these the best known are the Surrey Zoological Gardens, 1830–1856, Rosherville, established 1837, Cremorne, Cirque, 1843–1877, and the Eagle Tavern and Gardens, Cirque, 1825–1882, occupying the quiet domain of the old shepherd and shepherdess. The sale of Vauxhall Gardens in August 1859, or perhaps the closing of Highbury Barn in 1871, may be held to mark the final disappearance of the London pleasure gardens of the 18th century. St. George's Fields are fields no more, and hardly a tree or shrub recalls these vanished pleasances of our forefathers. The site of Ranelagh is still, indeed, a garden, and Hampstead has its spring and well walk. But the Sadler's Wells of 1765 exists only in its theatre, and its gardens are gone, its spring forgotten, and its new river covered in. The public house, which in London dies hard, has occupied the site, and preserved the name of several 18th century gardens, including the London Spa, Bagnigge Wells, White Conduit House, and the Adam and Eve Tottenham Court, but the gardens themselves have been completely swept away. Vauxhall, Belsize House, and the Spa Fields Pantheon, none of them in their day examples of austere morality, are now represented by 3 churches. From the Marylebone Gardens, the Marylebone Music Hall may be said to have been evolved. Pancras Wells are lost in the extended terminus of the Midland Railway, and the Waterloo Road runs over the centre of Cupars Gardens. Finch's Grotto, after having been a burial ground and a workhouse, is now the headquarters of our London Fire Brigade. Copenhagen House with its fields is the great metropolitan cattle market. The Three Hats is a bank, Dobney's Bowling Green, a small court, the Temple of Apollo, an engineer's factory, and the sign of the dog and duck is built into the walls of Bedlam. Illustration, plan, showing distribution of the London Pleasure Gardens. 1. Clerkenwell and Central Group. Islington Spa, or New Tunbridge Wells. A poetical advertisement of the year 1684 refers to the sweet gardens and arbors of pleasure at this once famous resort, situated opposite the New River Head, Clerkenwell. The chalybeate spring in its grounds was discovered at or shortly before that date, and the proprietor in 1685 is described in the London Gazette as Mr. John Langley, of London, merchant, who bought the Rhinoceros and Islington Wells. The original name of the spa was Islington Wells, but it soon acquired, at least as early as 1690, the additional title of New Tunbridge or New Tunbridge Wells, by which it was generally known until about 1754, when the name of Islington Spa came into use, though the old title, New Tunbridge, was never quite abandoned. Although the place could not at any period boast of the musical and variety entertainments of its neighbor Sadler's Wells, it soon acquired greater celebrity as a spa, and from about 1690 to 1700 was much frequented. The gardens at this period were shaded with limes and provided with arbors, and, in addition to its coffee house, the spa possessed a dancing room and a raffling shop. The charge for drinking the water was 3d, and the garden was open on 2 or 3 days in the week from April or May till August. As early as 7 o'clock in the morning, a few valetudinarians might be found at the well, but most of the visitors did not arrive till 2 or 3 hours later. Between 10 and 11, the garden was filled with a gay, and in outward seeming, fashionable throng. The company, however, was extraordinarily mixed. Virtue and vice, fashion and the negation of fashion had all their representatives. Sir Courtly Nice drove up to the gate in his gilt coach, and old Sir Fumble brought his lady and daughter. Modish sparks and fashionable ladies, good wives and their children, mingled with low women and sempstresses in tawdry finery, with lawyers' clerks and pert shopmen, with sharpers, bullies, and decoys. A doctor attended at the well to give advice to the drinkers, not a few of whom came for the serious purpose of benefiting their health. Illustration: Richard Temple, Viscount Cobham and C. Walker and Equitol PHSC. But the chief attraction was the walks. The promenade where the beau strutted with his long sword beribboned with scarlet, and ladies fragrant with powder of orange and jessamine discussed one another and the fashions. "Lord, madam, did you e'er behold," says one, "a dress so very old? Sure that commode was made, I' faith, in days of Queen Elizabeth, or else it was esteemed the fashion at Charles II.'s coronation. The lady, by her mantuous forebody, sure takes a pride to dress like nobody." Others of more plebeian estate preferred the seclusion of an arbor shaded with climbing shrubs and sycamore, where sweethearts could chat, or, if so minded, enjoy a late breakfast of plum cake and ale. Older people retired to the coffee house to smoke and talk politics over their coffee, but the man about town and his female friends were to be found deep at play in the raffling shop, or speculating in the Royal Oak Lottery. Again and again, it was the board that won, while the projector and the man with cogged dice in his pocket looked cynically on. At about 11 a.m., the dancing began. Music for dancing all day long was advertised in 1700 for every Monday and Thursday of the summer season. But the music of that period seems to have been only the harmony of 3 or 4 by no means accomplished fiddlers, and it is doubtful if the dancing ever continued beyond the morning and afternoon. In the early years of the 18th century, the spa seems to have gone out of fashion, and in 1714, the Field Spy speaks of it as a deserted place. The ancient drooping trees unpruned, no ladies to be seen, no fiddles heard. The patronage of royal personages at last revived its fortunes. In the months of May and June 1733, the Princess Amelia, daughter of George Roman II, and her sister Caroline came regularly to drink the waters. On some occasions, the princesses were saluted by a discharge of 21 guns, and the gardens were thronged. On one morning, the proprietor took £30, and 1,600 people are said to have been present. New Tunbridge Wells once more, for a few years, became the vogue. Pinchbeck, the toyman, prepared a view of the gardens which he sold as a mount for his fans. A song of the time, The Charms of Dishabille, which George Bickham illustrated with another view of the gardens, gives a picture of the scene 1733-1738. Behold the walks, a checkered shade, in the gay pride of green arrayed, how bright the sun. The air how still in wild confusion there we view red ribbons grouped with aprons blue scrapes, curtsies, nods, winks, smiles and frowns, lords, milkmaids, duchesses and clowns, in their all various dishabille. The same mixed company thus frequented the spa as of old, and when my Lord Cobham honoured the garden with a visit, there were light-fingered knaves at hand to relieve him of his gold repeater. The physician who at this time attended at the well was Dr. Misaubin, famous for his pills, and for his design to ruin the University of Cambridge, which had refused him a doctor's degree, by sending his son to the University of Oxford. Among the habitués of the garden was an eccentric person named Martin, known as the Tunbridge Knight. He wore a yellow cockade and carried a hawk on his fist, which he named Royal Jack, out of respect to the royal family. Fashion probably soon again deserted the spa, but from about 1750 to 1770, it was a good deal frequented by water drinkers and visitors who lodged for a time at the wells. One young lady of good family, who was on a visit to London in June 1753, wrote home to her friends that New Tunbridge Wells was a very pretty romantic place, and the water very much like Bath water, but makes one vastly cold and hungry. A ticket costing 18p gave admission to the public breakfasting and to the dancing from 11 to 3. It was endeavoured to preserve the most perfect decorum, and no person of exceptionable character was to be admitted to the ballroom. This invitation to the dance reads oddly at a time when the spa was being industriously recommended to the gouty, the nervous, the weak-kneed, and the stiff-jointed. In 1770, the spa was taken by Mr. John Holland, and from that year or somewhat earlier, the place was popular as an afternoon tea garden. The Sunday Rambler describes it as genteel, but judging from George Colman's farce, The Spleen, or Islington Spa, first acted in 1776, its gentility was that of publicans and tradesmen. The spa, says Mrs. Rubrick, grows as genteel as Tunbridge, Brighthelmstone, Southampton, or Margate. Live in the most social way upon earth, all the company acquainted with each other. Walks, balls, raffles, and subscriptions. Mrs. Jenkins of the Three Blue Balls, Mrs. Rummer and family from the King's Arms, and several other people of condition to be there this season. And then Eliza's wedding, was owing to the spa. Oh, the watering places are the only places to get young women lovers and husbands. In 1777, Holland became bankrupt, and next year a Mr. John Howard opened the gardens in the morning and afternoon, charging the water drinkers sixpence or threepence or a guinea subscription. He enriched the place with a bowling green and with a series of astronomical lectures in Lent, accompanied by an orrery. A band played in the morning, and the afternoon tea-drinking sometimes, 1784, took place to the accompaniment of French horns. Sir John Hawkins, the author of the History of Music, frequented the spa for his health in 1789. On returning home after drinking the water one day in May, Wednesday 20th, 1789, he complained of a pain in his head and died the next morning of a fever in the brain. Whether, as a journalist of the time observes, it was owing to the mineral spring being taken when the blood was in an improper state to receive its salubrious effect, or whether it was the sudden visitation of Providence, the sight of the human mind is incompetent to discover. The spa continued to be resorted to till the beginning of the present century, when the water and tea drinking began to lose their attractions. The author of Londinium Redivivum, writing about 1803, speaks, however, of the gardens with enthusiasm as really very beautiful, particularly at the entrance. Pedestals and vases are grouped with taste under some extremely picturesque trees, whose foliage is seen to much advantage from the neighboring fields. At last, about 1810, the proprietor Howard pulled down the greater part of the old coffee house, and the gardens were curtailed by the formation of Charlotte Street, now Thomas Street. At the same time, the old entrance to the gardens, facing the new riverhead, was removed for the building of Eliza Place. A new entrance was then made in Lloyd's Row, and the proprietor lived in a house adjoining. A later proprietor, named Hardy, opened the gardens in 1826 as a spa only. The old well was enclosed, as formerly, by grotto work, and the garden walks were still pleasant. Finally, in 1840, the 2 rows of houses called spa cottages were built upon the site of the gardens. A surgeon named Moll, who resided about 1840–1842 in the proprietor's house in Lloyd's Row, preserved the well, and by printed circulars invited invalids to drink the water for an annual subscription of 1 guinea, or for 6pence each visit. In Molly's time, the well was contained in an outbuilding attached to the east side of his house. The water was not advertised after his tenancy, though it continued to flow as late as 1860. In the autumn of 1894, the writers of this volume visited the house and found the outbuilding occupied as a dwelling room of a very humble description. Standing in this place, it was impossible to realize that we were within a few feet of the famous well. A door, which we had imagined on entering to be the door of a cupboard, proved to be the entrance to a small cellar 2 or 3 steps below the level of the room. Here, indeed, we found the remains of the grotto that had once adorned the well, but the healing spring no longer flowed. Eliza Place was swept away for the formation of Rosebery Avenue, and the 2 northernmost plots of the 3 little public gardens, opened by the London County Council on 31 July, 1895, as Spa Green, are now on part of the site of the old spa. The spa cottages still remain, as well as the proprietor's house in Lloyd's Row, and beneath the coping stone of the last named the passerby may read the inscription cut in bold letters, Islington Spa or New Tunbridge Wells. Besides the authorities cited in the text and notes, and in the account in Pinks's Clerkenwell, p. 398 ff., the following may be mentioned, experimental observations on the water of the mineral spring near Islington commonly called New Tunbridge Wells. London, 1751, 8 Vaux, another ed. 1773 Vaux the Brit. Muse. Copy of the latter contains some newspaper cuttings. Dodsley's London, 1761, SV. Islington, Kearsley's Stranger's Guide SV. Islington, Lewis's Islington Gent. Mag, 1813 pt. 2 p. 554 ff. Advertisements and C in Percival Sadler's Wells collection and in W. Call. Wheatley's London, Roman 2, 268 and Roman 3, p. 199. Views, view of the gardens, coffee house and C engraved frontispiece to Lockman's poem, The Humours of New Tunbridge Wells at Islington, London, 1734, 8 Vaux CP. Pinks 401 note and 402. View of the gardens, well, coffee house and C engraved by G. Bickham Jun as the headpiece of the Charms of Dishabille or New Tunbridge Wells. Bickham's musical entertainer and C. Volume I Know, 42. Engravings of the proprietor's house in Lloyd's Row, Cromwell's Clerkenwell, 352, Pinks 405. The house is still as there represented. The Pantheon Spa Fields. The Spa Fields Pantheon stood on the south side of the present Exmouth Street and occupied the site of the Ducking Pond House, a wayside inn, with a pond in the rear used for the sport of duck hunting. The Ducking Pond premises having been acquired by Rosoman of Sadler's Wells, were by him sublet to William Craven, a publican, who, at a cost of £6,000, laid out a garden and erected on the site of the old and a great tea-house called the Pantheon, or sometimes the Little Pantheon, when it was necessary to distinguish it from the stately Pantheon in Oxford Street, built in 1770–1771, and first opened in January 1772. The Spa Fields Pantheon was opened to the public early in 1770 and consisted of a large rotunda, with 2 galleries running round the whole of the interior and a large stove in the center. The place was principally resorted to by apprentices and small tradesmen, and on the afternoon and evening of Sunday, the day when it was chiefly frequented, hundreds of gaily dressed people were to be found in the rotunda, listening to the organ and regaling themselves with tea, coffee, and negus, or with supplies of punch and red port. A nearer examination of this crowded assembly showed that it consisted of journeymen tailors, hairdressers, milliners, and servant maids, whose behavior, though boisterous, may have been sufficiently harmless. The proprietor endeavored to secure the strict maintenance of order by selling nothing after 10 o'clock in the evening, but his efforts, it would seem, were not entirely successful. Speculator, a correspondent of the St. James's Chronicle, who visited the place in May 1772, after coming from church, looked down from his vantage ground in one of the galleries upon what he describes as a dissipated scene. To his observation, the ladies constituted by far the greater part of the assembly, and he was shocked more than once by the request, "Pray, sir, will you treat me with a dish of tea?" A tavern with tea rooms for more select parties stood on the east of the rotunda. Behind the buildings was a pretty garden, with walks, shrubs, and fruit trees. There was a pond or canal stocked with fish, and near it neat boxes and alcoves for the tea drinkers. Seats were dispersed about the garden, the attractions of which were completed by a summer house up a handsome flight of stone steps, and a statue of Hercules with his club on a high pedestal. The extent of the garden was about 4 acres. A writer in the Town and Country magazine for April 1770, p. 195, speaks contemptuously of the canal as about the size of a butcher's tray, where citizens of quality and their spouses come on Sunday to view the amorous flutterings of a duck and drake. This, however, is the opinion of a fashionable gentleman who goes alternately to Almack's and Cornley's. While Rainlog, he says, affords me great relief. The career of the Pantheon was brief, for in March 1774, the building and its grounds were announced for sale on account of Craven's bankruptcy. According to the statement of the auctioneer, the place was then in full trade, and the returns almost incredible, upwards of 1,000 persons having sometimes been accommodated in the rotunda. It is uncertain if another proprietor tried his hand. If so, he was probably unsuccessful, for the Pantheon was certainly closed as a place of amusement in 1776. In July 1777, the rotunda, after having been used for a time as a depot for the sale of carriages, was opened for services of the Church of England under the name of Northampton Chapel. One of the preachers, moralizing on the profane antecedents of the place, adopted the text, and he called the name of that place Bethel, but the name of that city was called Luz at the first. The building was afterwards purchased by the Countess of Huntingdon and opened in March 1779 under the name of Spa Fields Chapel as a place of worship in her connection. Various alterations were at that time, and subsequently made in the building, and a statue of Fame, sounding a trumpet, which had stood outside the Pantheon on the lantern surmounting the cupola, was removed. The tavern belonging to the Pantheon, on the east side of the rotunda, was occupied by Lady Huntingdon as her residence. It was a large house partly covered by branches of jessamine. The gardens, in the rear of the rotunda, were converted in 1777 into the Spa Fields burial ground, which became notorious in 1843 for its overcrowded and pestilential condition, and for some repulsive disclosures as to the systematic exhumation of bodies in order to make room for fresh interments. Spa Fields Chapel was pulled down in the beginning of 1887, and the present Church of the Holy Redeemer was erected on its site, and consecrated for services of the Church of England on 13 October, 1888. Such have been the strange vicissitudes of the Pantheon Tea House and its gardens. Pinks's Clerkenwell, Walford O. and N. London, The Sunday Ramble, Tomlins's Perambulation of Islington, p. 158, Notes and Queries, 1st Sir. Roman 2. p. 404, Spa Fields Chapel and its Associations, London, 1884. Views: View of Northampton or Spa Fields Chapel, with the Countess of Huntingdon's house adjoining. Hamilton, Dell, Thornton Sculp, 1783. Crace Cat, p. 589, No. 43, exterior of Chapel and Lady Huntingdon's house, engraving in Britton's Picture of London, 1829, p. 120. Later views of the chapel interior and exterior, engraved in Pinks's Clerkenwell, pp. 146-147. The London Spa. The London Spa public house, standing at the corner of Rosoman Street and Exmouth Street, marks the site of a 17th century inn called the Fountain. A spring of chalybeate water was discovered on the premises of this in about 1685, and was a special inducement held out to the public by the proprietor, John Hald, vintner, to visit his house. In August 1685, Hald, in advertising the virtues of the water, stated that no less an authority than Robert Boyle, the chemist, had adjudged and openly declared it to be the strongest and very best of these late found out medicinal waters. The honest vintner, in giving other local wells their due, maintained that his was equivalent, if not better, in virtue, goodness, and operation to that of Tunbridge, so mightily cried up, or any other water yet known. On 14 July 1685, the house was solemnly nominated and called the London Spa by Robert Boyle in the presence of an eminent, knowing, and more than ordinary ingenious apothecary, besides the said John Hald and other sufficient men. The name of the fountain seems thenceforth to have been superseded by that of the London Spa. In inviting persons of quality to make a trial of the spring, Hald expressed the wish that the greatness of his accommodation were suitable to the goodness of his waters, although he was not without convenient apartments and walks for both sexes. The poor were to be supplied with the water gratis. For a few years subsequent to 1714, the place appears to have fallen into neglect, but it afterwards was once more frequented, and in 1720 the author of May Day writes, "Now Ninepin alleys, and now Skettle's Grace, the late forlorn, sad, desolated place, arbors of jasmine-fragrant shades compose, and numerous blended companies enclose. On May Day the milkmaids and their swains danced in the gardens to the music of the fiddler. Holiday folk flocked to test the virtues of the spring, and from this time onwards, the London Spa enjoyed some degree of popularity. In the summer of 1733, Poor Robin's Almanac records how sweethearts with their sweethearts go to Islington or London Spa. Some go, but just to drink the water, some for the ale which they like better. The annual Welsh fair, held in the Spa field hard by, must have brought additional custom to the tavern, and in 1754, the proprietor, George Dodswell, informed the public that they would meet with the most inviting usage at his hands, and that during the fair there would be the usual entertainment of roast pork with the oft-famed flavoured spa ale. From this date onwards, the London Spa would appear to have been merely frequented as a tavern. The present public house was built on the old site in 1835. The London Spa, an advertisement, August 1685, folio sheet in British Museum, Pinks's Clerkenwell. Views, a view of the London Spa and Lempriere set of views, Crace Cat, p. 588, number 41. CP. Pinks's Clerkenwell, p. 168. Engraving of the Spa Garden T. Badeslade Inv. S. Parker Sculp. Frontispiece to May Day or the Origin of Garlands, 1720. The New Wells, near the London Spa. Houses in Lower Rosoman Street, Clerkenwell, West Side, about 100 yards from the London Spa public house, now occupy the site of this place of amusement. The New Wells commanded a pleasant prospect of the fields and country beyond, but nothing is known of the medicinal waters, and the prominent feature of the place was a theatre, probably intended to rival Sadler's Wells, in which entertainments, consisting of dancing, tumbling, music, and pantomime were given from 1737, or earlier, till 1750. The purchase of a pint of wine or punch was generally the passport necessary for admission, and the gardens were open on Sunday as well as on weekday evenings. The entertainments usually began at 5 o'clock and concluded about 10. In 1738, there were comic songs and dancing, an exhibition of views of Vauxhall, and a whimsical, chimical, and pantomimical entertainment called the Sequel. During the next year, 1739, similar entertainments were given, and Mr. Blogg sang the Early Horn and Mad Tom with a preamble on the kettledrums by Mr. Baker. At this time the place possessed a kind of zoological gardens, for there was then to be seen a fine collection of large rattlesnakes, one having 19 rattles and 7 young ones, a young crocodile imported from Georgia, American darting and flying squirrels, which may be handled as any of our own, and a cat between the tiger and leopard, perfectly tame, and one of the most beautiful creatures that ever was in England. This show could be seen for a shilling. In 1740, a Merlin's Cave was added to the attractions of the gardens, CP. Merlin's Cave, infra, and there was displayed a firework representation of the Siege of Portobello by Admiral Vernon on 3 July, 1742. Monsieur and Madame Brille from Paris and their little son, 3 years old, exhibited several curiosities of balancing, and the 2 Miss Rayners rope dancing. There were songs and dancing, a hornpipe by Mr. Jones of Bath, who played the fiddle as he danced, and an exhibition of views of the newly opened rotunda at Ranelagh. In June 1744, there was a pantomime, The Sorceress or Harlequin Safeguard, the part of Harlequin being sustained by Mr. Rosoman. A dance of Indians in character concluded an entertainment witnessed by a crowded and polite audience of over 700 persons. In August of the same year, a Mr. Dominique jumped over the heads of 24 men with drawn swords. Madame Kerman performed on the tightrope, danced on stilts, and according to the advertisements, jumped over a garter 10 feet high. Next came to the Wells, 1745, a youthful giant 7 feet 4 inches high, though under 16 years of age, who occasionally exhibited his proportions on the rope. In 1746, there appeared a Saxon lady giantess 7 feet high, and the wonderful little Polander, a dwarf 2 feet 10 inches in height, of the mature age of 60, in every way proportionable, and wears his beard after his own country's fashion. During this year, Miss Rayner performed the feat of walking up an inclined rope, 100 yards long, extending from the stage to the upper gallery, having 2 lighted flambeaux in her hands. The same year, 1746, witnessed the celebration at Sadler's Wells and other places of entertainment in London of the victory of the Duke of Cumberland at Culloden. At the New Wells were given representations of the battle and the storming of Culloden House. Mr. Yeats or Yates, the manager at this time, in acknowledging his gratification at the applause manifested, regretted that on the appearance of Courage, the character symbolizing the Duke of Cumberland, several hardy Britons exerted their canes in such a torrent of satisfaction as to cause considerable damage to his benches. About this period Mrs. Charlotte Charke, the youngest daughter of Colley Cibber the dramatist, appeared at the Wells as Mercury in the play of Jupiter and Alcmena. From 1747 to 1750, the theatre and gardens remained closed, but after having been considerably improved, they were reopened on 16 April 1750. Towards the close of this year, Hannah Snell made her appearance and went through a number of military exercises in her regimentals. This warlike lady, who had served under the name of James Gray as a Marine at the Siege of Pondicherry, and who had been several times wounded in action, was one of the first party that forded the river, breast high, under the enemy's fire. She worked laboriously in the trenches and performed picket duty for 7 nights in succession. The entertainments at the New Wells appear to have ceased about 1750. In 1752, the proprietor, Yeats, let the theatre to the Reverend John Wesley, and in May of that year, it was converted into a Methodist tabernacle. A few years later, the theatre was removed, probably in 1756, when Rosoman Row, now Rosoman Street, was formed. Cromwell's Clerkenwell, p. 254. Pinks's Clerkenwell, newspaper advertisements, W. Call. The English Grotto, or Grotto Garden, Rosoman Street. The English Grotto was in existence in 1760 and is described as standing in the fields near the New River head. A view of that date represents it as a small wooden building resembling the London Spa. A flag is flying from the roof, and some well-dressed people are seen walking near it. A garden, with a curious grotto and waterworks, were probably its only attractions. It may be conjectured that this English grotto is identical with the Grotto Garden in Rosoman Street, which was kept in, or before 1769, by a man named Jackson, a successful constructor of grottos and contrivances of waterworks. In 1769, he advertised the place as his Grand Grotto Garden and gold and silver fish repository. In the garden was a wonderful grotto, an enchanted fountain, and a watermill invented by the proprietor, which when set to work represented fireworks and formed a beautiful rainbow. A variety of gold and silver fish, which afford pleasing ideas to every spectator, might be purchased at this repository. 6 pence was sometimes charged for admission, and a number of people are said to have resorted there daily. The place was still in Jackson's possession in 1780. Illustration: a view of the English grotto near the New River head. Circ. 1760. The house and grotto garden were at the northeast corner of Lower Rosoman Street, originally Rosoman Row, almost facing the London Spa. About 1800, the house, or its later representative, was number 35, Lower Rosoman Street, and in its garden were some remains of the wonderful grotto. From the windows, there was still a pleasing prospect of the country for many miles. In this house, Mr. Pickburn, the printer, first published the Clerkenwell News in 1855, and continued to print the newspaper there until 1862. The Mulberry Garden, Clerkenwell. The Mulberry Garden in Clerkenwell, the site of which was afterwards occupied by the House of Detention, was open in 1742, but contrary to the usual practice, the proprietor W. Body made no charge for admission, relying for profit on the sale of refreshments. It was a somewhat extensive garden with a large pond, gravelled walks, and avenues of trees. From the seats placed beneath the shade of a great mulberry tree, probably one of those introduced into England in the reign of James I, the players in the skittle alley might often be watched at their game. The garden was open from 6 p.m. in the spring and summer, and especially between 1742 and 1745 was advertised in the newspapers with extravagant eulogy. Rockhout, the proprietor declared, has found one day and nights al fresco in the week to be inconvenient. Ranelagh House, supported by a giant whose legs will scarcely support him. Marylebone Gardens, down on their marrow bones. New Wells at low water. At Cupars the fire almost out. The attractions offered were a band of wind and string instruments in an orchestra in the garden and occasional displays of fireworks and illuminations. The proprietor professed, 6 April 1743, to engage British musicians only, maintaining that the manly vigor of our own native music is more suitable to the ear and heart of a Briton than the effeminate softness of the Italian. On cold evenings, the band performed in the long room. On 2 September 1742, the proprietor excused himself from a pyrotechnic display on the ground that it was the doleful commemoration of the fire of London. On 9 August 1744, there was a special display of fireworks helped out by the instrumental music of the celebrated Mr. Bennet. At this fête, honest Joe Baker beat a trevally on his side drum as he did before the great Duke of Marlborough when he defeated the French at the Battle of Malplaquet. This entertainment must have been popular, for beyond the 1,600 visitors who were able to gain admission, some 500 others are said to have been turned away. On 25 August, in the same year, another firework display was given, and on this occasion the proprietor condescended to make a charge of 2d per head for admission. The gardens do not appear to have been advertised between 1745 and 1752, during which period they were probably kept by a Mrs. Bray, who died on 1 March, 1752, with an excellent good character. Beyond this, her obituary only records that she is thought to have been one of the fattest women in London. In 1752, the gardens were in the hands of Clanfield, the firework engineer of Cooper's Gardens, who every summer evening provided vocal and instrumental music, from 6 o'clock and fireworks at 9. The admission was 6d with a return of 3d in refreshments. Fashionable gentlemen appear to have played an occasional game of ninepins or skittles in the Mulberry Garden, but on the whole the place enjoyed only a local celebrity among tradesmen and artisans, and its proprietor, in elegant language, made his appeal to the honest sons of trade and industry after the fatigues of a well-spent day, and invited the lover and the jolly bacchanalian to sit beneath the verdant branches in his garden. Nothing is known of the garden subsequent to 1752. The site was used about 1797 as the exercising ground of the Clerkenwell Association of Volunteers, and the House of Detention, now replaced by a board school, was subsequently built on it. Views: 2 engravings, probably contemporary, showing well-dressed gentlemen playing at ninepins near the mulberry tree. Guildhall Library, London, Cattle, p. 210. One of these views is engraved in pinks, p. 128. Sadler's Wells. Towards the close of the 17th century, there stood on the site of the present Sadler's Wells Theatre, Rosebery Avenue, Clerkenwell, a wooden building of a single story erected by Sadler, a surveyor of the highways, as a music house. The house stood in its own grounds, and the New River flowed past its southern side. It was in the garden of this house that in 1683 some workmen in Sadler's employ accidentally unearthed an ancient well, arched over and curiously carved. Sadler, suspecting the water to have medicinal properties, submitted it for analysis to a doctor, who advised him to brew ale with it. This he did with such excellent results that the ale of Sadler's Wells became, and long remained, famous. In 1684, Dr. Thomas Guidat issued a pamphlet setting forth the virtues of the water which he described as a ferruginous chalybeate, akin to the waters of Tunbridge Wells, though not tasting so strongly of steel and having more of a nitrous sulfur about it. Being neither offensive nor unpleasant to taste, a man was able to drink more of it than of any other liquor. It might be taken with a few caraway comfits, some alecampane, or a little preserved angelica to comfort the stomach. A glass of Rhenish or white wine might also accompany the tonic, and habitual smokers would find it very convenient to take a pipe after drinking. Sadler lost no time in advertising his wells and in preparing for the reception of the water drinkers. He laid out his garden with flowers and shrubs and constructed in the center a marble basin to receive the medicinal water. Posturers, tumblers, and rope dancers, performing at first in the open air, were engaged. A Mrs. Pearson played on the dulcimer on summer evenings at the end of the long walk, and visitors danced to the strains of a band stationed on a rock of shellwork construction. The place soon became popular, and hundreds of people came daily to drink the water. Epsom and Tunbridge Wells in Kent saw in Sadler's Wells a serious rival to their own spas, and in 1684 a tract was issued protesting against this horrid plot, laid to persuade people that Sadler's Music House is South Barrow and Clerkenwell Green Caverley Plain. Was it possible for water from such a source to be effectual as our wonder-working fountains that taste of cold iron and breathe pure nitre and sulfur? Audacious and unconscionable Islington should surely be content with its monopoly from time immemorial of the sale of cakes, milk, custards, stewed prunes, and bottled ale. But even if the waters could be conceded somewhat comparable, where is the air, where the diversions, where the conveniences? Possibly this tirade was not ineffectual. At any rate, about 1687, the place was comparatively deserted and the well fell into disuse. Sadler's excellent still waters were, however, again advertised in 1697 as being as full of vigor, strength, and virtue as ever they were, and very effectual for curing all hectic and hypochondriacal heat, for beginning consumptions, and for melancholy distempers. The water drinking appears to have finally ceased early in the 18th century, though the place, surrounded by fields till quite late in the century, remained a pleasant resort for Londoners. There you may sit under the shady trees and drink and smoke fanned by a gentle breeze. Their pleasant streams of Middleton in gentle murmurs glide along, in which the sporting fishes play to close each wearied summer's day. And music's charms in lulling sounds of mirth and harmony abounds, while nymphs and swains with bow and bells all praise the joys of Sadler's Wells. The herds around o'er herbage green and bleating flocks are sporting seen, while Phoebus, with its brightest rays the fertile soil doth seem to praise. As late as 1803 mention is made of the tall poplars, graceful willows, sloping banks and flowers of Sadler's Wells. And the patient London fisherman, like his brethren of the angle of the 18th century, still stood by the stream. From about 1698, the gardens ceased to be a prominent feature of Sadler's Wells, and the fortunes of the place from that time to the present day mainly concern the historian of the theatre and the variety stage, and can only be dealt with briefly in the present work. In 1698, 23 May, a vocal and instrumental concert was given, and the company enjoyed such harmony as can be produced by an orchestra composed of violins, hautboys, trumpets, and kettle drums. This was one of the concerts given in the music house twice a week throughout the season and lasting from 10 o'clock to 1. In 1699, James Miles and Francis Forcer, d. 1705. A musician, appear to have been joint proprietors of Sadler's Wells, which was for some years styled Miles's music house. In this year, 1699, there was an exhibition of an ingurgitating monster, a man who, for a stake of 5 guineas, performed the hardly credible feat of eating a live cock. This disgusting scene was witnessed by a very rough audience, including, however, some beaux from the Inns of Court. A brightly painted gallery in the saloon used for the entertainments appears to have been occupied by the quieter portion of the audience, who were able from thence to survey the pit below, which was filled, according to Ned Ward, circ. 1699, with butchers, bailiffs, prize-fighters, and housebreakers. The audience smoked and regaled themselves with ale and cheesecakes, while the organ played, a scarlet-clad fiddler performed, and a girl of 11 gave a sword dance. In 1712, Miles's music house was the scene of a fatal brawl in which Waite, a lieutenant in the Navy, was killed by a lawyer named French, near the organ loft. In 1718, it is mentioned as the resort of strolling damsels, half-pay officers, peripatetic tradesmen, tars, butchers, and others musically inclined. Miles died in 1724, and probably about that time Forcer's son, Francis Forcer, Jr. d. 1743, an educated man of good presence, became proprietor and improved the entertainments of rope dancing and tumbling. The neighborhood of Sadler's Wells about this period was infested by footpads. It was consequently a common sight to see link boys with their flaming torches standing outside the theater, and horse patrols were often advertised, circ. 1733–1783, as escorts to the city and the West End. Occasionally the playbills announced, "It will be moonlight." In 1746, Rosoman was proprietor and introduced the system of admitting the pit and gallery free on the purchase of a pint of wine. A charge of half a crown was made for the boxes. The audience smoked and toasted one another. The manservant by day became a beau at night, and with the lady's maid, decked out in colors filched from her mistress, gazed open-mouthed at the wonderful sights. Winifred Jenkins describes her experiences. In Humphrey Clinker, 1771, I was afterwards of a party at Sadler's Well, where I saw such tumbling and dancing on ropes and wires that I was frightened and ready to go into a fit. I thought it was all enchantment, and believing myself bewitched, began for to cry. You knows as how the witches in Wales fly on broomsticks, but here was flying without any broomstick or thing in the Vauxhall world, and firing of pistols in the air and blowing of trumpets and singing, and rolling of wheelbarrows on a wire, God bless us. No thicker than a sewing thread, that to be sure they must deal with the devil. A fine gentleman with a pig's tail and a golden sword by his side came to comfort me and offered for to treat me with a pint of wind. But I would not stay. And so in going through the dark passage, he began to show his cloven foot and went for to be rude. My fellow servant Humphrey Clinker bid him be civil, and he gave the young man a dues in the chops. But I fackins Mr. Clinker warn't long in his debt. With a good oaken sapling he dusted his doublet, for all his golden cheese toaster. And fipping me under his arm carried me hewem, I knows not how, being I was in such a flustration. Between 1752 and 1757, Michael Maddox exhibited his wire dancing and his tricks with a long straw, which he manipulated while keeping his balance on the wire. In 1755, and for many years afterwards, Miss Wilkinson, the graceful wire dancer and player of the musical glasses, was a principal performer. Giuseppe Grimaldi, Iron Legs, the father of the famous clown, was the ballet master and chief dancer in 1763 and 1764, and remained at the Wells till 1767. Harlequinades and similar entertainments were from this time added to the ordinary amusements of tumbling and rope dancing. In 1765, Rosoman pulled down the old wooden house and erected in its place a new theatre which in part survives in the building of the present day. The seats now had backs with ledges, as in our music halls, to hold the bottles and glasses of the audience. About this time, or a few years later, the charge for a box was 3 shillings, including a pint of wine, port, mountain, Lisbon, or punch, and 18 pence and 1 shilling for the pit and gallery, an extra 6 pence entitling the ticket holder to a pint of the wine allowed to the box holders. Angelo, at a later time, refers in his reminiscences to the cream of tartar punch and the wine of the slow vintage usually drunk at Sadler's Wells. Among the vocalists were Mrs. Lamp, 1766-1767, and the famous Thomas Lowe, 1771 and later. In 1768, Spinacuti exhibited his wonderful monkey which performed on the tightrope feats resembling Blondin. Jemmy Warner, the clown, appeared in 1769, and Richer, the wire and ladder dancer, in 1773. And the years 1775 and 1776 were noticeable for the appearance of James Bion, the harlequin, father of Oscar Bion. In 1778, the interior of the theatre was entirely altered and the roof considerably raised. The audience now often included people of rank, such as the Duke and Duchess of York and the Duke and Duchess of Gloucester. In 1781, Joseph Grimaldi, B. 1779, D. 1837, made his first appearance at Sadler's in the guise of a monkey, and appeared there year by year till within a few years of his retirement. On 17 March 1828, he took a farewell benefit there, playing Hawk, the drunken prisoner in Sixes or the Fiend. His final appearance was at Drury Lane on 27 June 1828, when prematurely broken down in health. He sang, seated, his last song, and made his farewell speech. The Dibdins, Charles the Elder in 1772 and Charles the Younger, 1801 to 1814, wrote many plays and songs for Sadler's Wells. Charles the Younger and Thomas Dibdin were also proprietors and managers. Among the performers who appeared between the years 1780 and 1801 were Miss Romanzini, the ballad vocalist, afterwards Mrs. Bland. Braham, then Master Abrahams the singer, Paul Ridiguet the clever tumbler called the Little Devil, La Belle Espagnole his wife, Dighton and Jude Davis, pantomimists, Bologna and his sons in their exhibitions of postures and feats of strength, Placido the tumbler, Dubois the clown, and Costello, 1783, whose wonderful dogs enacted a play called The Deserter. Edmund Kean, the tragedian, appeared in June 1801 as Master Carey, the pupil of nature, and recited Rollo's address from Pizarro. Among the varied entertainments at Sadler's may be mentioned the pony races in 1802, July, and 1822, April and June. A course was formed by means of a platform carried from the stage round the back of the pit. In 1806 and 1826, a racecourse was formed outside in the ground to the east of the theatre. Booths, stands, and a judge's box were erected, and many of the most celebrated full-sized ponies with a number of jockeys of great celebrity and lightweight were, at least according to the bills, engaged. In 1826, June, a balloon ascent from the grounds was made by Mrs. Graham, and in 1838 her husband also ascended. Belzoni, the famous excavator, exhibited his feats of strength in 1803. In 1804, Sadler's Wells was known as the Aquatic Theatre. A large tank filled with water from the New River occupied nearly the whole of the stage, and plays were produced with cascades and other real water effects. Our rapid survey, omitting many years, now passes on to 1844, when Samuel Phelps became one of the proprietors of Sadler's Wells. During Phelps's memorable management, 1844–1862, there were produced some 30 of Shakespeare's plays, occupying about 4,000 nights, Hamlet being played 400 times. In 1879, Sadler's Wells was taken by Mrs. Bateman from the Lyceum Theatre, and under her management the whole of the interior was reconstructed. At the present time, it is a music hall with 2 houses nightly. It is curious to note that Macklin, describing Sadler's Wells as he remembered it some years before Rosoman's time, says that several entertainments of unequal duration took place throughout the day, and were terminated by the doorkeeper calling out, "Is Hiram Fistamen here?" Fistamen being a mythical personage whose name signified to the performers that another audience was waiting outside. The price of admission at that time was 3d and 6d. Today the charge is 2d, a box being procurable for a shilling. The authorities are numerous. The Percival collection relating to Sadler's Wells in Brit. Muse contains a great mass of material bound in 14 volumes. Useful summaries are given in Pinks's Clerkenwell, 409 ff, in the Era Almanac 1872 p. 1 ff, in M. Williams's Some London Theatres, and in H. Barton Baker's London Stage, Roman II, p. 187 ff. Views. The views, especially those of the 19th century, are abundant. The following are of the 18th century: a view of Sadler's Wells. C. Lempriere, Sculp, 1731. Crace, Cat, p. 593, number 77, cp. Ib, p. 592, number 76. Hogarth's Evening, showing Old Sadler's Wells and the Sir Hugh Middleton Tavern. Southwest view of Sadler's Wells, from a drawing by R. C. Andrews, 1792, with a smaller view of the same in its former state. Wise, S.C., published in Wilkinson's Londina Illustrata. Many others may be seen in the Percival and Crace collections. Merlin's Cave. The Merlin's Cave, a tavern standing in the fields near the New River head, close to the present Merlin's Place, possessed extensive gardens and a skittle ground, which were frequented by Londoners especially on Sundays. It was probably built in 1735 or not long afterwards, and derived its name from the Merlin's Cave, constructed in 1735 by Queen Charlotte in the Royal Gardens at Richmond. The Richmond Cave was adorned by astrological symbols and contained waxwork figures, of which the wizard Merlin was the chief. By the end of 1730, 5 humble imitations of the cave were established in various parts of the kingdom, and it is highly probable that the Merlin's Cave Tavern had an exhibition of this kind. The New Wells in Lower Rosoman Street, Clerkenwell, possessed a Merlin's Cave in 1740. About 1833, the gardens of the Merlin's Cave were built over. The new Merlin's Cave, a public house now numbered 131 Rosoman Street, stands a little north of the old site. Views: a view of the skittle ground, Merlin's Cave, New River head with rules and instructions for playing. A print published by G. Kearsley, 1786. Crace, Cat, p. 592, number 71. Old Merlin's Cave near the New River head, Rosoman Street. A drawing by C. H. Matthews, 1833. Crace, Cat, p. 592, no. Bagnigge Wells. A modern public house, ye olde Bagnigge Wells, standing on the west side of the King's Cross Road, formerly Bagnigge Wells Road, and the building yard of Messrs. Cubitt behind it now occupy part of the site of these famous wells. Bagnigge House, the building which formed the nucleus of the place of entertainment called Bagnigge Wells, is believed to have been a summer residence of Nell Gwyn. It fronted Bagnigge Wells Road and was pleasantly situated, lying in a hollow called Bagnigge Wash or Vale, and being well sheltered on all sides, except the south, by the rising grounds of Primrose Hill, Hampstead, and Islington. In 1757, a Mr. Hughes, described as a man curious in gardening, and apparently the tenant of Bagnigge House, found that the more he watered his plants with the water drawn from a well in the garden, the less they seemed to thrive. He asked the opinion of a doctor, John Bevis, who analyzed the water and pronounced it a valuable chalybeate. At the same time, the water of another well, sunk in the ground adjoining Bagnigge House, was discovered to possess cathartic properties. Hughes, realizing the commercial possibilities of these wells, opened the house and gardens to the public, at least as early as April 1759. The place was open daily, including Sundays, and in 1760 Bevis published a pamphlet, setting forth the virtues of the waters. The chalybeate well was situated just behind the house, and the cathartic well about 40 yards north of the chalybeate. The water of the two wells, which were each some 20 feet in depth, was, however, brought to one point, and thence drawn from a double pump placed within a small circular edifice consisting of pillars supporting a dome, erected behind the house. This was commonly called the Temple. The chalybeate was of a ferruginous character, having an agreeable and sprightly subacid tartness, and was, according to Bevis, apt to communicate a kind of giddiness with an amazing flow of spirits and afterwards a propensity to sleep if exercise be not interposed. The purging water left a distinguishable brackish bitterness on the palate, and 3/2 pints were sufficient for most people, without the addition of salts to quicken their virtue. The charge for drinking the water at the pump was 3d. Half a guinea entitled the visitor to its use throughout the season. At a later date, when Bagnigge Wells was mainly frequented for its tea gardens, a general charge of 6d was made for admission. The long room, the old banqueting hall of Bagnigge House, was about 78 feet by 28 feet with a rather low ceiling and panelled walls. At one end of the room was a distorting mirror, a source of considerable amusement, which, for instance, revealed to Captain Tommy Slender of the Middlesex Militia so odd a figure that he was almost hipped to death. Filled with apprehension, he consulted a physician, who, understanding the use of the concave and convex mirror, made his patient take copious draughts of the water, and after pocketing his fee, led him to another panel of the glass, where the captain beheld a portly, well-conditioned man. Vastly pleased, he went home convinced of the virtues of the wells. At the other end of the room was a good organ, which provided music for the company. A water organ was also to be heard in the grounds. The organ performances were prohibited on Sundays by the magistrates from about 1772, apparently with the idea of rendering the attractions of Bagnigge Wells less dangerously seductive. The organ was, however, played regularly on the weekday afternoons. Illustration: The Bread and Butter Manufactory, or The Humours of Bagnigge Wells, 1772. Interior of Long Room. From about 1760 till near the end of the 18th century, Bagnigge Wells was a popular resort. Some hundreds of visitors were sometimes to be found in the morning for the water drinking, and early breakfasts were provided. In the afternoon, the long room and the gardens were thronged by tea drinkers, especially on Sundays. Stronger beverages were not unknown, and a bowl of good negus was a feature here. The lawyer, the man about town, and the active city merchant, no less than the gouty, and the hypochondriac, came to while away an hour or two. Ye gouty old souls and rheumatics crawl on, here taste these blessed springs, and your tortures are gone, ye wretches asthmatic, who pant for your breath, come drink your relief, and think not of death. Obey the glad summons to Bagnigge repair, drink deep of its streams, and forget all your care. The distempered shall drink and forget all his pain, when his blood flows more briskly through every vein, the headache shall vanish, the heartache shall cease, and your lives be enjoyed in more pleasure and peace. Obey then the summons to Bagnigge repair, and drink in oblivion to pain and to care. The city matron deemed it the very home of fashion. Bon tons the space, twixt Saturday and Monday, and riding in a one-horse chair on Sunday. Teas drinking tea on summer afternoons at Bagnigge Wells with china and gilt spoons. With genteel females, there mingled others of decidedly bad reputation. Even a feminine pickpocket was not unknown. The notorious John Rann, who, as Dr. Johnson observed, towered above the common mark as a highwayman, was a visitor at Bagnigge Wells and a favorite with some of the ladies there. On 27 July 1774, Rann was brought before Sir John Fielding after one of his escapades, but was acquitted, the magistrate exhorting him in a pathetic manner to forsake his evil ways. On the Sunday following, 31 July, he appeared at Bagnigge Wells with all his old assurance, attired in a scarlet coat, tambour waistcoat, white silk stockings, and a laced hat. On each knee he wore the bunch of 8 ribbons, which had gained him his sobriquet of 16 Strings Jack. On this occasion, his behavior gave such offense to the company that he was thrown out of one of the windows of the long room. About 4 months later, 30 November 1774, he was hanged at Tyburn for robbing Dr. Bell, chaplain to the Princess Amelia. The grounds of Bagnigge Wells were behind the long room and were laid out in formal walks, with hedges of box and holly. There were a number of fine trees, some curiously trimmed, and a pretty flower garden. Ponds containing gold and silver fish, at that time a novelty, were in the gardens, and the pond in the center had a fountain in the form of a cupid bestriding a swan from whose beak issued streams of water. Parallel with the long room and separating the eastern part of the grounds from the western, and by far the larger portion, ran the river Fleet, with seats on its banks, for such as choose to smoke or drink cider, ale, etc., which are not permitted in other parts of the garden. Willows, large docks and coarse plants, elder bushes and other shrubs in luxurious profusion, fringed the banks, and we hear of Luke Clennell, the artist, making studies of the foliage. 3 rustic bridges spanned the stream, and amid the trees were 2 tall leaden figures, one a rustic with a scythe, the other a fillies of the hayfields, rake in hand. Arbors for tea drinking, covered with honeysuckle and sweetbrier, surrounded the gardens, and there was a rustic cottage and a grotto. The last named, a small castellated building of 2 apartments open to the gardens, was brightly decorated in Cockney fashion with shells, fossils, and fragments of broken glass. A bowling green and skittle alley were among the attractions of the Wells, and a bun house or bake house was erected before 1791 on the south side of the house, but not immediately contiguous to it. Hughes, the original proprietor, appears to have remained at the Wells till about 1775, and a Mr. John Davis was subsequently the lessee till his death in 1793. During the last 20 years of the 18th century, the company, for the most part, seems to have consisted of persons of lower rank than formerly. Cits to Bagnigge Wells repair to swallow dust and call it air. Prentices and their sweethearts, and city matrons with their husbands, frequented the place, while unfledged Templars paraded as fops and young ensigns sported their new cockades. The morning water drinking was not neglected, but the full tide of life at Bagnigge was from 5 to 8 p.m. on Sundays, when the gardens were crowded with tea drinkers. A prentice song sets forth the delights of the Wells. "Come, prithee, make it up, miss, and be as lovers be will go to Bagnigge Wells, miss, and there will have some tea. It's there you'll see the ladybirds perched on the stinging nettles, the crystal water fountain, and the copper shining kettles. It's there you'll see the fishes, more curious they than whales. And they're made of gold and silver, miss, and wags their little tails, they wags their little tails, they wags their little tails." Illustration, frontispiece for the Sunday ramble. Being a view in Bagnigge Wells garden, drawn on Y.E. spot. Salubrious waters, tea, and wine, here you may have and also dine. But as ye through the garden rove, beware, fond youths, the darts of love. About 1810, the place became more exclusively the resort of the lower classes, though the situation was still somewhat picturesque. In 1813 Thomas Salter, the lessee, became bankrupt, and Bagnigge Wells was put up for sale by auction on 4 days in the month of December. Not a bench or shrub was omitted. The excellent fine-toned organ, the water organ, the chandeliers from the long room, dinner and tea services of Worcester china, the tea boxes, 200 drinking tables, 400 tea boards, and some 400 dozen of ale and stout. The various rooms and buildings were also offered for sale, including Nell Gwyn's house, the summer house, the bake house, the grotto, temple, bridges, the 2 leaden rustics, the fountains, and all the gold and silver fish. Also the pleasure and flower gardens with their greenhouses, all the trees, including a fine variegated holly tree, the gooseberry and currant bushes, the hedges, shrubs, and flowers. In the year following, however, the place was reopened under W. Stocks management, and though the gardens were now curtailed of all the ground west of the Fleet, at this time a ditch-like, and on warm evenings malodorous stream, An attempt was made to revive their popularity. The proprietors' efforts were not very successful, and during the next few years the premises frequently changed hands. In 1818, the lessee of Bagnigge Wells was Mr. Thorogood, who let it to Mr. Monkhouse, from White Conduit House, about 1831. In April 1830, one Monkhouse advertised the concert room as being open every evening for musical entertainments, which continued to be the main feature of Bagnigge Wells until its close. In, or before, 1833 Richard Chapman was the proprietor, and John Hamilton in 1834. In 1838, August 14th, the lessees, Mr. and Miss Foster, announced for their benefit night an array of concert room talent Le Mowers of Bagnigge Wells, Mr. Darking of the London Concerts, Miss Anderson from the Mogul Concert Room, Messrs. Sutton and Gibson, Sadler's Wells, Master Clifford, Yorkshire Stingo, Mr. H. Smith, Royal Union Saloon, Mr. Boyan, Queen's Head Rooms, Mr. Roberts, White Conduit. And the songs included Tell Me My Heart, Billy the Snob in character, Pat was a darling boy. A scene was given from Julius Caesar, a soliloquy from Hamlet, and one Simpson exhibited classical delineations of the Grecian statues. The concert was followed by a ball, in which were danced a Highland fling by a Mr. MacDougall, a double comic medley dance, a waterman's hornpipe, and a hornpipe in real fetters and chains. During the evening, a balloon was sent up from the grounds, and sixpence procured admission to the whole. On other concert nights, the admission was as low as threepence. Among the singers in the latest days of Bagnigge Wells were the well-known Paddy O'Rourke, Ulford, Osiely, Prynne, Box, Sloman, Booth, Gibbs, and Dickey. Besides the songs and duets, portions of plays were acted, though without scenery or special dresses. The year 1841 witnessed the last entertainment at Bagnigge Wells, when on 26 March there was an evening performance, admission sixpence, of glees, farces, and comic songs. The dismantling of the place was now begun. The Grotto, which was already in a very dilapidated condition, was destroyed by some passers-by in the early morning of 6 April, 1841. In 1843, all that remained was the north end of the Long Room, and according to a representative of Punch, who visited the spot in September of that year, the old well was filled up with rubbish and mosaics of oyster shells. Shortly afterwards, the present tavern was built, Mr. Negus, a name suggestive of other days, being the tenant in 1850. Pinks's Clerkenwell, Walford's O and N London, Palmer's St. Pancras P77 FF, Wheatley's London P and P, Kearsley's Stranger's Guide, Northock's London P752 FF, Clinch's Marylebone and St. Pancras P148 FF, Malcolm's Laund, Rediv. 1803 P237, Sunday Ramble, various editions, Rimbault in Notes and Queries, 1st Sir. Roman 2, 228, 4th Sir. Site 24, Era Almanac, 1871, Account of Bagnigge Wells by Blanchard. Views. The following views may be noted. Ancient stone from Bagnigge Wells, engraved in Pinks P, the bread and butter manufactory, or the humours of Bagnigge Wells, a mezzotint published by Carrington Bowles, 1772, CP, an aquatant print from a painting by Sanders, published by J.R. Smith in 1772. Mr. Deputy Dumpling and Family Enjoying a Summer Afternoon, a print, 1780, published by Carrington Bowles. Crace Cat. P. 583, number 84. Bagnigge Wells near Battle Bridge, a print, 1777. Crace Cat, P. 583, number 82, engraved in Walford's O and N. London, Roman 2, P. 294. Bagnigge Wells Garden, frontispiece engraved for the Sunday Ramble, drawn on ye spot, page sculp. Circ. 1774. W. Call. Engraved in Pinks, P. 563. A Bagnigge Wells scene, or No Resisting Temptation. An engraving published by Carrington Bowles, 1780. Crace Cat, P. 583, number 85, a hand-colored mezzotint in Brit. Mus. Cattle, of Prince, volume Roman 4, number 4545, view of the Tea Gardens and Bun House from a drawing taken in 1790, copy in sepia in W. Call. An almost identical view is reproduced in Rogers's Views of Pleasure Gardens of London, p. 23, from a drawing made in 1827. The Road to Ruin, with figure of John Rann. Crace Cat, p. 583, number 86, a view taken from the centre bridge in the gardens of Bagnigge Wells, an example in Crosby Call, also reproduced in Ashton's The Fleet. The original garden entrance to Bagnigge Wells, circ. J. T. Smith Dell etched in Rogers's Views of Pleasure Gardens of London, p. 26. View of Bagnigge Wells Gardens, 1828, engraving in Cromwell's Clerkenwell, p. 414, reproduced in Pinks, p. A collection of manuscript notes, sketches, and drawings relating to Bagnigge Wells in its later days made by Anthony Crosby. Guildhall Library, London. Residence of Nell Gwynn, Bagnigge Wells. An engraving c. J. Smith S.C., 1844, Crace Cat, p. 583, No. 88, Pinks, p. 559. Lord Cobham's Head. The Lord Cobham's or Cobham's Head, named after Sir John Oldcastle, the good Lord Cobham, was situated in Cold Bath Fields, and on the west side of Coppice Row, now Farringdon Road, at the point where it was joined by Cobham Row. It was first opened in 1728, about April, and in its garden there was then a fine canal stocked with very good carp and tench fit to kill, and anglers were invited to board at the house. It was advertised to be let or sold in 1729, and little is heard of it till 1742, when it possessed a large garden with a handsome grove of trees and gravel walks, and claimed to sell the finest, strongest, and most pleasant beer in London at threepence a tankard. Some vocal and instrumental music was at this time provided in the evening, and the walks were illuminated. In 1744, a good organ was erected in the chief room of the inn, and the landlord, Robert Leeming, for one of his concerts in 1744, announced Mr. Blogg and others to sing selections from the oratorios of Saul and Samson, a concerto on the organ by Master Strologer, and the coronation anthem of Mr. Handel. After the concert came a ball, the price of admission to the whole entertainment being ½ crown. For July 20th of the same year, there was announced a concert of music by the best masters, for the benefit of a reduced citizen, followed by the display of a set of fireworks by several gentlemen lovers of that curious art rockets, line ditto, Catherine wheels, and many other things. Likewise will be shewn the manner of Prince Charles's distressing the French after he passed the Rhine. The concerts do not appear to have been given after this period, but the Cobham's Head long continued to exist as a tavern, and is marked in Horwood's plan of 1799. In December 1811, it was sold by auction, being described at that time as a roomy brick building with a large yard behind, probably all that was left of the gardens. About 1860, during the operations for the Metropolitan Railway, the Cobham's Head was inundated by the bursting of a new river main, and was so much injured by the undermining for the railway that it had to be vacated. Pinks's Clerkenwell, Wheatley's London P&P, Coppice Row. Sir John Oldcastle, Tavern and Gardens. The Sir John Oldcastle Tavern was situated in Cold Bath Fields on the west side of Coppice Row, and was on the same side of the road as the Lord Cobham's Head, but rather nearer to Bagnigge Wells. It was originally a wayside inn, but during the first half of the 18th century became a well-known tavern. In 1707, July 18th, the Clerkenwell archers held their annual dinner there and frequented it for some years. In the rear of the house were extensive gardens, well planted with trees, and from 1744 to 1746 these were open during the summer for evening entertainments. A band of the best masters played from 5 o'clock till 9, the walks were lit with lamps, and fireworks were displayed at the close of the evening. The admission was 6pence, including refreshments. In July 1746 concerts of vocal and instrumental music were announced, at which the chief vocalist, Mr. Blogg, sang such songs as Come, Rosalind, Observe the Fragrant Blushing Rose, and The Happy Pair. In 1753, a smallpox hospital was erected on part of the Oldcastle estate, but the Sir John Oldcastle, immediately adjacent, was left standing till 1762, when, being in a ruinous condition, it was pulled down. Pinks's Clerkenwell, Larwood and Houghton, History of Signboards, p. 97, Tomlins's Perambulation of Islington, p. Low Life, 1764, p. 81, The Field Spy, London, 1714. Ashton's The Fleet, p. 117. Views. South view of the Sir John Oldcastle in Lempriere's set of views, 1731. St. Chad's Well, Battle Bridge. The site of St. Chad's Well, a mineral spring and garden at Battle Bridge, is now partly occupied by St. Chad's Place, a small street turning out of the Grays Inn Road east side, and lying between the King's Cross Station, Metropolitan Railway, and the Home and Colonial Schools. About the middle of the 18th century, the well was in considerable repute, at least in the neighborhood, and is said to have been visited in the morning by hundreds of people who paid threepence for the privilege of drinking. A hamper of 24 bottles could be bought for £1. At that time, the gardens attached to the well were very extensive and abounded with fruit trees, shrubs, and flowers. During the last 10 or 20 years of the 18th century, few visitors frequented the well, though we hear of it again about 1809, as being much resorted to by the lower classes of tradesmen on Sundays. In the early part of the 19th century, it had a few visitors of note. Sir Alan Chambray, the judge, used to visit the well, and Munden, the comedian, when living at Kentish Town, drank the water 3 times a week. Mr. Mensall, the master of the Gordon House Academy at Kentish Town, used to march his young gentlemen to St. Chad's once a week in order to save in doctors' bills. John Abernethy, the surgeon, was also a visitor. When Hone visited the place in 1825, the spring of St. Chad was once more almost deserted. Hone found a faded inscription, St. Chad's Well, placed over a pair of wooden gates, one of which, to quote his description, opens on a scene which the unaccustomed eye may take for the pleasure ground of giant despair. Trees stand as if made not to vegetate, clipped hedges seem willing to decline, and nameless weeds straggle weakly upon unlimited borders. On pacing the garden alleys and peeping at the places of retirement, you imagine the whole may have been improved and beautified for the last time by some countryman of William Roman III. If you look upwards, you perceive painted on an octagon board, health restored and preserved. Further on, towards the left stands a low, old-fashioned, comfortable-looking large-windowed dwelling, and 10 to 1, but there also stands at the open door an ancient, ailing female in a black bonnet, a clean-colored cotton gown, and a check apron. This is the lady of the well. In September 1837, the dwelling house, spring and garden were put up to auction by their proprietor, a Mr. Salter. The next proprietor, William Lucas, finding that the celebrity of the waters had for a number of years past been confined chiefly to the neighborhood, issued in 1840 a pamphlet and handbills in which the water was described as perfectly clear when fresh drawn, with a slightly bitter taste. It was composed of sulfate of soda and magnesia in large quantities, and of a little iron held in solution by carbonic acid. The waters were recommended as a universal medicine, being actively purgative, mildly tonic, and powerfully diuretic. The pump room was opened at 5 a.m., and the price of admission was threepence, or 1 guinea a year. By this time, the old garden had been considerably curtailed by the formation of St. Chad's Place, and by letting out, 1830, a portion as a timber yard. But it was more carefully kept, and a new and larger pump room had been built in 1832. A forecourt adjoined the Grays Inn Road, and next to it were the dwelling house and pump room. Beyond them was the garden, which on the north was joined by the backs of the houses in Cumberland Row, and on the south by the timber yard. The pump room was still in existence in 1860, but was removed about that time during the operations for the new Metropolitan Railway. Pinks's Clerkenwell, pp. 504-506, Kearsley's Stranger's Guide SV. Battlebridge, Licenses Environs Roman III, 1795 p. 381, Lambert's London Roman IV, 295, Hewson's London Roman VI, p. Gent. Mag. 1813 pt. 2 p. 557, Cromwell's Islington p. 156 ff. Hone's Everyday Book I 322 ff. E. Roff's Perambulating Survey of St. Pancras p. 13, Palmer S. St. Pancras p. 75, Clinch's Marylebone and St. Pancras Ashton's The Fleet p. 49. Views, St. Chad's Well, A View from the Garden. Water-color drawing by T. H. Shepherd, 1850. Crace, Cat, 583, number 81. Plan annexed to the auctioneer's particulars and conditions of sale of St. Chad's Well, 1837, C. Pinks, p. 506. Bowling Green House, near the Foundling Hospital. The Bowling Green House, a tavern with a large bowling green attached to it on the south, was situated at the back of the Foundling Hospital and south of the New Road. A lane turning out of Gray's Inn Lane led to it. It is first mentioned in 1676, and it afterwards gained notoriety as a resort of gamesters. On a day in March, 1696, the house was suddenly surrounded by soldiers and constables who seized and conveyed before a justice of the peace every person found on the premises. Some of the offenders had to pay a fine of 40 shillings apiece. In the course of years, the character of the place changed, and in 1756, the proprietor, Joseph Barras, announced that he had greatly altered and fitted up the bowling green house in a gentle manner. The bowling green was declared to be in exceeding fine order, and coffee, tea, and hot loaves were to be had every day. J.P. Malcolm says that the bowling green house was for many years a quiet country retreat, but shortly before 1811 it was removed, and Judd Street, Tunbridge Street, and C began to cover the space south of New Road. Hastings Street and part of Tunbridge Street appear to be on the site. Adam and Eve Tea Gardens, Tottenham Court Road. The premises of the Adam and Eve stood at the northwest extremity of Tottenham Court Road, at the lower end of the road leading to Hampstead, and occupied the site of the manor house of the ancient manor of Tottenhall or Tottenham. The Adam and Eve Tavern is known to have been in existence under that sign in 1718. Already in the 17th century, Tottenham Court is mentioned as a place of popular resort, one of the city outleaps. Broome, New Academy, 1658. George Wither, Britain's Remembrancer, 1628, speaks of the London holidaymakers who frequented it. And Hogstone, Islington, and Tottenham Court, for cakes and cream had then no small resort. In 1645, Mrs. Stassay's maid and 2 others, as the parish books of St. Giles in the Fields record, were fined 1 shilling apiece for the enormity of drinking at Tottenhall Court on the Sabbath day. In Wycherley's Gentleman Dancing Master, 1673, a ramble to Tottenham Court is mentioned together with such fashionable diversions as a visit to the park, the Mulberry Garden, and the new Spring Garden i.e. Vauxhall. In the succeeding century, Tottenham Court Fair and the Gooseberry Fair doubtless brought many a customer to the Adam and Eve, and in the springtime, as Gay expresses it, Tottenham fields with roving beauty swarm. The Adam and Eve then possessed a long room with an organ, and in its spacious gardens in the rear and at the side of the house were fruit trees and arbors for tea-drinking parties. There were grounds for skittles and Dutch pins, and in the forecourt, which was shadowed by large trees, tables and benches were placed for the visitors. At one time it could boast the possession of a monkey, a heron, some wild fowl, some parrots, and a small pond for goldfish. Vincent Lunardi, the first man in England to make a balloon ascent, made an unexpected appearance at the Adam and Eve Gardens on 13 May, 1785. He had ascended from the artillery ground about 1 o'clock, but the balloon, being overcharged with vapor, descended in about 20 minutes in the Adam and Eve Gardens. He was immediately surrounded by great numbers of the populace, and though he proposed reascending, they were not to be dissuaded from bearing him in triumph on their shoulders. Illustration: Et si pratinus ethera tolit in astra via. Vincent Lunardi Escar. Secretary to the Neapolitan ambassador and the first aerial traveler in the English atmosphere, sept R. 15, 1784. Published Oct. R. 5 th. 1784, by John Bell, British Library, Strand. Towards the end of the 18th century, the Adam and Eve began to be hemmed in by buildings, by Brook Street, now Stanhope Street, on the west, and by Charles Street, now Drummond Street, western end on the north. The gardens, however, appear to have retained their old dimensions, and at that time extended as far north as Charles Street. The thousands of honest holidaymakers who visited the gardens had, however, towards the end of the 18th century, been replaced by a motley crew of highwaymen, footpads, and low women, and in the early years of the present century, before 1811, the magistrates interfered. The organ was banished, the skittle grounds destroyed, and the gardens dug up for the foundation of Eden Street. About 1813, the Adam and Eve Tavern and Coffee House, once more respectably conducted, was a one-storied building. Part of it fronted the new Euston Road, while an archway in the Hampstead Road led to the other parts of the premises. A detached gabled building, originally part of the domestic offices of the old Tottenhall Manor House, was still standing at this time and was used as a drinking parlor in connection with the Adam and Eve. 6 small houses and shops also adjoined the tavern and brought the proprietor about £25 each a year in rent, though they are said to have been partly constructed out of the boxes in the old tea gardens. The large public house called the Adam and Eve, which now stands on the old site at the corner of the Euston and Hampstead roads, was built in 1869. Near the Adam and Eve was the Cold Bath in the New Road. It was in existence in 1785, when it was advertised as in fine order for the reception of ladies and gentlemen. The bath was situated in the midst of a pleasant garden, and was constantly supplied by a spring running through it. The water was described as serviceable to persons suffering from nervous disorders and dejected spirits. Wilkinson's Londina Illust. I. Tottenhall, Nos. 92, Hone's Yearbook, p. 47 cp. p. 317, Walford Roman 4, 477 v. 303 ff. Palmer, S. St. Pancras, p. 204 ff. Larwood and Houghton, Signboards 257, 258, Brayley's Londiniana, Roman 2. P. Cunningham's London, 1850, Tottenham Court Road. F. Miller's St. Pancras, p. 161, Wheatley's London, Tottenham Court Road, and Adam and Eve. Views. The scene of Hogarth's march to Finchley, C. Nichols's Hogarth, I. 155 ff. is laid at the Tottenham Court Turnpike at the south end of the Hampstead Road. On the right is the King's Head Tavern, and on the left the Adam and Eve. The sign of Adam and Eve appears on a post in the road, and Hogarth has inscribed it Tottenham Court Nursery, in allusion to Broughton S. amphitheatre for boxing that existed here, see Walford, v. 304. 2 views in Wilkinson's Londina. I. Remains of the manor house denominated the Lordship of Tottenhall, now vulgarly called Tottenham Court, and occupied by the Adam and Eve Tea House and Gardens. Shepherd Dell, Wise Sculp. Published 1813. Beneath this is a plan of the vicinity marking Eden Street, Roman 2, part of the Adam and Eve Coffee Rooms, Hampstead Road, J. Carter Dell, Wise Sculp. Published 1811. A woodcut in Hone's Yearbook, p. 47, of the Adam and Eve, before 1825, substantially the same as Wilkinson's second view. The views in Wilkinson and Hone show the Adam and Eve in its altered condition after the proprietor Greatorex end of 18th century had made an addition to the tavern, fronting the new road. The Peerless Pool. The Peerless Pool should, in strictness, be described in a history of sports and pastimes, but as a pleasant summer resort, an oasis in the regions of Old Street and the City Road, it must be allowed a place in the present volume. In ground immediately behind St. Luke's Hospital, built 1782-84, Old Street, was one of the ancient London springs which had formed, by its overflowings, a dangerous pond, referred to as early as 1598, as the clear water called Peerless Pond, because divers youths by swimming therein have been drowned. In the 17th century, it was apparently resorted to for the favorite amusement of duck hunting. Push, let your boy lead his water spaniel along, and we'll show you the bravest sport at Peerless Pond. Middleton's Roaring Girl, 1611. In 1743, William Kemp, a London jeweller who had derived benefit from his plunges in its water, took the Peerless Pond in hand. He embanked it, raised the bottom, changed its name to Peerless Pool, and opened it to subscribers as a pleasure bath. In the adjacent ground, of which he held the lease, he introduced other attractions. In particular, he constructed a fish pond, 320 feet long, 90 feet broad, and 11 feet deep, and stocked it with carp, tench, and other fish. The high banks of this were thickly covered with shrubs, and on the top were walks shaded by lime trees. To the east of the fish pond was a cold bath, distinct from the pool, 36 feet long and 18 feet broad, supplied by a spring. The Peerless Pool itself, as contrived by Kemp, was an open-air swimming bath, 170 feet long, more than 100 feet broad, and from 3 to 5 feet deep. It was nearly surrounded by trees, and the descent was by marble steps to a fine gravel bottom, through which the springs that supplied the pool came bubbling up. The entrance was from a bowling green on the south side, through a marble saloon, 30 feet long, which contained a small collection of light literature for the benefit of subscribers to the pool. Adjoining this were the dressing boxes. The place became, from about the middle of the 18th century, a favorite resort of London anglers and swimmers, and many London merchants and persons of good position were among the subscribers. An annual payment of 1 guinea entitled subscribers to the use of the baths and to the diversion of angling and skating at proper seasons. Occasional visitors paid 2 shillings each time of bathing. Illustration: the Pleasure Bath, Peerless Pool, City Road. Terms of subscription: Pleasure Bath SD month 2 months 16 year. Single bathe with towels 0 and box ditto without. Cold bath SD month 10 2 months 17 year 10 single bathe. The Pleasure Bath of Peerless Pool, the largest in England, is situated in the immediate neighborhood of the heart of the city, within 10 minutes direct walk of the bank and exchange. VD plan. Surrounded by trees and shrubberies, open to the air, although entirely screened from observation, and most ample in its dimensions, equals 170 equals feet in length. By equals 108 equals in breadth, it offers to the bather the very advantages he would least expect to find at so short a distance from the center of the metropolis. Its depth, which increases gradually from 3 feet inches to 4 feet 8 inches, is such as to afford free scope to the swimmer, while it precludes all fear of accident to any. And the temperature of the water rises to a height sufficient to ensure all the comfort and luxury of bathing, without the risk of injury to health, from a too violent contrast with the external air. The cold bath, 36 feet by 18, is the largest of its kind in London, and both baths are entirely supplied by springs, which are constantly overflowing. The City Road is the line from all parts of the West End to the city. Omnibuses pass both ways nearly every minute throughout the day. Bath Buildings Entrance 2, Baldwin Street Entrance 3, Cold Bath 4, Pleasure Bath 5, Dressing Boxes 6, Shrubberies. Bill of Peerless Pool, circ. 1846. About 1805, Mr. Joseph Watts, father of Thomas Watts, the well-known keeper of printed books at the British Museum, obtained a lease of the place from St. Bartholomew's Hospital at a rental of £600 per annum, and eventually saw his way to a profit by building on part of the ground. He drained the fish pond which lay due east and west, and built the present Baldwin Street on the site. The old-fashioned house inhabited by Kemp, which stood in a garden and orchard of apple and pear trees overlooking the west end of the fish pond, Watts pulled down, erecting bath buildings on the spot. The Pleasure Bath and the Cold Bath, however, continue to open to the public at a charge of 1 shilling, and Hone gives a pleasant description of it as it was, still in Watts's proprietorship, in 1826. Its size, he says, is the same as in Kemp's time, and trees enough remain to shade the visitor from the heat of the sun while on the brink. On a summer evening, it is amusing to survey the conduct of the bathers. Some boldly dive, others timorous stand, and then descend, step by step, unwilling and slow. Choice swimmers attract attention by divings and somersets, and the whole sheet of water sometimes rings with merriment. Every fine Thursday and Saturday afternoon in the summer, columns of blue-coat boys, more than 60 in each, headed by their respective beadles, arrive, and some half strip themselves ere they reach their destination. The rapid plunges they make into the pool, and their hilarity in the bath, testify their enjoyment of the tepid fluid. The pool was still frequented in 1850, but at a later time was built over. Its name is kept locally in remembrance by Peerless Street, the second main turning on the left of the City Road, just beyond Old Street, in coming from the city. This street was formerly called Peerless Row and formed the northern boundary of the ground laid out by Kemp. Maitland's Hist. Of London, IP 84 FF. Dodsley's London, Peerless Pool, Northoaks London, P 756 FF. Trussler's London Advisor, 1786, P 124, Hone's Everyday Book, IP 970 FF. Pennant's London, P 268, Wheatley's London, P and P Roman 3. SV, Newspaper Cuttings and C. W. Call. Views, 2 woodcuts Pleasure Bath and Fish Pond from drawings circ. 1826 by John Cleghorn in Hone's Everyday Book, cited above. View of Peerless Pool Bath and Gardens in 1848, colored drawing by Reed. Crace Cat, P 608, No. 9, The Pleasure Bath, Peerless Pool, An advertisement bill with woodcut of the bath surrounded by trees and shrubberies and a plan of the vicinity 1846. W. Call. C.P. Crace Cat. P. 608, number 8. The Shepherd and Shepherdess, City Road. The Shepherd and Shepherdess Ale House stood on, or near the site afterwards, occupied by the well-known Eagle Tavern in the City Road and Shepherdess Walk. It was built at some time before 1745, and its gardens were frequented in the last century by visitors, who regaled themselves with cream, cakes, and furmity. Invalids sometimes stayed at the Shepherd and Shepherdess to benefit by the pure air of the neighborhood. The City Road, opened in 1761, was cut through the meadow grounds that surrounded the inn. The place gradually lost its rural isolation, but it is found enumerated among the tea gardens resorted to by Londoners of the middling classes in the first quarter of the 19th century. The Shepherd and Shepherdess appears to have been pulled down about 1825, at which time Thomas Rouse built on or near its site the Eagle Tavern, rebuilt 1838, which formed the nucleus of the famous Eagle establishment with its Grecian saloon and theatre, its gardens and dancing pavilion. The tavern, grounds, and theatre were purchased by General Booth in 1882 and have since been occupied by the Salvation Army. Larwood and Houghton, signboards 352-353, Picture of London, 1802 and 1823, Walford, Roman II, 227-274. The Spring Garden, Stepney. This spring garden was situated a little distance to the north of the Mile End Road, and its eastern side abutted on what is now Globe Road. It was in existence at least as early as 1702, and at that period seems to have been sometimes known as the Jews' Spring Garden, probably because it was owned or frequented by some of the wealthy Jews who at that time and long afterwards resided in Goodman's Fields and the neighborhood. There was a tavern attached to the gardens, the keeper of which, in 1743, was a Mr. Dove Rayner, described as a man of agreeable mirth and good humor. The garden continued to exist till 1764, when we hear of it as a Sunday evening resort of holidaymakers, but it does not appear to be mentioned at a later date. In Horwood's Plan G of 1799, the garden or its site, together with a few buildings, is marked as Spring Garden Court. Later on, in the present century, the ground was known as Spring Grove. Nicholas Street and Willow Street, between Globe Road and St. Peter's Road on the west, now appear to occupy part of the site. About the middle of the last century, Stepney is described as a village consisting principally of houses of entertainment, to which vast crowds of people of both sexes resorted on Sundays and at Easter and Whitsuntide, to eat Stepney buns and drink ale and cider. One of these inns was known as the Treat, and there is a print of it, dated 1760, inscribed with the couplet, "At Stepney now with cakes and ale, our tars their mistresses regale." 1. Marylebone Group. Marylebone Gardens. Section 1. Origin of Marylebone Gardens. The principal entrance to these well-known gardens was through the Rose or Rose of Normandy, a tavern situated on the east side of the High Street, Marylebone, opposite Old Marylebone Church. The gardens extended as far east as the present Harley Street, and Beaumont Street, part of Devonshire Street, part of Devonshire Place, and Upper Wimpole Street now occupy their site. When enlarged in 1753, to their fullest extent they comprised about 8 acres, and were bounded on the south by Weymouth Street, formerly called Bowling Green Lane or Bowling Street. As a place of amusement of the Vauxhall type, the gardens date, practically, from 1738, but the Marylebone Garden and Bowling Green came into existence at a much earlier period. The gardens were originally those belonging to the old Marylebone Manor House and were detached from it in 1650. There were several bowling greens in the immediate vicinity, the principal of which was a green appurtenant to the Rose and situated in the gardens behind this tavern. In 1659, the Gardens of the Rose, the nucleus of the later Marylebone Gardens, consisted of gravel walks, a circular walk, and the bowling green which formed the central square. The walks at that time were double-set with quickset hedges, full-grown and indented like town walls. On the outside of the whole was a brick wall with fruit trees. Pepys records a visit in 1668, 7 May. "Then we abroad to Marylebone, and there walked in the garden, the first time I ever was there, and a pretty place it is. In 1691, the place was known as Long's Bowling Green at the Rose, and for several years, circ. 1679, 1736, persons of quality might be seen bowling there during the summer time. At the Groom Porter's battered bullies play, some dukes at Marylebone bowl time away. Less innocent amusement was afforded by the tavern, which, at the end of the 17th and in the early part of the 18th century, was notorious as a gaming house. Sheffield, Duke of Buckingham, d. 1712, was wont at the end of the season to give a dinner at the Rose to its chief frequenters, proposing as the toast, "May as many of us as remain unhanged next spring meet here again." There will be deep play tonight, says Masheath in the Beggar's Opera, and consequently money may be picked up on the road. Meet me there, and I'll give you the hint who is worth setting. Some special attractions were occasionally offered to the quality who frequented the bowling green. Thus, in 1718, there were illuminations there, and a consort of music to celebrate the king's birthday. In 1736, we hear of scaffolding, 135 feet high, that was erected in the gardens for the flying man who was to fly down it by a rope with a wheelbarrow before him. Section 2. Marylebone Gardens under Gough and Trussler. 1730-1763. Daniel Gough, who was proprietor of the Rose and its gardens in 1737, first made a regular charge for admission, and in the summer of 1738, July 12, advertised and opened Marylebone Gardens as a place of evening entertainment. He selected a band from the opera and the theaters to play from 6 to 10, 18 of the best concertos, overtures, and airs, erected a substantial garden orchestra, in which was placed 1740 an organ by Bridge, and built 1739-1740 the house or great room for balls and suppers. Gough was succeeded as manager in 1751 by John Trussler, who being by profession a cook paid attention to the commissariat of the gardens. The rich seed and plum cakes and the almond cheesecakes made by his daughter, Miss Trussler, became a spécialité of the place. Sir John Fielding, the magistrate, was of opinion that Londoners should not want Mrs. Cornley's entertainments in Soho, when they had Ranelagh with its music and fireworks and Marylebone Gardens with their music, wine, and plum cakes. During this period, 1738-1763, Marylebone Gardens were opened in the morning for public breakfasting in the great room, and for a concert beginning at 12, to which the admission was 2 shillings or 1 shilling. The admission for the evening entertainment was the same, but was raised on exceptional nights to 3 shillings. In August 1738, there were introduced 2 grand or double bassoons, made by Mr. Stainsby, Jr., the greatness of whose sound surpassed that of any other bass instrument whatsoever. In 1741, a grand martial composition was performed by Mr. Lamp in honor of Admiral Vernon. In 1744, Nerler, the violinist, was the principal executant, and Mr. Ferrand performed on the periton, an instrument never played on in public before. In 1747, Miss Faulkner made her appearance and remained the principal female singer till about 1752. Mary Ann Faulkner, or Faulkner, was the niece of George Faulkner, the Dublin printer, and was a vocalist of celebrity in her day, though she never aspired beyond such songs as Amoret and Fillies, The Happy Couple, Fair Belinda, Delia, and The Faithful Lover. She had many admirers, among whom were the Earl of Halifax, the second Earl, Lord Vane, and Sir George Savile, but she behaved circumspectly, and bestowed her hand upon a young man named Donaldson, the son of a linen-draper. Unfortunately, her husband, who had been brought up in what Dr. Trussler calls the line of a gentleman, was extravagant and idle, and consented, about 1753, to a base arrangement by which his wife was taken under the protection of Lord Halifax. The Earl built a house for Mrs. Donaldson at Hampton Court Green, where she seems to have lived quietly. At a later time, when Halifax was contemplating marriage with the wealthy daughter of General Drury, she surprised him one evening in the walks at Vauxhall Gardens, and so exerted her influence that the Earl not only left his Vauxhall friends without an apology, but broke off his engagement with Miss Drury. Other vocalists of this period were Thomas Lowe, from 1750, Mr. Baker, 1750, Master Michael Arne, 1751, Madame Ramelio, 1752–1753, Mrs. Chambers, 1753, Champness, 1757, Keir, 1757, Thomas Glanville, 1757, and Reinhold from 1757. De Fesch, the well-known musician, was engaged as first violin in 1748. In 1758, La Serva Padrona, or The Servant Mistress, the first burletta ever given in the gardens, was performed and was often afterwards repeated. It was an adaptation of Pergolesi's composition by the elder Storace and by Dr. Trussler, the proprietor's son. The younger Trussler subsequently became a clergyman and finally a bookseller. He distinguished himself by selling to his clerical brethren original sermons printed in script characters, and made in this way, as he told his bishop, an income of £150 a year. During this period of the gardens history, the evening entertainments were usually confined to concerts, though balls were given from time to time in the Great Room. Fireworks were not often displayed, but on 26 September 1751, after a masquerade, they were introduced with a kind of apology. The playing off the fireworks, which will begin at 11 o'clock, will not incommode the ladies. A large collection of fireworks was announced for display on the June evenings of 1753. A view of Marylebone Gardens in 1755 shows smartly dressed people promenading in the Grand Walk, with the orchestra and the Great Room on either hand. At this period, families of good position had country houses in the High Street, Marylebone, and they probably availed themselves of the subscription tickets for the balls and concerts in the gardens. Old Dr. John Fountaine, for instance, would stroll in from the Manor House School with his friend Mr. Handel. On one occasion, the great composer begged for Fontaine's opinion on a new composition that the band was performing. They sat down together, and after a time the clergyman proposed that they should move. "It is not worth listening to, it's very poor stuff." "You are right, Mr. Fountaine," said Handel, "it is very poor stuff. I thought so myself when I had finished it." The gardens appear to have been generally conducted in a respectable way, though the Duke of Cumberland, if Dr. Trussler has not maligned him, used to behave in a scandalous manner when he visited the place. Probably, gentlemen did not always accede to the proprietor's humble request that they should not smoke on the walks, and a scene occasionally occurred. One Saturday night in August 1751, an angry gentleman drew upon another who was unarmed, but had his sword struck out of his hand by a nobleman standing by, so that the disputants were reduced, we are told, to the use of cane and fist. But on the whole, Marylebone Gardens was a decent and social place of amusement, and little parties were to be seen chatting and laughing in its latticed alcoves. In May 1753, when the gardens had been extended and improved, the place could boast, according to a contemporary account, of the largest and politest assembly ever seen there. A guard of soldiers and peace officers conducted the company, circ. 1741, to and from the gardens, and at 11 and 12 o'clock a special guard set off to take people along the fields as far as the Foundling Hospital. Circ. 1743. The neighborhood of the gardens was, in fact, by no means safe. On a June night of 1751, when the entertainment was in full swing, some thieves entered the house of Mr. William Coombs, a wine merchant residing at the gardens, and carried off his plate and china. About 3 weeks later, a gentleman who was in the fields at the back of the gardens, listening to the strains of the band, had a pistol pointed at him by a man who demanded his money and his watch. On June 30, 1752, a servant going to the gardens was attacked in the fields and robbed by 2 footpads. At a later date, 1764, the proprietor felt it necessary to offer a premium of 10 guineas for the apprehension of any highwayman or footpad found on the road to the gardens, and a horse patrol to and from the city was provided at that time. It is said that Dick Turpin once publicly kissed in the gardens a beauty of the time related to Dr. Fountaine. The lady expostulated, but Turpin exclaimed, "Be not alarmed, madam, you can now boast that you have been kissed by Dick Turpin. Good morning." Section 3. The Gardens under Thomas Lowe, 1763–1768. In 1763, the gardens and adjoining premises were taken at a yearly rent of £170 by Thomas, Tommy, Lowe, the favorite tenor of Vauxhall Gardens, who had already appeared at Marylebone Gardens in 1750. He engaged, among other singers, Mrs. Vincent, Mrs. Lamp, and the beautiful Nan Catley, then only 18. Lowe opened in May 1763 with a musical address to the town, in which the singers, Lowe, Miss Catley, and Miss Smith, apologized for the absence of some of the attractions of Ranelagh and Vauxhall. Yet nature some blessings has scattered around, and means to improve may hereafter be found. The entertainments under Lowe's management consisted principally of concerts in which he himself took a prominent part. The gardens were opened at 5 p.m., the concert began at 6.3, and the admission was 1 shilling. In 1765, the concerts included songs from Dr. Boyce's Solomon, and Mrs. Vincent sang Let the Merry Bells Go Round by Handel, accompanied by a new instrument called the tintinnabula. There was a new ode, August 31, called The Soldier, wrote and set to music by a person of distinction. In 1767, August 28, catches and glees were performed. A wet season, combined, as would appear, with insufficient enterprise involved the manager in difficulties, and by a deed of 15 January 1768, he assigned to his creditors all the receipts and profits arising from the gardens. He retired in 1769 and was glad to accept an engagement at Finch's Grotto, though at one period he had been making, it is said, £1,000 a year. He died 2 March, 1783. Dibdin says that Lowe's voice was more mellow and even than that of Beard, but that Lowe lost himself beyond the namby-pamby of Vauxhall, while Beard was at home everywhere. Section 4. Later History of the Gardens, 1768–1778. During 1768, the gardens were carried on by Lowe's creditors. The receipts for the season from season tickets, 111 £, 6d, each, and money at the doors and bars were 2,085 £1, 7.5d, but the result was a deficit of 263 £10, 3d, though the salaries do not appear to have been excessive. Miss Davis for 6 nights got 3 guineas, Mr. Phillips 3 guineas, Master Brown 4 guineas, Werner, harpist for 6 nights, 2 guineas. The band cost 2713 £, a week. Dr. Samuel Arnold, the musician, became proprietor of the gardens in 1769, and though he eventually retired in 1773, a loser, the gardens probably offered more attractions under his management than at any other period. The weather being wet and cold, the opening of the season of 1769 was postponed till after the middle of May. The proprietor sedulously advertised the very effectual drains that had been made in the gardens, so that they become very dry and pleasant in a short time after heavy rains. A few light showers, moreover, would not hinder the performances, and when dancing took place, there was a covered platform in the garden. The seasons of 1769 and 1770 were sufficiently gay. The ordinary admission at this time, and until the final closing of the gardens, was 1 shilling, raised to half a crown, 3 shillings or 3 shillings and 6pence on the best nights, when the performers had their benefits. On such nights there were fireworks by Rossi and Clanfield, the transparent temple of Apollo was illuminated, and a ball concluded the entertainment. In 1769, nearly the whole staff took a benefit, in their turn. Mrs. Forbes, Mr. Hook, Mr. Pinto, Pickwinet the treasurer, the doorkeepers, and finally the waiters. Thomas Pinto was engaged as leader, James Hook, father of Theodore Hook, as organist, 1769–1772, Mrs. Forbes and Miss Brent, afterwards Mrs. Pinto, as singers. Hook's Love and Innocence, a pastoral serenata, was performed for the first time on 10 August, 1769, and there were odes by Christopher Smart, set to music by Arnold, and an ode to the Haymakers, by Dr. Arne. Illustration: Lawrence and Pink's Tea, Evans Sculp. Published July 1807, by Matthews and Lee. In 1770, the leader was F. H. Bartholomew, one of the best-known violinists of his time, and distinguished for his firmness of hand and purity of tone. His burletta, The Noble Peddler, was successfully produced this year. The Magic Girdle and The Madman were also produced, and the Serva Padrona was revived. On 4 September, the fourth concerto of Corelli, with the additional parts for trumpets, French horns, and kettle drums, was performed. In 1771, the Magnet was performed, first time, 27 June, and Miss Catley, now principal singer at Covent Garden, made her reappearance. From 1772 to 1774, the productions of Torre the fireworker made the gardens very popular. Residents in the neighborhood thought the fireworks a nuisance and attacked Torre in the newspapers. Mrs. Fountain produced a rocket case found in her own garden, and in 1772 Arnold, as proprietor, was summoned at Bow Street. He pleaded, however, a license from the Board of Ordnance, and the fires of Torre continued to burn bright. Torre's masterpiece, often repeated at the gardens, was called the Forge of Vulcan. After the fireworks were over, a curtain rose and discovered Vulcan and the Cyclops at the forge behind Mount Etna. The fire blazed, and Venus entered with Cupid and begged them to make arrows for her son. On their ascending, the mountain appeared in eruption, and a stream of lava poured down its sides. Numerous singers were engaged for 1772, Charles Bannister, Reinhold, Mrs. Calvert, and others, and the musical entertainments were The Divorce by Hook, The Coquette by Storace, The Magnet, and La Serva Padrona. Bannister gave his clever musical imitations of well-known singers and of the Italian, French, and German manner of singing. At Hook's annual festival on 28 August, 1772, Il Dilettanti, by Hook, was given for the first time with choruses by the Young Gentlemen from St. Paul's Choir. The pyrotechnic entertainments included a representation of Cox's Museum and a magnificent temple consisting of upwards of 10,000 cases of different fires, all lighted at the same time. During the fireworks, martial music was performed under Hook's direction in the Temple of Apollo. In 1773, the gardens were open for 3 evenings in the week. Handel's Assis and Galatea was performed 27 May, and Bartholomew's The Wedding Day, in which Theseus, a gay young swain, is beloved by Daphne, an antiquated damsel. Arne conducted his catches and glees at a concert on 15 September. In 1774, there was music every weekday evening. Several novelties were introduced, but the fortunes of the gardens appear to have been waning. Dr. Arnold's Don Quixote was performed for the first time on 30 June. The first Fair Champerter took place in July, but the newspapers attacked the management for charging 5 shillings for an entertainment which consisted of a few tawdry festoons and extra lamps. Some of the visitors, we are told, injured the stage and broke its brittle wares. One cannot help suspecting that Dr. Johnson was at the bottom of this outrage. At any rate, during a visit of his to the gardens at some time between 1772–1774, a similar incident occurred. Johnson, who had heard of the fame of Torre's fireworks, went to the gardens one evening, accompanied by his friend George Stevens. It was showery, and notice was given to the few visitors present that the fireworks were water-soaked and could not be displayed. "This," said Johnson, "is a mere excuse to save their crackers for a more profitable company. Let us both hold up our sticks and threaten to break those colored lamps, and we shall soon have our wishes gratified. The core of the fireworks cannot be injured. Let the different pieces be touched in their respective centers, and they will do their offices as well as ever." Some young men standing by indulged in the violence suggested, but failed to ignite the fireworks. The author of The Rambler, as Mr. Stevens judiciously observes, may be considered, on this occasion, as the ringleader of a successful riot, though not as a skillful pyrotechnist. A second Fair Champerter succeeded better, and the company did not leave till 6 in the morning. During this year, 1774, and in 1775 and 1776, the gardens were open on Sunday, after 5 p.m., for a promenade without music. And sixpence, returned in tea, coffee, and rainlog rolls, was charged for admission. As far back as 1760, the gardens had been opened on Sunday, and genteel persons were admitted to walk gratis, and to drink tea there. But this tea drinking had been prohibited in 1764. The Sunday Rambler, who visited Marylebone Gardens about this time, speaks of them with profound contempt as a place of tea-table recreation. Nobody was there, the tablecloths were dirty, and the rubbish for Signor Torre's fireworks was left lying about. The gardens, he adds, were nothing more than 2 or 3 gravel roads and a few shapeless trees. In the same year, 1774, the managers of the gardens advertised and opened 6 June the Marylebone Spa. In the winter of 1773, the city surveyor, while searching for the city wells in Marylebone, had discovered in the gardens a mineral spring. The public were now admitted to drink this water from 6 o'clock in the morning. It was suggested that the waters might be useful for nervous and scorbutic disorders, but in any case, they strengthen the stomach and promote a good appetite and a good digestion. But the end of Marylebone Gardens, as an open-air resort, was rapidly approaching. In 1775, no concerts appear to have been advertised, though there were several displays of fireworks by Caylott in June, July, and August. Already in 1774, one of those profaners of the cheerful uses of the playhouse and the public garden, a lecturer and reciter, had appeared in the person of Dr. Kenrick on Shakespeare. The management had now, June 1775, to rely for the evening's entertainment on the modern magic lantern, consisting of whimsical sketches of character by R. Baddeley the comedian and on a lecture upon mimicry by George Savile Carey. In July, a conjurer was introduced. In 1776, there was a flicker of the old gaiety. The Forge of Vulcan was revived in May, and there were fireworks by Caylott. A representation of the boulevards of Paris was prettily contrived, the boxes fronting the ballroom being converted into the shops of Newfangle, the milliner, Trinket, the toyman, and Crotchet, the music seller. The gardens closed on 23 September 1776 and were never afterwards regularly opened. Henry Angelo, Reminiscences, referring to the Marylebone Gardens in their later days, says they were adapted to the gentry rather than the haut ton. Whatever this distinction may be worth, it is clear from the comparative paucity of the contemporary notices that the Marylebone Gardens, though a well-known resort, at no period attained the vogue of Ranelagh or the universal popularity of Vauxhall. About 1778, the site of the gardens was let to the builders, and the formation of streets, see Section 1, begun. J.T. Smith states that the orchestra, before which he had often stood when a boy, was erected on the space occupied by the house in Devonshire Place, numbered in 1828. 17. According to Malcolm, a few of the old trees of the gardens were still standing in 1810 at the north end of Harley Street. The old rose of Normandy, with a skittle alley at the back, existed, little altered, till 1848-1850, when a new tavern was built on its site. The tavern, still bearing the old name, was subsequently taken by Sam Collins, Samuel Vagg, the popular Irish vocalist, who converted its concert room into a regular music hall, the Marylebone, which he carried on till 1861, when he parted with his interest to Mr. W. Botting. The present Marylebone Music Hall, with the public bar attached to it, fronts the High Street and standing on the site of the old Rose of Normandy, from which the Marylebone Gardens were entered, may claim, in a measure, to be evolved from that once famous pleasure resort. St. Hill's Memoirs, 1659 Gent. Mag. Volume 83, p. 524, Advertisements, Songs, and C. relating to Marylebone Gardens, 1763-1775, Brit. Muse. 840 M29, Newspaper Advertisements, Songs, and C. in W. Call. Newspaper cuttings and C. relating to London Public Gardens in the Guildhall Library, London, Smith's Book for a Rainy Day, p. 40 ff. Thomas Smith's Marylebone Blanchard in Era Almanac, 1869, p. 32 ff. Grove's Dict. Of Music, 1880, Art. Marylebone Gardens, by W. H. Husk. Angelo's Reminiscences, Roman 2. p. 3, Tims's Romance of London, Walford, Roman 4, 431, ff. Thomas Harris's Historical and Descriptive Sketch of Marylebone Gardens, London, 1887. Views, A View of Marylebone Gardens and Orchestra, J. Donowell Dell, published by J. Tinney. Crace Cat, p. 566, No. 74, Modifications of 1, published by R. Sayer, 1755, and by Bowles and Carver. Crace Cat, p. 566, Nos. 75-76, also published by J. Ryall, Views of Rose of Normandy. Crace Cat. p. 566, Nos. 81, p. 567, No. 82. The Queen's Head and Artichoke. In the neighborhood of the Marylebone Gardens were a few much humbler places of entertainment, standing in what in the last century was a rural district. The Queen's Head and Artichoke, the Jew's Harp House, and, farther west, the Yorkshire Stingo. The Queen's Head and Artichoke was in Marylebone Park, nearly opposite Portland Road, and about 500 yards from the north side of the new road, Marylebone Road. It was a small and picturesque old inn, standing in a meadow to which a footpath led, and displaying a portrait of Queen Elizabeth as its sign. Tradition attributed the building of the house to a gardener of the Queen, and the curious combination of the sign was believed to have something to do with this. The inn is marked in Rock's map of 1745, and it probably then possessed, as it did at the beginning of the present century, a ground for skittles and bumblepuppy, and shady bowers, in which cream, tea, and cakes were served. It was pulled down about 1811, and the Colosseum afterwards occupied part of the site. A new tavern was then built near the site of the old inn, and this is probably identical with the public house called the Queen's Head and Artichoke, which is now number 30 Albany Street, East Side. Gent. Mag. 1819 pt. 2 p. 401 Larwood and Houghton Hist. Of Signboards pp. 311-312, Walford vp 255, Smith, Bookfora. Rainy Day, Wheatley, London P&P SV. Jew's Harp and Albany Street, Hone's Yearbook p. 318, Clinch's Marylebone pp. 40 and 45. Views, a watercolor drawing by Finlay, 1796. Crace Cat p. 569 No. 104, cp. An engraving of the inn in Walford VP and a small sketch in Clinch's Marylebone p. 45 dated 1796. An engraving published in Gent. Mag. 1819 pt. 2 p. reproduced in Clinch's Marylebone facing p. 40. The Jew's Harp House and Tea Gardens. The Jew's Harp House was in Marylebone Park, a little to the northwest of the Queen's Head and Artichoke, from which it was separated by fields. It is marked in Rock's map of 1745, and while still a quiet inn, is said to have been a favorite haunt of Arthur Onslow, the famous speaker, B. 1691, D. 1768, who used to take his pipe and glass in the chimney corner. One day, when driving to the House of Commons in his coach, he was recognized by the landlord, and on his next visit to the inn was welcomed by the family as befitted Mr. Speaker. His incognito was thus betrayed, and he returned no more. By 1772, it had become a recognized place of amusement provided with Bowery Tea Gardens, skittle grounds, a trap-ball ground, and a tennis court. A large upper room, reached by a staircase from the outside, was used as a dining room for large parties and occasionally for evening dances. Facing the south of the premises was a semicircular enclosure with boxes for ale and tea drinking, guarded by painted deal-board soldiers. The place was in existence till about 1812, when it was removed for the formation of Regent's Park. It stood between the present broad walk of the park and the northeast corner of the Botanic Gardens. J. T. Smith's Book for a Rainy Day, pp. 17, 18 ed. 1833, Hone's Yearbook, p. 318, Larwood and Houghton Signboards, pp. 340-341, where J. T. Smith's description of the Jew's Harp Marylebone is wrongly referred to the Jew's Harp, Islington, Tims's Club Life, 1866, Roman 2. p. 236, Chambers's Book of Days, Roman 2. p. 74, Wheatley's London, SV. Jew's Harp, Walford, VP 255, Clinch's Marylebone and St. Pancras, p. Picture of London, 1802, p. 370. Views. The Jew's Harp Public House in Marylebone Park, a watercolor drawing by Bigot, 1794. Crace, Cat, p. 569, No. 106, cp. A sketch in Clinch's Marylebone, p. 48. The Yorkshire Stingo. The Yorkshire Stingo, a public house on the south side of the Marylebone Road, nearly opposite Chapel Street and the entrance to Lisson Grove, is the modern representative of a rural inn of the same name that was in existence at least as early as 1733. From 1770, or earlier, extensive tea gardens and a bowling green were attached to the place. During the first 40 years of the present century, the gardens were much frequented by the middle classes, especially on Sundays, when admittance was by a sixpenny ticket including refreshments. For several years, from about 1790, a fair was held on the 1st of May at or near the Yorkshire Stingo, and the May dance with Jack in the Green took place. This fair was suppressed as a nuisance in the early part of the present century. In 1836, and for a few years following, the Yorkshire Stingo had its Apollo, or Royal Apollo, saloon in which concerts, vaudevilles, and comic burlettas were given every evening. On gala nights, balloon ascents, fireworks, and other entertainments took place in the grounds. The admission was 1 shilling. The Tea Gardens and Bowling Green were closed about 1848, and the present county court and the Marylebone baths and washhouses, nearly adjoining the present Yorkshire Stingo on the east, were built on their site. Thomas Smith's Marylebone, p. 185, Walford Roman 4, 410, v. 256 Larwood and Houghton, signboards, p. 384, Picture of London, and 1829, Wheatley's London P and P, Yorkshire Stingo. Views: the Yorkshire Stingo in 1770, a small sketch in Clinch's Marylebone, p. 46, showing the tavern and the entrance to the Tea Gardens. View of the new county court and the baths and the washhouses built upon the ground of the late Tea Gardens, and c. of the Yorkshire Stingo Tavern, a woodcut 1849. Crace, Cat, p. 567, number 89. Bayswater Tea Gardens. The Bayswater Tea Gardens, situated in a region once noted for its springs and salubrious air, were originally the physic garden of Sir John Hill, botanist, playwright, and quack doctor. His farces are physic, his physic a farce is. And in this garden, he grew the plants for his wonderful water dock essence and balm of honey. Hill died in 1775, and his garden was, some years before 1795, turned into a place of amusement, known as the Bayswater Tea Gardens, and much frequented by the denizens of Oxford Street and neighbourhood. Views of 1796 show the boxes and arbours, and a family party, more plebeian than that in George Morland's Tea Garden, in full enjoyment of their tea. Waiters are bustling about with huge kettles crying, "Ware kettle, scaldings." The Bayswater Tea Gardens are mentioned in the Picture of London, 1823-1829, among those frequented by Londoners of the middle classes. From about 1836, they appear to have been called the Flora Tea Gardens, Bayswater. For the 27th June, 1836, Mrs. Graham was announced to make her ascent from the gardens at 5 o'clock in her silk balloon. In the evening were fireworks, the admission being 1 shilling. In August 1839, Hampden, the aeronaut, made an ascent about 7 in the evening in his Albion balloon from these gardens, which were crowded by a fashionable and respectable company. The balloon moved over the Kensington Gardens, and Hampden then descended in his safety parachute, this descent being the feature of the performance. The parachute struck against a tree and fell. Hampden was extracted from the tackle in a shaken condition, but was borne on the shoulders of 4 men into the Flora Gardens amid loud applause, and a grand display of fireworks concluded the entertainment. At a later date, the place was called the Victoria Tea Gardens and became well known for running matches and other sporting meetings. The gardens continued open till 1854, but their site, together with that of Hopwood's nursery grounds, was afterwards, from about 1860, covered by the houses of Lancaster Gate. Art Hilljohn, M.D. Indict, of Nat, Beog. Licenses Environs Roman 3, p. 331, Era Almanac 1871, Faulkner Kensington, p. 420, Wheatley London P and PSV. Bayswater and Lancaster Gate, Walford VPP. 183, 185, 188 Newspaper cuttings W. Call. Views. View of the Tea Gardens at Bayswater, 2 oval prints in Woodward's Eccentric Excursions, Plate V. Woodward Del J. C. Sculp. London, published 1796 by Allen and West. 3. North London Group. Pancras Wells. These wells were situated close to Old St. Pancras Church on its south side. In connection with them was a tavern originally called the Horns, and its proprietor, Edward Martin, issued in 1697 a handbill setting forth the virtues of the water, which he declares to have been found, by long experience, a powerful antidote against rising of the vapors, also against the stone and gravel. It likewise cleanses the body and sweetens the blood, and is a general and sovereign help to nature. For the summer season of this year, beginning on Whit Monday, Martin promised to provide dancing every Tuesday and Thursday. The charge for the watering and such other diversions as were obtainable was 3d. In 1722, a proprietor of the Wells laments that the credit of the place had suffered for many years by encouraging of scandalous company, probably some of the pretty nymphs mentioned by Thomas Browne, and by making the long room a common dancing room. He promises to prevent this in the future and to exclude undesirable characters from the garden walks. About 1730, Pancras Wells seem to have regained their reputation. At any rate, they were industriously advertised, and the London print dealers sold views of the gardens and the rooms. The water could be obtained at the pump room, or a dozen bottles of it might be purchased for 6 shillings of Mr. Richard Bristow, goldsmith. At this time, and for 40 or 50 years later, the surroundings of the Wells were completely rural, and visitors might be seen coming across the fields by the footpaths leading from Tottenham Court, Gray's Inn, and Islington. The gardens and premises had now, 1730, reached their full extent. Facing the church was the house of entertainment, and behind this was the long room, 60 feet by 18, with the pump room at its west end. The gardens lay further south, in the rear of these and other buildings. A pleasant stroll might be taken in the new plantation or in the shaded, but formal garden known as the Old Walk. Little is heard of the Wells during the next 30 or 40 years. But in June 1769, the proprietor, John Armstrong, advertised the water as being in the greatest perfection. The place, however, was probably now chiefly frequented as a genteel and rural tea garden, with its hot loaves, syllabubs, and milk from the cow. Dinners were also obtainable, and the powerful refreshments of neat wines, curious punch, Dorchester Marlborough and Ringwood beers. Illustration: Bill of Pancras Wells, circ. 1730, showing the Wells and the Adam and Eve Tavern near St. Pancras Church. According to license, the Pancras water continued in esteem till some years before 1795. But when he wrote 1795-1811, the well appears to have been enclosed in the garden of a private house. Part of the site of the old wells and walks was formerly occupied by the houses in Church Row, but these have been swept away for the premises of the Midland Railway connected with the St. Pancras terminus. T. Brown's Letters from the Dead to the Living, Part 2, first published 1702, Moll Quarrels to Mother Cresswell, Dodsley's London, 1761 SV. Pancras, Licenses Environs Roman 3. 1795, p. 381, Supplement 1811, p. 283, Gent. Mag, pt. 2, p. 556, Beauties of England and Wales, X Part 4. 1816, p. 175, Clinch's Marylebone and St. Pancras Palmer St. Pancras, Miller St. Pancras, Wroth St. Pancras, 1865, p. 10, Lewis's Islington, p. 37, Note Walford, v. 339. Views: a bird's-eye view of St. Pancras Wells, showing the garden house and C, the old church and C, with a description of the mineral waters. A tinted drawing, 1751, Crace Cat, p. 580 No. 57. The original engraving is of circ. 1730, C. Palmer St. Pancras, p. 246, ff. Clinch's Marylebone, p. Walford, v. 336. The southwest view of Pancras Church and Wells. Chaitlin Dell, J. Roberts, SC, 1750. Crace Cat, p. 579, No. 45, W. Call, PL, 30 in Chatelain's 50 Views. Also the southeast view, Chatelain's 50 Views, PL, 29 with Adam and Eve, Pancras Wells. A north view of the garden house and C copy of an old drawing, 1775, Crace Cat, p. 580, No. 58. A view of the long room at St. Pancras and the trap ball ground. Copy of an old drawing, 1775. Crace Cat, p. 580 No. Colonel Jack robbing Mrs. Smith going to Kentish Town near the Wells. W. Jet Dell, J. Bayswater SC, 1762. Crace Cat, p. No. 60. Adam and Eve Tea Gardens, St. Pancras. The Adam and Eve Tavern, situated near the west end of Old St. Pancras Church, was in existence at least as early as 1730, and is mentioned in 1754 as a resort of the London Cit. In 1778, it could boast of a long room adorned with gilt-framed oval pier glasses, and in 1786 the landlord, Charles Eaton, advertised the attractions of his gardens and pleasure grounds. About the beginning of the present century, it could still be described as an agreeable retreat with enchanting prospects, and the gardens were well laid out with arbors, flowers, and shrubs. Cows were kept for making syllabubs, and on summer afternoons, a regular company met to play bowls and trap ball in an adjacent field. One proprietor fitted out a mimic squadron of frigates in the garden, and the long room was a good deal used for bean feasts and tea-drinking parties. In 1803, about 3.5 acres of the Adam and Eve Tea Gardens were taken to form the St. Giles-in-the-Fields Cemetery, adjoining the old St. Pancras churchyard, though the tavern still lingered on. In later years, circ. 1865–1874, the Adam and Eve was an ordinary public house. It still retained, 1874, a portion of its old grounds, which were used by its frequenters for bowl playing. This ground, however, was enclosed by a high wall and was overlooked by the mean houses that formed Eve Place. The building has since been taken down. F. Miller St. Pancras pp. 45 and 49, Palmer S. St. Pancras pp. 244–245, Wroth St. Pancras p. 3, Picture of London ed. 1802 p. 370, Wheatley's London Roman 3, 2022, see also notes. Views. The Adam and Eve is shown in the 1730 view of Pancras Wells and in the views of Old St. Pancras Church, e.g., in the south view of the Church of St. Pancras, printed for Bowles and Carver, W. Call. The Assembly House, Kentish Town. The Assembly House was in existence in 1725 or earlier and consisted of a large inn, partly built of wood, with a long room on the south, entered from outside by a covered staircase. This room for many years continued to be used for dancing by the elite of the neighborhood. By about 1776, the village of Kentish Town had become a somewhat populous place, and in the summertime was much resorted to by Londoners who took lodgings there or made brief excursions thither. In 1788, the Assembly House was taken by a Mr. Thomas Wood, who specially advertised his trap ball and skittle ground, pleasant summer house, and extensive garden. The house was pulled down in 1853, and its site and that of the garden covered by houses. The Assembly House Tavern, No. 298 Kentish Town Road, and a police station have been built on the baiting ground and yard that were formerly in front of the old house. Miller St. Pancras, p. 294 ff. Wroth St. Pancras, pp. 11, Walford v. p. 320, Palmer S. St. Pancras, p. 62 ff. Views. The Assembly Rooms, Kentish Town, 1750, Walford v. p. 313. The Old Assembly House, Kentish Town, May 1853, drawn and etched by W. B. Rye, Etchings, London, 1857. White Conduit House. White Conduit House was originally a small alehouse of the 17th century, and, according to tradition, the workmen who built it were carousing there to celebrate its completion on the day of the execution of Charles I. It derived its name from the water conduit, faced with white stone, which stood in a field nearly opposite. In 1730, one White Conduit House was still a one-storied building, but between that date and about 1745 it was pulled down or altered and a long room added. From about 1745, the garden was well laid out and possessed a circular fish pond and a number of pleasant arbors. Robert Bartholomew, the proprietor in 1754, added a long walk, and to prevent his visitors being in the least incommoded from people in the fields, constructed a fence some 7 feet in height. Hot loaves, tea, coffee, and liquors in the greatest perfection were the refreshments offered, and he assured those who drank his milk, procured directly from the cow, that his animals eat no grains. Cricket was played at this time, 1754, in a meadow adjoining the house, bats and balls being provided by the proprietor. The house contained rooms for tea drinking, and also the long room from whence is the most copious prospects and airy situation of any now in vogue. A description ungrammatical but correct, for White Conduit House at this time, and until about 1775, was picturesquely situated. Standing on rising ground, and environed by pleasant country lanes and pastures, it commanded towards the north fine views of Hampstead and Highgate. In 1774, the gardens at the back of the house were described as being laid out with several pleasing walks, prettily disposed, with the pond in the center and an avenue of trees. For the accommodation of the tea drinkers, there were genteel boxes, let into the hedges and decorated with Flemish paintings. A large painting was placed at the far end of the avenue and seemed to increase its length. Under Robert Bartholomew, who was probably proprietor until his death in 1766, White Conduit had become a popular tea garden. Until about the end of the 18th century, its visitors, though never in the least people of fashion, were on the whole of a respectable class. The favorite day was Sunday in the spring and summertime, when large numbers of holiday folk crowded the house and gardens. The city prig, in white satin waistcoat and scratch wig, the graver man of business, clad in brown, his wife and family, were persons of consequence here, while their dependents also spent their holiday at the same place. Wished Sundays come, mirth brightens every face and paints the rose upon the housemaid's cheek, Harriet or Moll, more ruddy. Now the heart of Prentice, resident in Ample Street, or Alley, Kennel-washed, Cheapside, Cornhill, or Cranbourne, the for calcuments renowned with joy distends. His meal meridian or with switch in hand, he to White Conduit House hies merry-hearted. Human beings here in couples multitudinous assemble, forming the drollest group that ever trod fair Islingtonian plains. Male after male, dog after dog succeeding, husbands, wives, fathers and mothers, brothers, sisters, friends, and pretty little boys and girls. Around, across, along the gardens, shrubby maze they walk, they sit, they stand. What crowds press on, eager to mount the stairs, eager to catch first vacant bench or chair in long room placked. Here prig with prig holds conference polite, and indiscriminate the gaudy beau and sloven mix. Here he who all the week took bearded mortals by the nose, or sat weaving dead hairs and whistling wretched strain, and eke the sturdy youth, whose trade it is stout oxen to contund, with gold-bound hat and silken stocking strut. The red-armed belle here shows her tasty gown, proud to be thought the butterfly of fashion. Curtsies, bows, and compliments were the order of the day. A White Conduit method of effecting an introduction was for the gallant, Prentice to tread on the lady's train, to apologize profusely, and finally to suggest an adjournment for tea in one of the arbors. By 5 o'clock on a fine Sunday afternoon, a seat was hardly procurable, for the tea-drinking was then in full vigor, and the famous White Conduit loaves in great request. Among its frequenters, White Conduit House could number Oliver Goldsmith, who was wont circ. 1768, to call there at tea-time on his shoemaker's holidays. C.P. Highbury Barn, infra. On one occasion, meeting in the gardens the wife and daughters of a tradesman to whom he was under some obligation, he treated the ladies handsomely to refreshments, only to find when the reckoning came that his purse was empty. Abraham Newland, the famous cashier of the Bank of England, was also a visitor at White Conduit, and, at a later time, George Cruikshank made many of his character sketches there. The visitors came to dread his sketchbook, and children who made faces were set on their good behavior by the threat that Mr. Cruikshank would put them in his book. In 1794 or earlier, the owner of White Conduit was Mr. Christopher Bartholomew, a man of considerable means, who did much to improve the grounds. At one time he owned the freeholds of both the Angel Inn, Islington, and White Conduit House, and was said to be worth £50,000. Having won a lottery prize, he gave a public breakfast in the Conduit Gardens to commemorate the smiles of fortune, as the invitation tickets expressed it. Unfortunately, his taste for gambling and the lottery increased, and soon his entire fortune was squandered, and he ultimately died in poverty at a mean lodging in March, 1809, at the age of 68. The surroundings of White Conduit House were still agreeable, and in 1803 we find references to the fine prospect, and the mild, refreshing breezes from the abundant hay crops for which the district was noted. By about 1833, however, brickfields and rows of houses had destroyed its rural aspect. Until about the beginning of the present century, White Conduit House appears to have had no entertainments apart from its tea gardens, and from the organ performances in the house. But under the proprietorship of Sharp and Warren, from about 1811 or earlier till 1828, several changes took place. The pond was filled in and planted over, and a new tea and dancing saloon, dignified by the name of the Apollo Room, and subsequently converted into a billiard room, was erected in the northwest angle of the gardens. The tea boxes were enlarged and the old paintings removed or defaced. A pretty miniature steeple, set up in the last century, and a maze were still to be seen in the garden. From about 1825, White Conduit House possessed a bandstand and a small stage erected at the northeast end of the grounds, which were further embellished with fountains and statuary. Bowls and Dutch pins were played, and archery in 1827 was a popular amusement. Balloon ascents were also a feature, the most important being those made by Graham, 1823–1825, Mrs. Graham, 1826, Charles Green, 1828, and John Hampden in 1842, and on 19 August 1844 when Hampden was accompanied by Mr. Wells, Henry Coxwell. In 1824, September, at a benefit and gala fair, 30 kinds of fireworks were displayed. Fiery pigeons flew across the gardens, and 2 immense snakes went in pursuit of one another. In 1825, the place was advertised as the new Vauxhall, White Conduit Gardens, and evening concerts, variety entertainments, and firework displays were given in the grounds. On 21 June of this year, in commemoration of the Battle of Waterloo, a grand gala and rural fair took place in the evening, with a concert and fireworks. There was music in the quadrille room and the country dance room, and for dancing in the Grand Walk, the Pantheon and the gardens were illuminated by variegated lamps. Vigilant officers were in attendance, and no person was admitted in dishabille. The admission was 2 shillings. Chabert the fire eater was here in 1826 June. After swallowing arsenic, oxalic acid, boiling oil, and molten lead, without, it is said, feeling any inconvenience, he entered a large heated oven supported by 4 pillars, and there cooked a leg of lamb and a rump steak, which he proceeded to divide among the spectators. The admission was half a crown and 18 pence. In July of this year, Mrs. Bland here made her last public appearance. This singer, well known for the sweet quality of her mezzo-soprano voice and unaffected rendering of English ballads, was long attached to Drury Lane Theatre, and for several years appeared at Vauxhall. About 1824, her mind became affected, and on her recovery, she was glad to accept an engagement at an inferior place of entertainment. In October 1826, the magistrates in granting the license stipulated that the music should cease at 11:3 p.m., and that the gardens should close at 11:45. Masquerades and fireworks were prohibited. These restrictions, however, appear to have been subsequently withdrawn or disregarded. About this period, 1826, part of the south side of the gardens was cut off by the formation of Warren Street, and a few years later, before 1833, a gasometer and a tall chimney disfigured the northeast corner of the grounds. The accommodation of White Conduit House having now become insufficient, a new hotel was contemplated. The first stone was laid on 2 February 1829, Messrs. Bowles and Monkhouse being then the proprietors. About the middle of June 1829, the new building, referred to in the bills as New Minor Vauxhall, White Conduit House, Hotel and Tavern, was opened with a concert and ball. It was a tall, plain structure. Its chief room, a large hall about 80 feet by 60, was much used for dances, dinners, and political meetings. From many of the laudatory press notices, from about 1826 onwards, it might appear that White Conduit House was a crowded and even fashionable resort, but this was by no means the case. Surrounding buildings had spoilt the place, and at this period, White Conduit House, as its Cockney visitors called it, was comparatively neglected. The chimes of the miniature steeple were silent, and the gardens had lost their rural charm. Hone severely describes it as a starveling show of odd company and colored lamps, possessing a mock orchestra with mock singing, and a dancing room, in which no respectable person would care to be seen. In 1832, November, the magistrates refused to grant the license, and in 1834, 15 February, the proprietor was fined £5 for the rowdy conduct of some of the audience. A satirical visitor in 1838 ridicules the vocal attainments of the singers and the gaudy dresses of the female performers, whose heads were decorated with blue roses and adorned with corkscrew curls. The audiences were now composed of the artisan class, the small shopkeeper, the apprentice and shop lad. with a sprinkling of lawyers' clerks recognizable by their long hair, worn-out 4- and 9-penny gossamers, short trousers, and blucher boots, and by their conversation, which is described as no less objectionable than their cabbage-leaf cigars. From 1830 till the close of the place in 1849, the entertainments, beginning about 7.3, were of a very varied character: concerts, juggling, farces, and ballets. The admission, occasionally 6pence, was usually 1 shilling, half of which was sometimes returned in refreshments. Ladies and children generally came in half price. A diorama and moonlight view of Holyrood were exhibited in 1830, and about the same time, Miss Clark made one of her ascents upon an inclined rope attached to a platform above the highest trees in the garden, reaching this eminence amidst a blaze of light. Here, too, in 1831 August, and also in 1836 and 1837, Blackmore of Vauxhall made some of his terrific ascents. A play of T. Dibdin's entitled The Hog in Armour was performed in 1831 April, and Charles Sloman, the clever impromptu versifier, appeared in August and September 1836. In 1839, Breach the proprietor, who exerted himself in popularizing the house, placed its amusements under the management of John Donne, styled the English Jim Crow on account of his imitations of T.D. Rice in Jump Jim Crow. In 1841, a large painting of Windsor Castle and the park troops was placed at the end of the center, then denominated the Chinese Walk. And in 1842, July and August, a Mr. Bryant being the landlord, Batty's Circus was engaged. In 1843, R. Rouse was the proprietor, and in these later years, the amusements of White Conduit House gradually deteriorated until they were terminated on 22 January 1849 by a ball given for the benefit of the check-takers. 3 days afterwards, the demolition of the house was begun, and it was soon leveled for a new line of streets, the present White Conduit Public House being erected on part of the site. The gardens had extended from Penton Street in an easterly direction to White Conduit Street, now called Cloudesley Road. Albert Street now approximately marks their southern boundary, and Denmark Road the northern limit. Fillinam's collection relating to White Conduit House in Brit, Mus, Pinks's Clerkenwell, Walford's Old and New London, Wheatley's London P&P, Lewis's Islington, Tomlins's Parham. Of Islington, Cromwell's Islington, Hone's Everyday Book, Volume Roman 2. p. 1201 ff. Mirror 1833, Volume Roman 21 p. 426, Nelson's Islington, Brayley's Londiniana, Era Almanac, 1871, newspaper cuttings in W. Call. Views. Crace, Fillinam, and other collections contain numerous views from which the following may be selected. South view of White Conduit House in Lempriere's set of views, 1731, reproduced in Lewis's Islington and Pinks's Clerkenwell. White Conduit House, 1749. Engraving in Knight's Old England, Volume Roman 2. Fig. 2402. White Conduit House near Islington, circa 1771. A print Crace Cat, number 200. White Conduit House in the last century, circa 1780. A woodcut Crace Cat, number 201. The Old White Conduit Tea Gardens, Islington, colored view W. Call, Old White Conduit House Tea Gardens, sepia drawing signed C. H. M. Fillinam Call, p. 46. White Conduit House Tavern and Tea Gardens, 1828. Engraved heading of a White Conduit Bill. Fillinam Call. General view of the gardens, White Conduit House. Fillinam Call. p. 46. White Conduit House. Engraving in Cromwell's Clerkenwell, p. 216. White Conduit Gardens from Islington Terrace. Sepia drawing, signed C. H. M. 1829. Fillinam Call, p. 46. Old White Conduit House. Ph.D. 1831, engraved in Rogers's Views of Pleasure Gardens of London, p. 53, showing balloon and old conduit. The White Conduit Gardens, North View, sepia drawing by C. H. Matthews, 1832. Crace Cat, number 204, View in Gardens showing stage and C. watercolor drawing, signed I.F. June 2, 1832. Fillinam Call, p. 48. A view in the gardens of White Conduit House with the rope dancing and fireworks. Sepia drawing, 1848. Crace Cat, number 207, C.P. Ashton's The Fleet. White Conduit House, Hotel and Tavern, northwest view of front. A watercolor drawing by Matthews, 1849. Crace Cat. Number 208. Bird's eye view of the gardens of White Conduit House, taken from the balcony. a colored drawing by Mr. Crace, 1849. Crace, Cat, number 209. Dobney's Bowling Green, or Prospect House. Dobney's Bowling Green, or, as it was originally called, Prospect House, stood on a portion of the site of Winchester Place, now part of Pentonville Road, near to the southeast corner of Penton Street and opposite the New River Reservoir. It was in existence as early as the 17th century, a Mr. Ireland being rated in 1669 for the prospect. Prospect House, standing on Islington Hill, derived its name from the fine views that it commanded, and in the 17th and 18th centuries was a vantage ground from which artists often sketched St. Paul's and the metropolis. It possessed good bowling greens probably as early as 1633, and in the spring of 1718, these were advertised as open for the accommodation of all gentlemen bowlers. Later on, the place was called Dobney's or Daubigny's Bowling Green House from the name of its proprietor, whose widow, Mrs. Anne Daubney, also kept the place for many years. She was succeeded by A. Mr. Johnson, who called the place Johnson's Prospect and Bowling Green House. He converted the bowling green, which was near the corner of Penton Street, into an al fresco amphitheater, and in 1767 engaged the equestrian Price, who drew large audiences by his performances, which lasted during the spring and summer season, beginning at 6 o'clock. Price is said to have made, by his exhibitions at Daubney's and elsewhere, a fortune of £14,000. Illustration, a representation of the surprising performances of Mr. Price at Daubney's, circ. 1767. In 1769, Philip Jonas performed their feats of manual dexterity, and the exhibition of the skeleton of a whale, 60 feet long, was reckoned an attraction. In 1770, the house was occupied as a boarding school by the Reverend John Davis, but the place was soon again reopened as the Jubilee Gardens, in allusion to the Stratford Jubilee of Shakespeare. In 1772, Daniel Wildman, an expert in beekeeping, gave on summer evenings a curious performance called Bees on Horseback, described as follows. Daniel Wildman rides standing upright, one foot on the saddle and the other on the horse's neck, with a curious mask of bees on his face. He also rides standing upright on the saddle with the bridle in his mouth, and by firing a pistol makes one part of the bees march over a table, and the other part swarm in the air and return to their places again. This performance, together with other entertainments, began at 7:15, and the admission was 1 shilling, or 2 shillings to the boxes and gallery. In 1774, the gardens were still open, but in a much neglected condition, as the walks were not kept in order nor the hedges properly cut. There were, however, at this time several good apartments in the house and 2 tea rooms on the north side of the bowling green, built one above the other, and Daubney, as it was still popularly called, was a favorite Sunday resort of the London apprentice. On Sabbath day, who has not seen in colors of the rainbow dizened, the prentice beaux and belles, I ween, fatigued with heat, with dust half poisoned, to Daubney's strolling or Pantheon, their tea to sip or else regale, as on their way they shall agree on, with syllabubs or bottled ale. In 1780, we hear of lectures and debates taking place in the house, but in 1781, the lease and trade of the Shakespeare Tavern and Jubilee Gardens, formerly called Daubney's Bowling Green, were offered for sale by auction. At that time, according to the auctioneer's advertisement, Daubney's consisted of a dwelling house, a building containing a bakehouse, kitchens, and sea, with an adjoining erection comprising 2 spacious rooms, capable of dining near 200 people each, a trap ball ground, bowling green, and extensive gardens properly laid out. The place, however, ceasing to be frequented, the ground was about 1,790, partly built over with the houses forming Winchester Place. The gardens, or a part of them, remained until 1810, when they disappeared. Daubney's Court, an alley on the east side of Penton Street, now occupies a small part of the original site. Pinks's Clerkenwell, Nelson's Islington, Lewis's Islington, Sunday Ramble, Tomlins's Perambulation of Islington, pp. 160-187, Memoirs of De Castro, p. 29. Views. A drawing of Prospect House taken about 1780 was at one time in the possession of Mr. Upcott, Notes and Queries, First Series, Roman 9, 1854, p. 572, a representation of the surprising performances of Mr. Price, engraved for the Universal Museum and Comp. Mag. Circ. 1767, W. Call. Belvedere Tea Gardens, Pentonville Road. The Belvedere Tavern and Tea Gardens in the Pentonville Road, at the southwest corner of Penton Street, occupied the site of Busby's Folly. Itself a house of entertainment with a bowling green attached to it. Busby's Folly, which was in existence at least as early as 1664, afterwards, between 1731 and 1745, acquired the name of Penny's Folly. In August 1769, Penny's Folly was taken by a German named Zucker, who exhibited there his learned little horse, while Mrs. Zucker played favorite airs on the musical glasses, and the so much admired and unparalleled Mr. Jonas displayed his matchless and curious deceptions. The entertainment began at 6.3 and took place in a large room commanding a delightful prospect from its 14 windows. The admission was 1 shilling, and it was announced that the little horse will be looking out of the windows up 2 pair of stairs every evening before the performances begin. The performances of Zucker had already been for some years in repute with holiday folk, and in 1762 he had received honorable mention in a prologue spoken at the Haymarket Theatre. How dull, methinks, look Robin, Sue, and Nancy at Greenwich Park did nothing strike your fancy. Had you no cheesecakes, cider, shrimps, or bun, saw no wild beasties or no jackass run blessed Conduit House. What raptures does it yield? And hail, thou wonder of a Chelsea field. Yet Zucker still amazingly surpasses your Conduit House, your pygmy, and your asses. Penny's Folly was afterwards pulled down, and the Belvedere Tavern came into existence about 1780. In the early part of the present century, and probably 20 years earlier, the Belvedere possessed a bowling green and a large garden, with many trees and plenty of accommodation for tea-drinking parties. The chief attraction was a large racquet court. The garden and racquet court continued to be frequented till 1860 or later. In 1876, the Belvedere was rebuilt and is now used as a public house, the garden, or part of it, being occupied by the pianoforte works of Messrs. Yates. Pinks's Clerkenwell, 530–1533. Tomlins's Perambulation of Islington, 40, 41, 163, 164. Picture of London, 1802, p. 370. Views. South front of Busby's Folly, one of C. Lempriere's set of views, 1731, woodcut in Pinks, p. 530. CP. Woodcut in Tomlins's Perambulation of Islington, p. 164, and a watercolor drawing by C. H. Matthews and Crace, Cat, p. 606, number 212. The Belvedere Gardens, early in the present century, woodcut in Cromwell's Clerkenwell, 1828, p. 414, J and H.S. Storer del et Sculp. Coppet in Pinks, p. 531. The Belvedere Gardens at the present time, Circ. Pinks, p. 532. The Castle Inn and Tea Gardens, Colebrook Row, Islington. The Castle Inn is mentioned in 1754 as a Sunday resort of the London cit, who frequented it in the evening to smoke his pipe and obtain the light refreshment of cider and heart-cakes. The house must have stood nearly alone till 1768, when the oldest portion of the street called Colebrook Row was built. The Castle Inn, with its tea gardens, was then the last house, but one at the northern end of the row. A pleasant nursery garden occupied, till about 1822, 6 acres of the ground in the rear of Colebrook Row. The inn and tea gardens were still in existence about 1772, but the house had ceased to be a place of public entertainment at the time when Nelson published his Islington, i.e. 1811. The Connoisseur, No. 26, 1754, Nelson's Islington, 1811, p. 385, Lewis's Islington, 1842, pp. 351, 352. Three Hats, Islington. The Three Hats was a picturesque old inn standing in the upper street, Islington, a few doors from the corner of the Liverpool Road, and on the site of the present Islington branch of the London and County Bank. It first became known as a place of amusement in 1758, when in the field adjoining, Thomas Johnson, the Irish Tartar, one of the earliest equestrian performers in England, made his debut. He galloped round the field standing first on one horse, then on a pair, then on 3 horses. At one time he rode the single horse standing on his head, but as this posture gave pain to the spectators, he discontinued it. His feats seem to have been of a simpler kind than those afterwards performed by the Rider Price at Dobney's in 1767. One of Johnson's performances at the Three Hats, 17 July, 1766, took place in the presence of the Duke of York and of about 500 spectators. In the spring of 1767, Johnson was succeeded by the equestrian Sampson, who announced his appearance at 5 o'clock at a commodious place built in a field adjoining the Three Hats. A proper band of music was engaged for this entertainment. In the summer of this year, Sampson introduced his wife into his entertainment and inserted the following advertisement in the Public Advertiser for 23 July. Horsemanship at Dingley's, Three Hats, Islington. Mr. Sampson begs to inform the public that besides the usual feats which he exhibits, Mrs. Sampson, to diversify the entertainment and prove that the fair sex are by no means inferior to the male, either in courage or agility, will this and every evening during the summer season perform various exercises in the same art, in which she hopes to acquit herself to the universal approbation of those ladies and gentlemen whose curiosity may induce them to honor her attempt with their company. The Three Hats had other attractions besides the horsemanship, and at least as early as 1768 had become a favorite Sunday resort. In Bickerstaff's comedy The Hypocrite, published in 1768, Mawworm says, "Till I went after him, Dr. Cantwell, I was little better than the devil. My conscience was tanned with sin like a piece of neat's leather, and had no more feeling than the sole of my shoe, always arroving after fantastical delights. I used to go every Sunday evening to the Three Hats at Islington, mayhap your ladyship may know it. I was a great lover of skittles, but now I can't bear them." Sampson's performances still continued in 1770, and additional diversions were occasionally provided. At the Three Hats, Islington, this day, the 1st of May, 1770, will be played a grand match at that ancient and much renowned manly diversion called double stick by a set of chosen young men at that exercise from different parts of the West Country, for 2 guineas given free, those who break the most heads to bear away the prize. To begin precisely at 4. Before the above-mentioned diversion begins, Mr. Sampson and his young German will display alternately on 1, 2, and 3 horses, various surprising and curious feats of famous horsemanship in like manner as at the Grand Jubilee at Stratford-upon-Avon. Admittance 1 shilling each person. In 1771, Sampson was under a cloud. He is said to have been ensnared into gay company by Price. His rival at Dobney's End sold his horses to Cunningham, who performed in the evening at the Three Hats, 1771 and 1772, and was announced as follows. First, he rides a gallop, standing upright on a single horse, 3 times round the room without holding. Second, he rides a single horse on full speed, dismounts, fires a pistol, and performs the boasted feat of Hughes's leaping over him backwards and forwards for 40 times without ceasing. Also flies over 3 horses on full speed, leaps over 1 and 2 horses on full speed as they leap the bar, plays a march on the flute, without holding, upon 2 horses, standing upright. It was also announced that Mr. and Mrs. Sampson, Mr. Brown, and C. will perform to make these nights the completest in the kingdom. The tailor and sailor upon the drollest horses in the kingdom. The doors to be opened exactly at 5, and to mount at 4:45. Admittance in the front seats 2 shillings, and the back seats 1. Mr. Cunningham will engage to fly through a hogshead of fire upon 2 horses' backs, without touching them, and, for a single person, will perform activity with any man in the world. In 1772, Sampson resumed his performances at the riding school of the Three Hats and gave lessons there. On Whit Monday, some other curious attractions were advertised in the Gazetteer, June 6, 1772. A young gentleman will undertake to walk and pick up 100 eggs, each egg to be the distance of 1 yard apart, and put them in a basket within an hour and 15 minutes. If any egg breaks, he puts down 1 in its place, for a wager of 10 guineas. And on Whitsun Tuesday will be run for an Holland shift by a number of smart girls, 6 times round the school. About this period the riding seems to have come to an end, though the Three Hats continued for many years to be a favorite tea garden, until the ground at the back of the house was built over. The Morning Chronicle gives us a glimpse of the place in 1779, 21 July. Yesterday morning upwards of 20 fellows who were dancing with their ladies at the Three Hats, Islington, were taken by the constables as fit persons to serve His Majesty, and lodged in Clerkenwell Bridewell, in order to be carried before the commissioners. On 6 January, 1839, a fire, which destroyed 2 neighboring houses, so damaged the roof of the Three Hats, then a mere public house, that in April of the same year the whole place was demolished, and the present branch office of the London and County Bank was erected on the site. Views, engraving of Three Hats and other old houses adjacent, in Gent. Mag. 1823 pt. 2 frontispiece, cp. p. 113. A sepia drawing by C. H. Matthews, 1839. Crace Cat p. 596, No. 110. Engraving in the Grand Magazine showing Johnson's equestrian feats, 1758 W. Call. cp. Crace Cat, p. 596 No. 108. Barley Mow Tea House and Gardens, Islington. The Barley Mow Tea House and Gardens were on the west side of Frog Lane, now Popham Road, Islington. They are first mentioned in 1786. About 1799, the Barley Mow was kept as a public house by a man named Tate, and George Morland lived there for several months, indulging in drinking and low company, but finding time to paint some good pictures, which he generally sold for small sums. He often borrowed for sketching purposes old harness and saddles from a farmhouse opposite, and was wont to send after any rustic-looking character to obtain a sitting. The Barley Mow has been used as a public house to the present time, and is now number 31, Popham Road, but it has been modernized or rebuilt, and the garden has disappeared. Nelson's Islington, 128-197, Cromwell's Islington, p. 194, ff. Lewis's Islington, 154, ff. Walford, Roman 2, 262, Morning Herald, 22 April, 1786. Canonbury House Tea Gardens. The Canonbury House Tea Gardens, a quiet and unpretending resort of Londoners, derive a certain antiquarian interest from their situation within the ancient park attached to Canonbury House, the mansion built by the priors of St. Bartholomew's, Smithfield, for their summer residence. Houses in Canonbury Place, first erected about 1770, occupy the site of the old mansion, though a substantial relic still exists in Canonbury Tower, built in the 16th century, and during the last century let out for summer lodgings to various tenants, the best known of whom was Oliver Goldsmith. About 1754, a small alehouse was built by a Mr. Benjamin Collins on the eastern side of the mansion. This afterwards came into the possession of James Lane, who made additions to the premises, utilizing, it would seem, a range of tiled outhouses on the east of the house which were supposed to have originally been its stables. The place had a good reputation and became much frequented as a tea garden under the name of Canonbury House. Lane died in 1783, and about 1785 the tavern was taken by a Mr. Sutton, who died soon after, leaving the premises to his wife. The widow Sutton enlarged the tavern, which was then known as Canonbury House Tavern, or Canonbury Tavern, laid out a bowling green and improved the tea gardens. The house was much used for the dinners of societies. The gardens, which at this time occupied about 4 acres, were almost entirely situated within the old park wall of the priors of St. Bartholomew, S., and the wall on the east divided them from the open fields. The old fish pond of the priors was also connected. The Sunday Ramble describes Canonbury House in 1797 as a place of decent retreat for tea and sober treatment. In 1810, an assembly was established at the tavern, and about 1811, the grounds consisted of a shrubbery and bowling green with dutchpin and trap-ball grounds and butts for ball firing used by the volunteers. The old tiled outhouses were used as a bakehouse for the pastry and rolls till 1840, when they were pulled down. About 1823, the builders had invaded the rural neighborhood of Canonbury, but the tea gardens continued to be frequented as a pleasant resort till 1843 or later. At some time between 1843 and 1866, the Canonbury Tavern was rebuilt. It now stands on the north side of Canonbury Place, a little to the east of Canonbury Tower and on the opposite side of the road. A garden, though not of the old dimensions, is still attached to the tavern and open to the public during the summer. Nichols's Canonbury, 1788-33, The Ambulator, 1st ed., 1774, S.V. Canonbury House, Kearsley's Stranger's Guide, 1793, S.V. Canonbury or Cambray House, A Modern Sabbath, 1797, Chapter Roman 7. Nelson's Islington, 252, Brayley's Londiniana, Roman 3, 269, ff. Picture of London, eds. 1802 and 1829, Lewis's Islington, p. 310, Tims's Club Life, 1866, Roman 2, 228. Views. Exterior of Canonbury Tavern, North View, a small engraving published in 1819 by R. Ackerman W. Call. Crace, Cat P. 602, number 174. Copenhagen House. Copenhagen House stood alone on an eminence in the fields, on the right-hand side of Maiden Lane, the old way leading from Battle Bridge to Highgate, being about midway between those places. It is known to have been a house of public entertainment in 1725 and was probably one much earlier, seeing that the oldest part of the building was in the style of the 17th century. Copenhagen is marked in a map of 1695. There are various accounts of the origin of the name. A Danish prince or a Danish ambassador is said to have resided in the house during the Great Plague. Or, again, an enterprising Dane is said to have built the inn for the accommodation of his countrymen who had come to London in the train of the King of Denmark on his visit to James I. in 1606. In the early part of the 18th century, Copenhagen House is not often mentioned, though the curious Highbury Society used to assemble here previous to the year 1740, when it began to meet at Highbury. Illustration, southeast view of Copenhagen House. London, printed for R. Sayer and J. Bennett, Map and Printsellers, N.O. 53 Fleet Street, as the Act directs, 20th March, 1783. In 1780, a brutal robbery of which the landlady, Mrs. Harrington, was the victim, attracted attention to the place. A subscription was opened for her benefit, and visitors came in such numbers that Mr. Leader, the owner of the house, pulled down the old wooden building attached to its western end, and built in its stead a long room for tea-drinking parties, with a large parlor below for drinking and smoking. There were gardens attached, with the usual accommodation for skittles and Dutch-pin playing. Under Mrs. Harrington's management, Copenhagen House first became celebrated for its fives courts. A young Shropshire woman, afterwards Mrs. Tomes, who assisted Mrs. Harrington, gave Hone an interesting little account of the introduction of the game. "I made the first fives ball," she said, "that was ever thrown up against Copenhagen House. One Hickman, a butcher at Highgate, a countryman of mine, used the house, and seeing me country, we talked about our country sports, and amongst the rest, fives. I told him we'd have a game some day. I laid down the stone in the ground myself, and against he came again, made a ball. I struck the ball the first blow, and he gave it the second, and so we played, and as there was company they liked the sport, and it got talked of. This was the beginning of the fives play, which has since become so famous at Copenhagen House. John Kavanagh, d. 1819, the famous Irish fives player, had many matches at Copenhagen House for wagers and dinners. The wall against which the combatants played was, says Hone, the same that supported the kitchen chimney, and when the wall resounded louder than usual, the cook exclaimed, "Those are the Irishman's balls," and the joints trembled on the spit. Hazlitt, in a pleasant memoir of Kavanagh, says that he had no equal in the game or second. He had no affectation in his playing. He was the best uphill player in the world, and never gave away a game through laziness or conceit. His service was tremendous, but a peculiarity of his play was that he never volleyed, though if the ball rose but an inch from the ground, he never missed it. His eye, adds Hazlitt, was certain, his hand fatal, his presence of mind complete. In 1795, the house was kept by Robert Orchard, notorious for his connection with the London Corresponding Society, which at that time held tumultuous meetings in the adjoining Copenhagen fields. Orchard was succeeded by a man named Tooth, who gained custom by encouraging brutal sports. At this time, On a Sunday morning, the Fives ground was filled by bulldogs and ruffians, who lounged and drank to intoxication. So many as 50 or 60 bulldogs have been seen tied up to the benches at once, while their masters boozed and made match after match, and went out and fought their dogs before the house, amid the uproar of idlers attracted to the bad eminence by its infamy. There was also a common field, east of the house, wherein bulls were baited, and this was called the Bull Field. At last the magistrates interfered, and in 1816 Tooth lost his license. The next landlord, a Mr. Bath, conducted the house respectably and refused admittance to the bulldogs. The Bull Field was afterwards used for the harmless purpose of cowkeeping. From about this period, 1816–1830, Copenhagen House was a favorite Sunday tea garden with the middle classes who flocked there, especially in the summertime during the hay harvest in the fields around. Although the builders were making their way up to Copenhagen House from London on the south, it still commanded an extensive view of the metropolis and western suburbs, with the heights of Hampstead and Highgate, and the rich intervening meadows. In 1840, the tavern and tea gardens were still in existence, and the space between them and Highgate was still open fields. Attached to the house at that time was a well-known cricket ground. About 1852, the Corporation of London purchased Copenhagen House with its grounds and adjacent fields to the extent of about 75 acres, and began to build there the present Metropolitan Cattle Market, between the York and Caledonian roads, which was opened in 1855. The old tavern, pulled down in 1853, and tea gardens were thus swept away, and their site is approximately marked by the great clock tower in the market. Hone's Everyday Book, I 858, ff. Nelson's Islington, Lewis's Islington, Larwood and Houghton, signboards, 435–436, Walford Roman 2. 275, 276, 283, v. 374, Tomlins's Perambulation of Islington, 204, 205. Use Copenhagen House, Islington, as it appeared in 1737, sepia drawing by Bernard Lenz. Crace Cat, p. 604, No. 191, Southeast view of Copenhagen House, printed for R. Sayer and J. Bennett, 20 March 1783 W. Call. The woodcut in Lewis's Islington, p. 283, is derived from this. Copenhagen House, Islington. J. Swain Dell 1793, J. Swain, Sculp. 1854. Woodcut W. Call. There are several views of Copenhagen House in the 19th century. See E. G. Hone's Everyday Book, I 858, Cromwell's Islington, p. 204, Crace Cat, p. 605 Nos. 194–196, Views of 1853. The Grand Meeting of the Metropolitan Trades, Unions in the Copenhagen Fields on Monday, April 21, 1834. Colored engraving by Geo. Dorrington W. Call. This shows Copenhagen House and an enormous concourse in the fields. Highbury Barn. Highbury Barn Tavern with its gardens is, like the Canonbury House Tavern and Gardens, rooted in a respectable antiquity. For it stood on the site of Highbury Barn, which formed part of the farm attached to the old country seat of the prior of the Knights of St. John of Jerusalem. Highbury Barn, the tavern, was originally a small cake and ale house, which was in existence at least as early as 1740. It was occasionally, about 1768, honored by a visit from Oliver Goldsmith on one of his shoemaker's holidays. Goldsmith and 3 or 4 of his friends would leave his Temple chambers in the morning and proceed by the City Road and through the fields to Highbury Barn, where at 1 o'clock they enjoyed a dinner of 2 courses and pastry, at the cost of 10d a head, including the waiter's penny. The company then to be met with at the inn consisted of Templars and literary men, and a citizen or 2 retired from business. At about 6, Goldsmith and his party adjourned to the White Conduit House for tea, and ended the day with supper at the Globe or Grecian. The trade of the place greatly increased under the management of Mr. Willoughby, who, dying in December 1785, was succeeded by his son. The younger Willoughby, landlord 1785–1818, laid out the gardens, Bowling Green and Trapball Ground. A large barn belonging to the neighboring Highbury Farm or Grange was incorporated with the premises and fitted up suitably for a great room. Here a monthly assembly subscribed to in the neighborhood was held in the spring and winter, and monster dinner parties of clubs and societies were accommodated. In 1800, a company of 800 persons sat down to dinner, and 70 geese were to be seen roasting on the fire. 3,000 people were accommodated at the licensed victuallers' dinner in 1841. About 1793, the garden commanded an extensive prospect, and as late as 1842 Highbury could be described as a beautifully situated hamlet. In 1818, the property was purchased by the former proprietor of the Grove House, Camberwell, and Highbury Barn, was much resorted to as a Sunday tea garden cirque. 1823–1830. The place then passed, before 1835, into the hands of John Hinton, previously landlord of the Eyre Arms, St. John's Wood, who, with his son Archibald Hinton, ultimately the sole proprietor, gave new life to the place and made Highbury Barn a kind of North London Cremorne. By about 1854, the number of monster dinner parties and bean feasts had much fallen off, and on Whit Monday of that year, Hinton opened his establishment for musical entertainments with a performance by the Band of the Grenadier Guards. A license for dancing was granted in October 1856, and in July 1858, a Leviathan dancing platform, with an orchestra at one end, was erected in the grounds. It was open to the sky with the exception of one side, which consisted of a roofed structure of ornamental ironwork. The whole platform occupied 4,000 feet. A standard of gas lamps in the center of the platform and lamps placed round its railing lit up the place in the evening, when the gardens were frequented by large masses of people. In a more secluded part of the gardens was an avenue of trees, flanked by female statues, each holding a globular gas lamp. About 1858, the admission was sixpence, and at this time Highbury Barn was much frequented on Sunday evenings, when little parties might be seen on the lawn before the barn or in the bowers and alcoves by its side. The gardens occupied 5 acres. Archibald Hinton gave up possession in 1860, and in 1861, Edward Giovanelli opened Highbury Barn, after having improved the grounds and erected a spacious hall for a ball and supper room. In 1862, Miss Rebecca Isaacs and Vernon Rigby were the principal singers, and Leotard the gymnast was engaged for the summer season. On 20 May 1865, the Alexandra Theatre was opened in the grounds, but the entertainments in the gardens were also continued. The splendid illuminations were boldly advertised, and Blondin, 1868, Natator the Man-Frog, and the Siamese twins were engaged, 1869. The riotous behavior, late at night, of many frequenters of the gardens caused annoyance to the neighbors, who regularly opposed the renewal of the license. In October 1870, the dancing license was refused, and next season Mr. E. T. Smith took the place of Giovanelli as manager. But the license being again refused in October 1871, Highbury Barn was finally closed. The flower beds became choked with grass and weeds, and nightshade luxuriated around the dismantled orchestra. By the spring of 1883, the place had been covered with buildings, and a large public house, the Highbury Tavern, No. 26, Highbury Park N, on part of the old site, alone commemorates this once popular resort. Nelson's Islington, Cromwell's Islington, Lewis's Islington, Tomlins's Perambulation of Islington, Kearsley's Strangers, Guide, Walford Roman II, 273. Ff. Forster's Life of Goldsmith, B.K. Roman IV. Chapter 2, Picture of London 1802–1823 and Ritchie's Nightside of London 1858, Era Almanac, pp. 3–4, M. Williams's Some London Theatres 1883, p.ff. Newspaper cuttings and bills, W. Call. Views, Highbury Barn gabled buildings, an etching from a drawing by B. Green, 1775, W. Call. Highbury Assembly House near Islington, kept by Mr. Willoughby, 1792, print published in 1792 by Sayer, W. Call, also Crace. Cat, p. 603, No. 182. Highbury Barn, Islington, engraving published May 1, 1819 for R. Ackerman. Highbury Barn, exterior, circ. 1835, engraving in Cromwell's Islington, p. 247, J. and H. A. Storer, Del. Et. Sc. The Leviathan platform, Highbury Barn, woodcut in Illustrated London News, July 1858. Two views of the gardens, Highbury Barn Tavern, circ. 1851, in Tallies's Illustrated London ed. Gaspy. The Devil's House, Holloway. This place, in spite of its unpromising name, deserves a brief notice as a quiet summer resort of Londoners. The Devil's House was a moated timber building which originally formed the manor house of Tollington, afterwards Highbury Manor. It stood on the east of Devil's Lane, previously, before 1735, called Tallington or Tollington Lane, and now known as the Hornsey Road. It was within 2 fields of Holloway Turnpike. There was a tradition that the house was a retreat of Claude Duval, S., and the house and lane were sometimes known as Duval S. There is, however, no direct evidence to connect the famous highwayman with the house, and Duval's house may be considered as a popular corruption of Devil's House. In a survey of Highbury Manor made in 1611, this house already bears the name of Devil's House in Devil's Lane, and is described as being at that date an old building, with a moat, and a little orchard within. In the Islington survey of 1735, it appears as Duval's House, an apparent compromise between the fiend and the highwayman. It is not known to have been a place of entertainment till 1767, when the landlord, who attempted to change the name to the Summer House, offered to London anglers and pedestrians the attraction of tea and hot loaves, ready at a moment's notice, and new milk from the cows grazing in the pleasant meadows adjoining. The house was still encompassed with a wide moat crossed by a bridge, and there was an orchard with a canal. The garden which surrounded the house was well laid out, and the water was stocked with abundance of tench and carp. The place was still occupied and used as an inn in 1811, though about that time the landlord nearly filled up the moat with earth. The house was in existence in 1849 or later, being on the east of the Hornsey Road near the junction with the Seven Sisters Road. Licenses Environs, 1795. Islington, p. 127, note, Nelson's Islington, 133, 173, Lewis's Islington, pp. 67, 279, 280, Larwood and Houghton, signboards, 294, 295, quoting a letter signed H.G., 25 May 1767 in the Public Advertiser which describes the place at that period. Walford, Roman 2. 275, Tomlins's Perambulation of Islington, pp. 31, 32. Views, a view of the house, gardens and bridge appears in Walford v. 378, Claude Duval's house in 1825. Devil's or Duval's House, Holloway, a sepia drawing by C.H. Matthews, 1840, Crace, Cat, p. 604, No. 190. Hornsey Wood House. Hornsey Wood House was situated on the summit of rising ground on the east of Hornsey and at the entrance to Hornsey Wood. It began to be frequented about the middle of the last century, and in the earlier years of its existence aspired to be a genteel tea house, though unpretending in appearance. On popular holidays, such as Whitsunday, its long room might be seen crowded as early as 9 or 10 in the morning, with a motley assemblage of men, women, and children eating rolls and butter and drinking of tea at an extravagant price. The pleasures of Hornsey Wood House were of an unsophisticated kind, unlimited tea drinking, a ramble in the wood, and a delightful view of the surrounding country. An excursion to Little Hornsey to drink tea was a favorite with London citizens' wives and daughters. Hone remembered the old Hornsey Wood House, as it stood, apparently before 1800, embowered and seeming a part of the wood. It was at that time kept by 2 sisters, Mrs. Lloyd and Mrs. Collier, and these aged dames were usually to be found before their door on a seat between 2 venerable oaks, wherein swarms of bees hived themselves. Soon after their death, before 1800, the house was pulled down and the proprietor expended £10,000 in improvements and in erecting the roomy brick building known as Hornsey Wood Tavern. The tea gardens were enlarged and a lake formed, for the benefit of those who wished for a little angling or boating. To effect these improvements, a romantic part of the wood was destroyed, but the remaining portions still continued an attraction. About 1835, the lower order of citizens, as T. Cromwell Islington, p. 138 calls them, used to go palming to the wood on Palm Sunday. All through the present century, Hornsey Wood House, or tavern, was a favorite Sunday resort of Londoners. In 1866, at the time of the formation of Finsbury Park, the house was pulled down, and its site, and that of the gardens and the wood must be looked for in the park, which was opened as a public recreation ground in 1869. The Idler, No. 15, July 1758, Dodsley's London, 1761, Low Life, 1764, p. 46, Sunday Ramble, 1776 and 1797, Kearsley's Stranger's Guide, Lambert's London, Roman 4, 274, Picture of London, eds. 1802, 1823, and 1829, Hone's Everyday Book, IFF. Lewis's Islington, pp. 190, 282, J. F. Murray's World of London, 1845, Roman 2, p. 82, ff. Walford v. 430, ff. Illustrated London News, 14 August, 1869, J. H. Lloyd's Highgate, 1888. Views, an engraving of Old Hornsey Woodhouse and C. in Lewis's Islington, p. 282. There are many views of the later Hornsey Woodhouse, or tavern, e.g. one engraved in Walford v. 426, and they're assigned to the year 1800. This is substantially the same as one undated in Hone's Everyday Book, I 759. Hone, Ib. 761, also gives a woodcut of the lake. There is an engraving of the house of 1809, published by J. Cundy, W. Call, and there are views of it of a later date, e.g., an engraving in Cromwell's Islington, p. 138. The Spring Garden, Stoke Newington. This spring garden is marked in Warner's Survey of Islington, 1735, rather to the south of Newington Green. About 1753, the tavern connected with the garden was taken by W. Bristow, who advertised the place as an afternoon tea garden, appending to his advertisement the note, "Beans in perfection for any companies." It is mentioned in Low Life, 1764, as resorted to on Whitsunday evening by Londoners of the lower classes. Cromwell in his Islington, p. 199, published in 1835, speaks of the tavern and tea gardens as existing within memory. The Black Queen Coffee House and Tea Gardens, Shacklewell. The Black Queen Coffee House, situated on Shacklewell Green, had attached to it a bowling green and tea gardens planted with fruit trees, yews, limes, and poplars. It is said to have been resorted to by gentle company, but little is known of it, except that in 1793, when in possession of a Mr. Moore, the lease was advertised to be sold by auction, 13th September, 1793. 4. Hampstead Group. Hampstead Wells. The outlet of the once famous spring of Hampstead is at the present time to be found on the north side of Well Walk, and the water now trickles out slowly into a basin, which forms part of a modern fountain. The earliest mention of the spring occurs in the time of Charles Roman II, when one Dorothy Ripon appears to have made some profit by the sale of the water, as she issued a halfpenny token which has on its obverse the words, "Dorothy Ripon at the well in Hampstead," and a representation of a well and bucket. The well was in 1698 on the estate of Susanna Noel and her son Baptist, 3rd Earl of Gainsborough, and was given by them conjointly on 20th December of that year, together with 6 acres of land, for the benefit of the Hampstead poor. A tablet on the present fountain records this gift. The first to draw attention to the medicinal value of the water was a well-known physician, Dr. Gibbons, who in the early part of the 18th century described it as being as fully efficacious as any chalybeate water in England. In April 1700, the water was advertised as being of the same nature and virtue as that at Tunbridge Wells, and was sold by Phelps, an apothecary, at the Eagle and Child in Fleet Street, for 3d. a flask. It was also obtainable from the lessee of the wells at the Black Posts, King Street, near the Guildhall, at Sam's Coffee House, Ludgate Hill, and at several other places in the city. From this time there grew up around the spring various places of entertainment, a tavern and coffee room, a bowling green and raffling shops, and, as will be presently seen, a chapel. The chief building was the great room situated on the south side of Well Walk, about 100 yards from the East Heath. It was a large house lit with long windows, and within its walls took place concerts and dances for the amusement of the Wells visitors up to 1733. The first recorded entertainment was given there in 1701, 18 August, when there was a consort of both vocal and instrumental music by the best masters. The performance began at 10 o'clock in the morning, and dancing took place in the afternoon. The tickets for the dancing cost sixpence, and 1 shilling was charged for the concert. In September of the same year, another concert was given at 11 o'clock, at which one Jimmy Bowen sang and 2 men performed on the violin. There was dancing in the afternoon as usual. These performances were continued every Monday during the season. Very good music for dancing all day long was announced for 12 May, 1707, and on 22 July, 1710, a girl of 9, a pupil of Mr. Tino, sang several operatic songs, and this performance began at 5 for the conveniency of gentlemen's returning. The admission was 2 shillings and sixpence. Illustration: a view of Y.E. Long Room at Hampstead from the Heath. Vue de la Chambre long à Hampstead du côté de la Colline. In the vicinity of the Great Room stood Sion Chapel, where couples on presenting a license and the sum of 5 shillings could be married at any time. A clergyman was always in attendance, and if the newly married would take their wedding dinner in the garden of the tavern, nothing beyond the license was required. In 1716, the chapel was referred to as a private and pleasure place, where many persons of the best fashion were married. It may be suspected, however, that the marriages were often, like those at the Fleet and Mayfair, irregular, and that the license was occasionally dispensed with. During the first 10 or 20 years of the 18th century, Hampstead Wells presented a gay and varied scene. When tired of the music and dancing in the Great Room, the visitor could adjourn to the bowling green or to the raffling shops, where the cards were flying and the dice rattling, while fine gentlemen lost their money with ease and negligence. There was the promenade in Well Walk beneath the Avenue of Limes, or a stroll might be taken on the breezy heath. Court ladies were there, all air and no dress. City ladies all dress and no air, and country dames with broad brown faces like a Stepney bun. Citizens like Mr. Deputy Driver in the comedy came down from town, perhaps to find their ladies coquetting with a beau, or retired to picket with some brisk young Templar. "This Hampstead's a charming place," exclaims Arabella, the citizen's wife. "To dance all night at the Wells, be treated at Mother Huff's, have presents made one at the raffling shops, and then take a walk in Cane Wood with a man of wit that's not over rude." With this gay and fashionable throng there mingled company of a lower class, such as the Fleet Street sempstresses who danced minuets in their furbelow scarfs and ill-fitting clothes. By about 1724, the more rakish and disreputable element had become predominant. Bad characters came from London in vamped-up old clothes to catch the apprentices. Lord Lovemore might still court his mimic charmer there, but modest people did not care to join the company on the walks. The playing and dicing were kept up as formerly, but gentlemen no longer lost with ease and negligence, and one sharper tried to cheat another. In 1733, the Great Room was converted into an Episcopal chapel and was used for church services until 1849. In 1869, the West Middlesex Volunteers occupied the building. About 1880 it was demolished, and today a modern red brick house in Well Walk, erected in 1892, and the entrance to Gainsborough Gardens occupy the site. A tablet on the house testifies that the old pump room, i.e. Great Room, once stood on the spot. In 1734, Dr. John Soame published a pamphlet in which he extolled with somewhat suspicious optimism the virtues of the neglected spring, recommending the water for cutaneous affections and nervous disorders. According to Soame, the spring then threw off water at the rate of 5 gallons in 4 minutes, and could be made to throw a stream upwards to a height of at least 12 feet. The Beauties of Hampstead, a song of this period, extols the crystal bubbling well, but the water drinking does not appear again to have become the vogue, though as a place of amusement the Wells still enjoyed some degree of popularity. Another assembly house, known as the Long Room, took the place of the old Great Room. This was a substantial red brick building of 1 story. The ground floor consisted of an entire room with 2 small anterooms, one on either side of the entrance, used for tea parties and card playing. The floor above was divided up into rooms, where a cozy supper or a game of cards might be enjoyed. The house, probably built in part in the 17th century, still exists, and is to be found on the opposite side to the old Great Room, about 100 yards further down Well Walk, going from the Heath. It is now a private residence called Wetherall House. It was in the long room that the Hampstead balls took place of the kind described by Francis Burney. Here Evelina was worried by Beau Smith, and refused the offers of inelegant and low-bred partners, who begged the favor of hopping a dance with her. Samuel Rogers' Table Talk says that in his youth, circ. 1783, the Hampstead assemblies were frequented by a great deal of good company, and that he himself danced 4 or 5 minuets there in one evening. In 1802, a surgeon named John Bliss published a treatise, in which, without success, he endeavored once more to awaken an interest in the medicinal properties of the well. Mr. Keats, consulting chemist to the Metropolitan Board of Works, in recent times stated that it was a distinctly chalybeate water containing sufficient iron to render it capable of producing marked therapeutic effects. It was extremely pure, and in general character, though with a larger proportion of iron, resembled that of Tunbridge Wells. Dodsley S. London, 1761, Ambulator, 1774, Kearsley's Strangers, Guide 1793, Walford v. 467 ff. Thorne's Environs of London, 1876, 281, Sir Gilbert Scott's proposed destruction of the Well Walk, Hampstead, 1879, with plan of Well Walk, Parks Hampstead, Baines's Hampstead. Views: the Pump Room, Well Walk, i.e. Great Room, since the Episcopal Chapel in Baines's Hampstead from a drawing by Blanche Cowper Baines after E. H. Dixon. The Old Well Walk, Hampstead, about 1750, Walford v. 463, a view of Ye Long Room at Hampstead from the Heath. Chaitlin Dell et Sculp. 1752, W. Call, Well Walk, engraving in Howitt's Northern Heights from a photograph. Well Walk in 1870 in Baines's Hampstead, from a sketch by Walter Field. The Spaniards. The old Spaniards Inn, still standing on the north side of the road between the upper and lower Heath of Hampstead, deserves a brief mention, seeing that about the middle of the 18th century or earlier, it had attached to it a curious garden laid out by one William Staples, who was probably the keeper of the inn. A contemporary account describes how, out of a wild and thorny wood full of hills, valleys, and sandpits, the ingenious Mr. Staples hath now made pleasant grass and gravel walks, with a mount, from the elevation whereof the beholder hath a prospect of Hanslope Steeple in Northamptonshire, within 8 miles of Northampton, of Langdon Hill, in Essex, full 60 miles east, and of other eminences, the visibility of which was perhaps less mythical. The walks and plats were ornamented with a number of curious devices picked out with pebble stones of variegated colors. There were over 40 of these quaint designs, such as the sun in its glory, the 12 signs of the zodiac, the Tower of London, the Grand Colossus of Rhodes, the Pathway of all the planets, the Spire of Salisbury, Adam and Eve, the Shield of David, the Egyptian pyramids, and an Egyptian sphinx, an odd association of things earthly and celestial. Towards the end of the 18th century, the Spaniards was much resorted to, especially on Sundays. During the Gordon riots of 1780, its landlord, Giles Thomas, is said to have arrested the progress of the mob bent on the destruction of Conwood House, Lord Mansfield's residence, hard by, through rolling out his beer barrels into the road, and setting them abroach, thus gaining time to summon the military for the defense of the house. In the present century, though the mount and the pebbled plots had disappeared, the Spaniards' gardens were rendered attractive by a bowling green, and by pleasant arbors and parterres. It was resorted to by many a party of tea drinkers like that of Mr. Rattle, Mrs. Bardell and her friends. Parks Hampstead, Baines's Hampstead, Walford v. 445 ff. Thorne S. Environs of London, 1876. Views: the south view of the Spaniards, showing the garden as laid out by Staples near Hampstead, Chatelaine Dell, J. Roberts Sculp. 1750, W. Call, reproduced in Chambers's Book of Days, Roman II, 71. The Spaniards' Tavern, Hampstead, Middlesex, drawn and engraved for Dugdale S. England and Wales. View of the inn as at present, Walford, v. 445. View of a skittle ground at Hampstead, either the Spaniards or Jack Straw's Castle, Woodward's Eccentric Excursions, colored print, P.L. Roman 4. p. 14, 1796. New Georgia. New Georgia was situated in Turner's Wood to the northeast of the Spaniards' Tavern, Hampstead, and at the northern extremity of the road opposite the western lodge of Conwood. It was a wooden cottage, 2 stories high, irregularly constructed, and standing in a wilderness and garden laid out in a delightful romantic taste. The proprietor, Robert Caston, built the cottage in 1737 and opened New Georgia to the public. He was his own architect, builder, and gardener, and probably compared his labors to those of the founders of the American colony of Georgia, established in 1733. An inscription on the cottage explained the origin of New Georgia as follows. I, Robert Caston, begun this place in a wild wood, stubbed up the wood, digged all the ponds, cut all the walks, made all the gardens, built all the rooms with my own hands, nobody drove a nail here, laid a brick or a tile but myself, and thank God for giving me such strength, being 64 years of age when I begun it. Tea was supplied in the cottage or the gardens, but the chief attractions were a number of mechanical oddities set in motion in the garden and in the various little rooms into which the house was divided. London shopkeepers, like Zachary Treacle, often made their way to the place on Sunday afternoons, and were diverted by reptiles that darted forth when a board or spring was trodden upon, by a chair that collapsed when sat upon, and by various contrivances of waterworks. The more boisterous, who on other Sundays delighted in a roll down the hill in Greenwich Park, found amusement in thrusting their heads into the New Georgia pillory to receive in that position the kisses of the ladies. A thickly planted maize was another source of diversion. The place does not appear to have been frequented after about 1758, and was subsequently, before 1795, enclosed in the estate of Lord Mansfield. Gent, Mag. 1748, Volume 18, 109, The Connoisseur, No. 26, July 1754, The Idler, No. 15, 22 July 1758, Licenses Environs, Roman II. 527, Lambert's London, 1806, Roman IV. 255, Parks Hampstead, Prickett's Highgate, 72, ff. Walford, v. 446. Views. New Georgia is clearly marked in Rock Survey, 1745, but there appear to be no views. Belsize House. Belsize House was a large Elizabethan mansion, modified in the time of Charles Roman II. Pepys, who visited it in 1668, 17 August, when it was the residence of Lord Wotton, describes its gardens as wonderful fine. Too good for the house the gardens are, being indeed the most noble that ever I saw, and brave orange and lemon trees. The house was a private residence until 1720, when it was converted into a place of public amusement, under the management of a Welshman named Howell. At this time, it was a somewhat imposing structure, with wings and a tower in the center. The entrance was by a door placed between the wings, and also by an external staircase at one wing. The inaugural entertainment took place about April 1720 and consisted of an uncommon solemnity of music and dancing. The place was usually open from 6 a.m. till 8 p.m. without charge for admission. The park, wilderness, and garden, about a mile in circumference, were advertised, about 1721, as being wonderfully improved and filled with a variety of birds, which compose a most melodious and delightful harmony. Those who wished for an early stroll in the park could breakfast on tea or coffee as cheap as at their own chambers. As the journey from London was not unattended with risks, 12 stout fellows, afterwards increased to 30, completely armed, were announced as always at hand to patrol timid females or other. Belsize became a fashionable rendezvous. In July 1721, the Prince and Princess of Wales, attended by several persons of rank, dined at the house, and were entertained with hunting and other diversions. In June 1722, on the occasion of a wild deer hunt, 300 or 400 coaches brought down the nobility and gentry from town. Athletic sports were introduced, and the proprietor gave a plate of several guineas to be run for by 11 footmen, 1721. Gambling and intrigue were the less wholesome results of this influx of the nobility and gentry. In May 1722, the justices took steps to prevent the unlawful gaming, while in the same year, a serious person of quality published a satire called Belsize House, in which he undertook to expose the fops and beaux who daily frequent that academy, and also the characters of the women who make this in exchange for assignations. This house, which is a nuisance to the land, doth near a park and handsome garden stand fronting the road, betwixt a range of trees which is perfumed with a Hampstead breeze. The Welsh ambassador has many ways fool's pence, while summer season holds to raise. For teas not only chocolate and tea with ratafia bring him company. Nor is it claret, Rhenish wine, or sack the fond and rampant lords and ladies lack, or venison, pasty for a certain dish with several varieties of fish. But hither they and other chubs resort to see the Welsh ambassador make sport, who in the art of hunting has the luck to kill in fatal corner tired buck, the which he roasts and stews and sometimes bakes, whereby his excellency profit makes. He also on another element does give his choused customers content with net or angling rod, to catch a dish of trouts or carp or other sorts of fish. The Welsh ambassador was the nickname of the proprietor, James Howell, an enterprising though not very reputable person, who had once been imprisoned for some offense in Newgate. Races and similar amusements continued for several years to be provided, and music was performed every day during the season. In the spring of 1733, 31 May, a race was advertised for ponies 12 hands 6 inches high. The length of the race was 6 times round the course, Mr. Treacle's black pony, which distinguished itself by winning the plate at Hampstead Heath in the previous year, being excluded. In 1736, a fat doe was advertised to be hunted to death by small beagles, beginning at 9 in the morning, and sportsmen were invited to bring their own dogs, if not too large. In the same year, 16 September, a boys' race was run, beginning at 3 o'clock, 6 times round the course. A prize of 1 guinea was given to the winner, and half a guinea to the second runner. Each person to pay 6pence coming in, and all persons sitting on the wall or getting over will be prosecuted. For an afternoon in August 1737, there was announced a running match 6 times round the park, between the cobbler's boy and John Wise the Mile-End drover, for 20 guineas. In 1745, there were foot races in the park, and this is the last notice we have of Belsize as a place of amusement. The mansion falling into a ruinous state was pulled down at the close of the 18th century, before 1798, and a large, plainly built house was erected in its stead. From 1798-1807, this new Belsize house was tenanted by the Right Hun, Spencer Percival, and others. In the autumn of 1853, the house was pulled down, cp. The Illustrated London News for 9th September, 1854, p. 239, and the buildings of the Belsize estate were subsequently erected on the site of the park. The present Belsize Avenue, on the west side of Haverstock Hill, is the representative of a beautiful avenue of elms, which originally led up to the old Belsize house, the site of which was near the present St. Peter's Church. Palmer S. St. Pancras 227 ff, Baines's Hampstead, Welford v. 494 ff, Howitt's Northern Heights, Lambert's London, Roman 4, 256, Thorne S. Environs of London SV. Hampstead, Parks Hampstead, Newspaper Advertisements W. Call. Views, Old Belsize House, a view on a Belsize House advertisement circ. 1721, and a view by Mora 1750, cp. Howitt's Northern Heights and Sea Knights Old England Roman 2. Fig. 2404. Belsize House in 1800 Walford v. 492. Kilburn Wells. The spring known as Kilburn Wells was situated in the Abbey Field near the site of the old Kilburn Priory, and in the rear of the Bell Tavern. It attracted public notice about the middle of the last century, and some endeavors were made, probably by the proprietor of the Bell, to bring Kilburn Wells into vogue. At any rate, in 1752, it is referred to as a place in some respects akin to Sadler's Wells. Shall you prolong the midnight ball with costly supper at Vauxhall, and yet prohibit earlier suppers at Kilburn, Sadler's Wells, or Cupers? About 1773, Kilburn Wells began to be more widely known, and the proprietor's advertisement of 17 July in that year announced that the water was then in the utmost perfection, the gardens enlarged and greatly improved, and the house and offices repainted and beautified in the most elegant manner. The great room was described as specially adapted for the use and amusement of the politest companies, who might require it for music, dancing, or entertainments. This happy spot is equally celebrated for its rural situation, extensive prospects, and the acknowledged efficacy of its waters, is most delightfully situated on the site of the once famous Abbey of Kilburn on the Edgware Road, at an easy distance, being but a morning's walk from the metropolis, 2 miles from Oxford Street, the footway from Marylebone across the fields still nearer. A plentiful larder is always provided, together with the best of wines and other liquors. Breakfasting and hot loaves. An account of the medicinal water drawn up by the usual eminent physician was given away to visitors, and in one of the rooms was a long list of the diseases said to have been cured. T.N. 1792, Godfrey Schmeisser made a careful analysis of the water. It was a mild purgative, milky in appearance, and had a bitterish saline taste. The use of the water for curative purposes appears to have ceased in the early part of the present century, before 1814, but the Old Bell, or Kilburn Wells as the place was generally denominated, enjoyed popularity as a tea garden as late as 1829. About 1863, the Old Bell was pulled down and the present Bell Public House erected on the spot. A brick reservoir long enclosed the spring, but some years ago it was demolished and built over. It stood immediately behind the bank at the corner of Belsize Road. Thorne S. Environs of London, Lambert's London Roman 4. 288 Howitt's Northern Heights, Baines's Hampstead, Park's Hampstead, Walford v. 245 FF. Views: The Bell Inn, Kilburn, 1750, Walford v. 246. The Bell Inn, Kilburn, from a mezzotint, 1789, reproduced in Baines's Hampstead. View of the Old Bell Inn at Kilburn on the Edgware Road, Rathbone del Prestel Sculp. 1789. Crace, Cat, p. 670 no. 76. An engraved handbill, describing the waters, at the top of which is a print of the Long Room, by F. Vivers. Mentioned in Park's Hampstead, p. Roman 31 editions. 5. Chelsea Group. Ranelagh House and Gardens. Section 1. Origin of Ranelagh. About the year 1690, Richard, Viscount, afterwards Earl of Ranelagh, Paymaster General of the Forces, built for himself on the east side of Chelsea Hospital a private residence known as Ranelagh House, and laid out a garden. In 1691, the house is described as very fine, within all the rooms being wainscoted with Norway oak, and the garden plats and walks were curiously kept and elegantly designed. Bowack in 1705 says that the gardens were esteemed to be the best in England, the size considered. Here Lord Ranelagh lived till his death in 1712. In 1733 the property was sold, and at that time Lacey, patentee of Drury Lane Theatre, made arrangements for forming Ranelagh into a place of public amusement. Nothing decisive was done till 1741, when a large circular building, the famous Rotunda, at first generally called the Amphitheatre, was erected in the Ranelagh grounds by William Jones, architect to the East India Company. The capital for the undertaking was furnished by a few shareholders and was divided into 36 shares of £1,000 each. The principal shareholder and manager was Sir Thomas Robinson, Bart., MP, whose gigantic form was for many years familiar to all frequenters of the Rotunda. A writer of 1774 calls him its maypole and garland of delights. The Rotunda and Gardens were first opened on 5 April, 1742, with a public breakfast, and a visit to Ranelagh became the vogue. Of the early fortunes of the place, the best chronicler is Horace Walpole. On April 22, 1742, he writes to Mann, "I have been breakfasting this morning at Ranelagh Garden. They have built an immense amphitheatre, with balconies full of little alehouses. It is in rivalry to Vauxhall and costs above £12,000. On May 26 he again describes the vast amphitheatre, finely gilt, painted and illuminated, into which everybody that loves eating, drinking, staring, or crowding is admitted for 12d. In 1744, Mr. Walpole goes every night constantly to Ranelagh, which has totally beat Vauxhall. Nobody goes anywhere else, everybody goes there. My Lord Chesterfield is so fond of it that he says he has ordered all his letters to be directed thither. The floor is all of beaten princes. You can't set your foot without treading on a prince or Duke of Cumberland. In 1748, Ranelagh is so crowded that going there t'other night in a string of coaches, we had a stop of 36 minutes. In 1745, Mr. Thomas Gray had written to a friend that he had no intention of following the stream to Ranelagh, and he touched a weak spot in the delights of the London pleasure gardens, the uncertainty of the London weather. I have never been at Ranelagh Gardens since they were opened. They do not succeed. People see it once or twice, and so they go to Vauxhall. Well, but is it not a very great design, very new, finely lighted? Well, yes, very fine truly, so they yawn and go to Vauxhall, and then it's too hot, and then it's too cold, and here's a wind and there's a damp. But in August 1746, we find Gray declaring that his evenings lately have been chiefly spent at Ranelagh and Vauxhall. Other literary people, at least as interesting, as Walpole's dukes and princes, frequented Ranelagh. The learned Mrs. Carter was there in 1748, and found the gardens very pleasant on a June evening, though she did not relish such tumultuary torchlight entertainments. Goldsmith and Reynolds used to go there together about 1771, and Dr. Johnson often went to Ranelagh, which he deemed, as the Reverend Dr. Maxwell apologetically observes, a place of innocent recreation. Section 2, the Rotunda. The guidebooks abound with architectural details of the Ranelagh Rotunda. A sufficient idea of its general appearance may be gained by glancing at some of the contemporary prints and by noticing a few salient features. Writers of the time compare it to the Pantheon at Rome. The Londoner of today will think rather of the British Museum reading room, which it resembled in size and, to some extent, in general appearance. The circumference was 555 feet and the internal diameter 150 feet. It was entered by 4 Doric porticos opposite one another, and the interior architecture corresponded with the exterior. On the exterior was an arcade encircling the building, and above this arcade was a gallery reached by steps placed at the porticos. In the interior was a circle of 52 boxes, separated by wainscoting. Each box had its droll painting and its bell lamp with candles, and in each 7 or 8 people could be accommodated with refreshments. Benches covered with red baize were dispersed about the area, and the plaster floor was covered with matting. Above the circle of boxes was a gallery containing a similar range of boxes, which were entered by folding doors from the gallery outside the building. The rotunda was lighted by 60 windows, and the chief material used in its construction was wood. The ceiling was painted an olive color, with a rainbow round the extremity, and there hung from it numerous chandeliers, each ornamented with a gilt crown and containing crystal bell lamps of candles. When all the candles were lighted, the sight, we are told, was very glorious. In the center of the building was a remarkable square erection supporting the roof, and made up of pillars and arches elaborately decorated. This grand and elegant structure was nothing more or less than a fireplace containing a chimney and an open fire. On cold days in February and March, the best place was one of the hot blazing red cloth benches by the fire. This fireplace structure had originally contained the orchestra, but after a few years the orchestra was, for acoustic reasons, moved to the side of the rotunda. Behind the orchestra was an organ by Byfield, set up in 1746. Illustration: the inside view of the rotunda in Ranelagh Gardens, with the company at breakfast. Vue de la Campagne, at dejeuner dans la rotund, au milieu des jardins de Ranelagh. The rotunda at Ranelagh, circ. 1751. Johnson declared that the coup d'oeil of Ranelagh was the finest thing he had ever seen. When Johnson first entered Ranelagh and its brilliant circle, it gave, as he told Boswell, an expansion and gay sensation to his mind, such as he had never experienced anywhere else. Miss Lydia Melford, in Humphrey Clinker, wrote about Ranelagh to her dear Willis with an enthusiasm less restrained, and without Dr. Johnson's moralizing comment. Alas, sir, these are only struggles for happiness. Ranelagh, she writes, looks like the enchanted palace of a genio, adorned with the most exquisite performances of painting, carving, and gilding, enlightened with 1,000 golden lamps that emulate the noonday sun, crowded with the great, the rich, the gay, the happy, and the fair, glittering with cloth of gold and silver, lace, embroidery, and precious stones. While these exulting sons and daughters of felicity tread this round of pleasure, or regale in different parties, and separate lodges, with fine imperial tea and other delicious refreshments, their ears are entertained with the most ravishing delights of music, both instrumental and vocal. Section 3. The entertainments and the company. The usual charge for admission was half a crown, which always included the regale of tea, coffee, and bread and butter. Foote called Ranelagh the bread and butter manufactory, and, except on ball nights, no other refreshments seemed to have been procurable. The place was usually open on 3 days in the week: Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. The regular season for the evening concerts and garden promenade began at Easter, but the rotunda was often open in February or earlier for the dances. In the early days of Ranelagh, the public breakfastings and the morning concerts at 12 were a constant feature. About 1754, the proprietors of Ranelagh were refused a license for music, and the breakfasting took place that year without concerts. These breakfasts and morning concerts do not appear to have been subsequently renewed. The evening concerts, from May 1742 onwards, generally began at 6:30 or 7. Between the acts, the company walked in the gardens to the music of horns and clarinets, and a garden orchestra was erected about 1764. The gardens were illuminated, but fireworks did not become a prominent feature till about 1767. The gardens themselves were somewhat formally laid out. There were several gravel walks, shaded by elms and yews, a flower garden, and a beautiful octagon grass plat. The principal walk led from the south end of Ranelagh House to the bottom of the gardens, where there was a circular temple of Pan. At night, the walks were prettily lit with lamps attached to the trees. There was also a canal with a temple indifferently described as the Chinese House and the Venetian Temple. Illustration: the Chinese House, the Rotunda, and the company in masquerade in Ranelagh Gardens. In its earliest as well as in its latest days, masquerades attracted many to the Rotunda and the Gardens, but the chief diversion was the promenade in the Rotunda. A guidebook of 1793 states that walking round the Rotundo was one of the pleasures of the place. We hear much at all periods of the circular labor of the company and the ring of folly. Matthew Bramble found one half of the company following one another's tails in an eternal circle like asses in an olive mill, while the other half are drinking hot water under the denomination of tea. Mr. Bramble exacted much from places of amusement, but it is to be suspected from other testimonies that there was an atmosphere of dullness, a note of ennui, about the ordinary diversions of this fashionable rendezvous. "There's your famous Ranelagh," says Evelina, "that you make such a fuss about. Why, what a dull place is that?" A Frenchman describing Ranelagh about 1,800 foreigners were always expected to visit it calls it le plus insipide lieu d'amusement qu'elle et peut imaginer, and even hints at Dante's Purgatory. Another Frenchman writing much earlier, circ. 1749, briefly comments on Ennui avec de la mauvaise musique, du thé et du beurre. Samuel Rogers' Table Talk, who must have known Ranelagh from about 1786 till its close, was struck by the solemnity of the whole thing. All was so orderly and still that you could hear the wishing sound of the ladies' trains as the immense assembly walked round and round the room. An affray of the kind familiar at Vauxhall, and not infrequent at Marylebone, was practically unknown at Ranelagh. On May 6, 1752, Dr. John Hill was caned in the Rotunda by an angry gentleman, and the newspapers and caricaturists were momentarily excited, chiefly because Hill's injuries were supposed to be a sham. One almost welcomes a scene at Ranelagh. On the 12th of May, 1764, 4 footmen were charged before Sir John Fielding with riotous behavior at Ranelagh House, hissing several of the nobility, relative to their not giving or suffering veils to be taken, pelting several gentlemen with brickbats and breaking the windows. Throughout its career of more than 160 years, Ranelagh fairly maintained its position as a fashionable resort, but at all periods the company was a good deal mixed. Philimides, a gentleman of sprightly wit and very solid judgment, has described the frequenters of the place 4 or 5 years after it was first opened. "My lord," he says, "was sure to meet his tailor there, and Statira would see her toyman, cursing himself for letting this Statira have a service of very fine Dresden china, which she assured him her lord would pay for immediately." The ubiquitous Templar was easily recognized a pert young fellow in a fustian frock, and a broad-brimmed hat in an affected impudent cock. There was an Oxford scholar, a political pamphleteer, and a spruce military spark smelling of lavender water. A coxcomb just returned from his travels was more absurd. He had set up as virtuoso, and brought home a headless Helen and a genuine Otho, coined at Rome 2 years ago. He might now be heard talking Italian in a loud voice and pronouncing the word Gothic 50 times an hour. In 1760, a fashionable lady complains that there were too many tradesmen's wives at Ranelagh, but compared with Vauxhall it was fashionable, at least according to a lady's maid in High Life Below Stairs, circ. 1759, Act 1, Sc. 2. Lady Charlotte's maid, well, I say it again, I love Vauxhall. Lady Bab's maid, oh my stars, why there is nobody there but filthy citizens Runlow for my money. Illustration: the attack on Dr. John Hill at Ranelagh, 6 May, 1752. From about 1774, it was considered fashionable to arrive at the Rotunda about 11 p.m., 1 hour after the concert was over. In 1777, according to Walpole, the company did not arrive till 12. The people of the True Tun, says the satirical Harlequin in Ranelagh, 1774, come in about 11, stare about them for half an hour, laugh at the other fools who are drenching and scalding themselves with coffee and tea. Despise all they have seen, and then they trail home again to sup. The citizens, on the other hand, came to stare at the great, at the Duke of Gloucester or Lady Almeria Carpenter, or whoever it might be. They came to see how the great folks were dressed, how they walked and how they talked. Some worthy men were compelled by their wives to wear swords, and in the circling promenade found it hard to adjust the spit to the humor of those behind and before them. The Harlequin enlarges on some unpleasant characters who haunted Ranelagh, Baron H.G., for instance, who trails about like a wounded worm, and Lord C.Y., who runs his nose under every bonnet. It is not to be denied that Ranelagh, though on the whole decorous, had a tolerable reputation as a place of assignation. Section 4. Annals of Ranelagh 1740 to 1769. From this general sketch of Ranelagh and its frequenters, we may pass on to some details of its amusements year by year. The principal performer at the concerts in the earliest days, 1742 circ. 1760, was the well-known actor and vocalist Beard, who was considered by Dibdin to be, taken altogether, the best English singer. Julia Frassey, young and interesting with her sweet clear voice, was heard in 1751 and 1752. Michael Festing at first led the band and was succeeded, about 1752, by Abram Brown, a performer who, according to Burney, had a clear, sprightly and loud tone with a strong hand, but who was deficient in musical knowledge and feeling. Parry, the Welsh harper, 1746, and Caporail, the violoncello player, were also among the earlier performers. At first, choruses from oratorios, this was still the case in 1763, were a feature of the concerts, but the performances soon came to differ little from those of Vauxhall and Marylebone. In 1754, an entertainment of recitation, with a procession, was given under the name of Camuses Court. In 1757, Assis and Galatea was performed for the benefit of the Marine Society. On 10 June, 1763, Bonnell Thornton's burlesque ode on St. Cecilia's Day was performed, adapted by Burney to the antient British music, viz. The salt box, the Jew's harp, the marrowbones and cleavers, the humstrum or hurdy-gurdy, etc., etc. The performers sang the recitative, airs and choruses in masquerade dresses, and the salt box song was especially successful. The fun must have been rather forced, though Johnson, who read the ode when printed, praised its humor, seemed much diverted with it, and repeated the lines. In strains more exalted the salt box shall join, and clattering and battering and clapping combine, with a rap and a tap while the hollow side sounds. Up and down leaps the flap, and with rattling rebounds. In 1762, 1764, the principal singer was the Italian Tenducci, whose voice, according to Miss Lydia Melford, was neither man's nor woman's, but it is more melodious than either, and it warbled so divinely that while I listened I really thought myself in paradise. On 29 June, 1764, Mozart, then 8 years old, performed on the harpsichord and organ several of his own compositions. On 12 May, 1767, catches and glees were rendered with instrumental parts by Arne, an addition considered necessary on account of the size of the rotunda. This was stated to be the first public performance of the kind in England. In 1769, Dibdin was a singer of ballads, and on 12 May of this year there was a Jubilee Redato, an event at which we may pause to recall some of the earlier masquerades and balls which, from time to time, enlivened the routine of Ranelagh. The most famous of these entertainments was the Grand Jubilee Masquerade in the Venetian taste, that took place on Wednesday, 26 April, 1749, to celebrate the proclamation of the Peace of Aix-la-Chapelle. The masquerade, says Horace Walpole, had nothing Venetian in it, but was by far the best understood and prettiest spectacle I ever saw. Nothing in a fairy tale ever surpassed it. It began at 3 o'clock. At about 5, people of fashion began to go. When you entered, you found the whole garden filled with masks and spread with tents, which remained all night very commodely. In one quarter was a maypole dressed with garlands, and people dancing round it to a tabor and pipe and rustic music, all masked, as were all the various bands of music that were disposed in different parts of the garden, some like huntsmen with French horns, some like peasants, and a troop of harlequins and scaramouches in the little open temple on the mount. On the canal was a sort of gondola, adorned with flags and streamers, and filled with music, rowing about. All round the outside of the amphitheatre were shops, filled with Dresden china, Japan and sea, and all the shopkeepers in mask. The amphitheatre was illuminated, and in the middle was a circular bower, composed of all kinds of furs in tubs, from 20 to 30 feet high. Under them, orange trees, with small lamps in each orange, and below them all sorts of the finest auriculas in pots, and festoons of natural flowers hanging from tree to tree. Between the arches, too, were firs, and smaller ones in the balconies above. There were booths for tea and wine, gaming tables and dancing, and about 2,000 persons. In short, it pleased me more than the finest thing I ever saw. Later masquerades, though attended by fashionable people, were less select, as appears, for example, from an advertisement which a gentleman inserted in the Public Advertiser of 8 March, 1753. This is to inform the lady that was in a white mask, red beard and eyes at the last masquerade, but one, in a brown and silver Flora petticoat and head-dress, remarkable gentle, very finely made, who lost her company and walked with several masks. Particular with one, who in rapturous heard her declare a dislike to gaming and the intention of maskwards, on which he asked, what her single or engaged, and under whose care that night? The lady, pointing to a tall gentleman in black and a bagwig, said his, my brother. His intentions were honorable, and he begged to see her face. In reply, she repeated part out of the Orphan, Trust Not a Man. Said he had taken notice enough of her to know her again, bid him look sharp at the next Macgard, at which and all other places he has been dispionted of seeing her. He therefore hops, if not engaged, will get her brother or some friend to call on him, as he feels assured he could be happy for life with her. On the occasion of the Jubilee Redato on 12 May, 1769, the gardens and the Chinese house were illuminated. A large seahorse stuck full of small lamps floated on the canal, and had a very agreeable aspect. A favourite Ranelagh serenata, Dibdin S. Ephesian matron, was performed at 10, and the rotunda and gardens were gradually filled by a brilliant company. The Dukes of York and Cumberland were there, and one of the prettiest characters was a rural nymph in rose-coloured satin, trimmed with silver. The tickets, which cost a guinea, included the supper. Unfortunately, the wine and sweetmeats were not immediately forthcoming, and some gentlemen broke open the wine cellar and helped themselves. Sir Thomas Robinson, to make things pleasant, thereupon sent a general invitation to the company to sup with him. The dancing began at 12, and was continued till 4, a comparatively early hour at Ranelagh masquerades. Section 5. Later History of Ranelagh, 1770-1805. A gentleman in town, writing in the Town and Country magazine for April 1770, p. 195, to his friend in the country, enlarges on the fashionable assemblages to be then seen at Ranelagh 3 times a week. And we may note that about this time the tradesmen advertised their silver Ranelagh silks and Ranelagh waistcoats in gold, silver, and colours. The sweet voice of the lovely Mrs. Baddeley was then to be heard in the rotunda, and she sang in the autumn, 1770, in The Recruiting Sergeant, together with Mrs. Thompson, Dibdin, and Bannister. The garden concerts, and the fireworks and transparent pictures in a building in the grounds had by this time become prominent features of the place. The event of 1775 was the Ranelagh Regatta and Ball, which took place on June 23rd. Early in the afternoon of that day, the whole river from London Bridge to Millbank was covered with pleasure boats, and scaffold erections were to be seen on the banks and even on the top of Westminster Hall. Gambling tables lined the approaches to Westminster Bridge. Men went about selling indifferent liquor, regatta songs, and regatta cards. The river banks now resembled a great fair, and the Thames itself a floating town. Wild calculations fixed the number of the spectators at 200,000, or at least 3 millions. At 7.3, a cannon signaled the start of the racing boats, and about 8.3, when the prizes had been awarded, the whole procession began to move in a picturesque irregularity towards Ranelagh. The director's barge, with its band playing and gold regatta ensign flying, led the way, and the fortunate persons who had ball tickets landed at Ranelagh Stairs at 9 o'clock. Dancing took place in the Temple of Neptune, a temporary octagon erection in the grounds. Mrs. Cornley's had been given 700 guineas, it is said, to supply the supper, and it is lamentable to reflect that the supper was indifferent and the wine very scarce. However, there was a great company: the Duke of Gloucester, the Duke of Northumberland, Lord North, the Duchess of Devonshire, Sir Joshua Reynolds, Garrick, Colman, Samuel Foote. A band of 240 instrumentalists, under Giardini, performed in the rotunda, and there was singing by Vernon and Reinhold, including the cheering ballad. Ye lords and ye ladies who form this gay throng, be silent a moment, attend to our song, and while you suspend your fantastical round, come, bless your sweet stars that you're none of you drowned. From this time, 1775, till about 1790 the concerts continued as usual, but Ranelagh seems during the period to have suffered a certain eclipse. In May 1788 the shares are said to have fallen from their par value, £1,000, to £900. Ranelagh was voted a bore with the fashionable circles, and its distance from town began to be considered an obstacle. About 1791, however, its fortunes revived, and numerous masquerades, sometimes lasting till 6 or 8 in the morning, and firework displays, chiefly by Caylott and by Rossi and Tessier, remained a feature of Ranelagh till its close. Henry Angelo, Reminiscences, Roman II, p. 3f, speaking of its later days, declares that it was frequented by the elite of fashion. The gentlemen wore powder, frills, and ruffles, and had gold-headed canes. Cropped heads, trousers, or shoestrings were not to be seen there. The men used to buy in the anteroom myrtles, hyacinths, and roses, not to wear themselves, but for presentation to the ladies. A masquerade of 1792, 14 February, was attended by Mrs. Jordan, supported, as the newspapers said, between the friendly arms of the Prince of Wales and the Duke of Clarence. Mr. Petty was good as a man walking in his sleep with a candle, and amid the usual crowd of harlequins, sailors, and flower girls, a monkey of the largest size was offensively dexterous. At another masquerade this year, 16 May, a Guy Faux, a Bath macaroni, an African princess, and 3 or 4 romps attracted attention. On May 7, 1792, the exhibition called Mount Etna was introduced and remained popular at Ranelagh for several years. A special building with a scene designed by G. Marinari, painter to the opera, was prepared for it in the gardens. The idea was evidently borrowed from Torre's Forge of Vulcan, the great attraction at the Marylebone Gardens some 20 years earlier. The scene represented Mount Etna and the cavern of Vulcan with the Cyclops forging the armor of Mars, as described, the advertisement's ad in the Aeneid of Virgil. To an accompaniment of music, compiled from Gluck, Haydn, Giardini, and Handel, we see the Cyclops going to work. The smoke thickens, the crater on the top of Etna vomits forth flames, and the lava rolls dreadful along the side of the mountain. This continues with increasing violence till there is a prodigious eruption, which finishes with a tremendous explosion. On June 27, 1793, the Chevalier Dion fenced in the rotunda with M. Sainville, and received the congratulations of the Prince of Wales and Mrs. Fitzherbert. In 1797, April, there was an enjoyable masquerade, at which there reigned, we are told, good nature and pleasant hilarity without riot. All this, in spite of a crowd of imaginary Dutch skippers, lunatics, coachmen, quack doctors, and watercress girls. At a concert in 1798, June, Incledon and Madame Mara sang. In 1799, a January masquerade was diversified by a drawing for 50 twelfth cakes as prizes for the masks. The directors now began to offer prizes for regattas and volunteer shooting matches, and a few splendid entertainments mark the closing years of Ranelagh. On 2 June 1802, Bootle S Club gave an elegant dance at which the ladies wore white and silver, ornamented with laurel and diamonds, and amused themselves by drawing prizes of trinkets in a lottery booth. On the 28th June 1802, the Picnic Society gave an afternoon breakfast, and at 5 o'clock Garnerin, the French aeronaut, and Captain Soden ascended in a balloon from the gardens. On 23 September 1802, Mr. Thomas Todd descended into a reservoir of water 25 feet deep, prepared for him in the gardens. His awkward diving tub and his dress of leather and metal excited the laughter of spectators born too early to know the diver of the Polytechnic. Nor is this praiseworthy experiment to be counted among the splendid entertainments of Ranelagh, for Mr. Todd was misfitted by his coppersmith, forgot to take down his lamp, and did not remain under water more than 5 minutes. On 1 June 1803, a ball in commemoration of the installation of the Knights of the Bath took place, and proved one of the finest of the entertainments. Yet these were only struggles for happiness, and attempts to galvanize a nearly lifeless Ranelagh. The unending promenade, with its sentimental songs and elegant regale of tea and coffee, had ceased to attract, and the lamp-hung trees, the Chinese house, and the music on the canal had lost their ancient charm. On 8 July 1803, the Rotunda of Ranelagh was opened for the last time as a place of amusement. On 30 September 1805, the proprietors gave directions for the demolition of Ranelagh House and the Rotunda. The furniture was sold by auction shortly afterwards, and the buildings were removed. The organ was bought for Tetbury Church, Gloucestershire, where it remained till 1863, when it was purchased by a builder. The Ranelagh grounds had extended from the old burial ground, east of Chelsea Hospital, to the river marshes on the south, and the Chelsea Bridge Road now crosses their eastern boundary. When the buildings were removed, the grounds were, by degrees, purchased of the shareholders by General Richard R. Wilford to add to his property adjoining. A poet of the Gentleman's Magazine in June 1807 laments the fall of Ranelagh, and the site already overgrown with weeds. The foundation walls of the rotunda and the arches of some of the cellars could, however, be traced as late as 1813, and part of the site was a favorite playground for Chelsea children. By 1826, the Ranelagh grounds had become by purchase the property of Chelsea Hospital and were parceled out into allotments. The ground is, at the present time, once more a Ranelagh garden, in which the public are admitted, as the old advertisements would say, to walk gratis. All traces of Ranelagh have been thus obliterated, and a London historian, Jesse, London, Roman III, 420, on visiting the site in 1871, could find as its memorial only a single avenue of trees with one or two of the old lampirons, the fire trees, of the early advertisement still attached. From the numerous authorities, the following may be selected: Gent. Mag. 1742, 418 ff. Ranelagh House, A Satire in Prose, London, 1747, W. Call. Dodsley's London, Sir John Fielding's Brief Description of London, Burney's Hist. Of Music, Roman IV, 668 ff. Kearsley's Strangers, Guide 1793, Licenses Environs, Supplement P. 120, Faulkner's Chelsea, Roman II, 299 ff. Blanchard in the Era Almanac, 1870, Grove's Dict. Of Music, Art. Ranelagh House, by W. H. Husk, L. Estrange's Village of Palaces, Roman II, Walford v. 76 ff. Austin Dobson's 18th Century Vignettes, 2nd Sir. p. 263 ff. Collections relating to Ranelagh in British Museum and Guildhall libraries, and a large series of cuttings from newspapers, magazines, and C. W. Call. Views. A good representative series of the principal early views of Ranelagh is in the Crace collection, Cattle, p. 164, pp. 314. The site is well marked in Horwood's Plan, a 1794. Strombelow House and Gardens, Chelsea. Strombelow House was a minor place of entertainment, dating from 1762 or earlier, with tea gardens and a fine fountain, attached to it. The gardens are said to have been most frequented about 1788. They were open chiefly in the afternoons of weekdays and Sundays for tea drinking during the summer season. The house, opposite the famous Royal Bun House, Chelsea, in Jews Row, now Pimlico Road, was still standing in 1829 when Faulkner's Chelsea, second edition, was published, but it appears to have been disused as a place of amusement long before that date. The ground was afterwards occupied by the Orange Tavern and Tea Gardens, to which was attached the Orange Theatre, a small private playhouse where local geniuses performed 1830–132. St. Barnabas Church, Pimlico, built 1840–1850, standing off the south side of Pimlico Road entrance in Church Street, is now nearly on the site. O'Keefe's Recollections, IP 88, Faulkner's Chelsea, Roman II, p. 357, Davis's Knightsbridge, 1859, p. 263, Wheatley's London P and PSV. Stramello, Tims's Club Life, 1866, Roman II, p. 260. Star and Garter Tavern and Gardens, Chelsea. In the grounds attached to the Star and Garter Tavern in the Five Fields between Chelsea and Pimlico, displays of fireworks and horsemanship took place in 1762, July-September, to celebrate the birth of the Prince of Wales and the visit of the chiefs of the Cherokee Indians who were duly exploited by the proprietor. Carlo Genevini, an Italian artificer, exhibited stars and moving suns, a galoche of a varied colored rose, reprises of water cascades and many pyrotechnic devices, together with the Temple of Liberty, a machine 32 feet long and 40 high, painted in a theatrical manner, with Britannia triumphant over the portico. The fireworks began at 8 or 9, and the tickets were usually half a crown. On other evenings at 7 o'clock, Thomas Johnson, the well-known equestrian, performed feats with 2 and 3 horses similar to those undertaken by him at the Three Hats, Islington. The admission was 1 shilling. The proprietor of the Star and Garter also kept the neighboring Dwarf's Tavern, with Cone, the jovial pygmy, as majordomo, and to this place visitors were invited to adjourn after the fireworks, there to sup on a most excellent ham, some collared eels, potted beef, etc., with plenty of sound old bright wine and punch like nectar. Faulkner's Chelsea, Roman II, 354–356, where further details of the fireworks and horsemanship may be found. Davis's Knightsbridge, p. 264. Jenny's Whim, Pimlico. St. George's Row, near Ebury Bridge, formerly called the Wooden Bridge or Jenny's Whim Bridge, marks the site of Jenny's Whim, a tavern and pleasure garden popular in the last century. Jenny's Whim is said to have been established as a place of amusement by a firework artificer and theatrical machinist in the reign of George Roman II. About 1750, it appears to have been a good deal frequented during the daytime, and people of rank and fashion occasionally visited it. Walpole once encountered Lord Granby, arrived very drunk from Jenny's Whim, where he had dined with Lady Fanny and left her and 8 other women and 4 other men playing at brag. A writer in the Connoisseur comparing it in 1755 with Ranelagh and Vauxhall describes it, however, as a resort of the lower sort of people, rather than of the quality. Illustration, a west view of Chelsea Bridge, un vue du pont de Chelsea du Côte du Vest. Showing Jenny's Whim, 1761. The gardens possessed, in addition to the usual bowers, alcoves and prim flower beds, a bowling green, a grotto, a cockpit, and a ducking pond. In the center was a large fish pond. Mechanical devices, similar to those at New Georgia, Hampstead, attracted many visitors. A harlequin, a mother Shipton, or some terrific monster, started up in the recesses of the garden when an unsuspected spring was trodden upon, and huge fish and mermaids rose at intervals from the water of the pond. The admission about 1755 appears to have been 6d. Before the close of the 18th century, the popularity of the place had declined, though it was still frequented as a summer tea garden, and by 1804 Jenny's Whim had become a mere public house. The house, a red brick building with latticework, containing a large room originally used for breakfasting parties, continued in existence for many years and was not pulled down till 1865. Walford v. 45, ff. Walpole's Letters, Roman II, 212, 23 June, The Connoisseur, No. 68, 15 May 1755, Low Life, 1764, Davis's Knightsbridge, 253 ff. Notes and Queries, 3rd Sir Roman 8, 166, Angelo's Picnic, 1834, SV. Views: the north front of Jenny's Wym Bridge and the old public house at the foot of the bridge, watercolor drawing, 1761, Crace Cat, p. 311, No. 58. A west view of Chelsea Bridge, showing Jenny's Wym, Borman Pinks, Lodge Sculp, 1761, W. Call, Crace Cat, p. 311, No. 59, cp. Walford, v. 43. Cromwell's Gardens. Afterwards Florida Gardens, Brompton. Cromwell's Gardens consisted of grounds immediately adjoining, and perhaps at one time belonging to Hale House, Brompton, a mansion popularly known as Cromwell House from a tradition, seemingly unfounded, that the Protector or his family had once resided there. Some of the entrance tickets of Cromwell's Gardens consisted of rude imitations of Oliver's pattern shillings and had his effigy on the obverse. The gardens were in existence at least as early as 1762, and in 1776 they are described as frequented by fashionable gentlemen of Kensington and the West End, and by various ladies who were apparently not always of irreproachable character. Brompton was then and long afterwards in the midst of gardens and nurseries, and was noted for its salubrious air. Cromwell's Gardens were within a pleasant rural walk from the Park, Chelsea, and Knightsbridge. The grounds were neatly kept. There were agreeable arbors for drinking tea and coffee, and in one part of the garden trees, curiously cut, surrounded an elevated grass plat. Their retired situation rendered them, in the opinion of the Sunday Rambler, well adapted for gallantry and intrigue. Music of some kind seems to have been provided, and at one time equestrian performances in the open air were exhibited by Charles Hughes, the well-known writer, who in 1782 founded with Dibdin the Royal Circus, afterwards the Surrey Theatre. The admission was sixpence, and the gardens were open at least as late as 9 at night. In 1781 or 1780, the gardens were in the hands of Mr. R. Heim, a German florist, who grew his cherries, strawberries, and flowers there. About that time he changed the name to Florida Gardens, erected a great room for dining in the center of the gardens, and opened the place to the public at a charge of sixpence. A bowling green was formed, and a band, said to be subscribed for by the nobility and gentry, played twice a week during the summer. An air balloon and fireworks were announced for 10 September, 1784. It was a pleasant place where visitors could gather flowers and fruit, fresh every hour in the day, and take the light refreshment of tea, coffee, and ice creams, or wine and cider if they preferred it. Heim specially recommended his Bernweckli as an elegant succedaneum for bread and butter, and eat by the noblesse of Switzerland. However, like many proprietors of pleasure gardens, he subsequently became bankrupt between 1787 and 1797. Maria, Duchess of Gloucester, having procured a lease before September 1797 of the place, built there a villa at first called Maria Lodge, then Orford Lodge, at which she died in 1807. Shortly after 1807, the premises consisting of about 6 acres were purchased by the Rt. Hun, George Canning, who changed the name of the house to Gloucester Lodge and lived there for many years. The house was pulled down about 1850 and the ground let on building leases. Part of Courtfield Road, Ashburn Place, and perhaps other streets occupy the site of Gloucester Lodge, which stood immediately south of the present Cromwell Road, and west of Gloucester Road, near the point where the Gloucester Road intersects Cromwell Road. Sunday Ramble, 1776. A Modern Sabbath, 1797, Chapter Roman 7. Faulkner's Kensington, 1820, pp. 438-441, Licenses Environs, Supplement to First ed. 1811, p. 215, Wheatley, London P. and PSV. Cromwell House and Gloucester Lodge, Fors's New Guide, 1789, Preface P. Roman 6. The Public Advertiser, 10 July, 1789, The Morning Herald, 7 July, 1786, and newspaper cuttings in W. Call. Views. There seem to be no views of the Cromwell and Florida Gardens. There is a view of the garden front of Gloucester Lodge in Jerdan's autobiography, 1852, volume Roman 2. Frontispiece. 6. South London Group. Bermondsey Spa Gardens. The Bermondsey Spa Gardens owe such celebrity as they attained to the enterprise of their founder and proprietor, Thomas Keys, a self-taught artist, born in 1722, who painted skillful imitations of still life and exhibited pictures at the Royal Academy. About 1765, he purchased the Waterman's Arms, a tavern in Bermondsey, together with some waste ground adjoining, and opened the place as a tea garden, exhibiting there a collection of his own pictures. At that time, and for several years in the present century, Bermondsey was surrounded by open country. About 1770, a chalybeate spring was discovered in the grounds, and Keys's establishment thereupon acquired the name of the Bermondsey Spa Gardens. Keys was a cheery, ingenious landlord, remarkable among other things for his preparation of cherry brandy. In 1784, he obtained a license for music from the Surrey magistrates and spent £4,000 in improvements. The gardens, covering not less than 4 acres, were open during the summer months on weekday evenings and Sundays, and the price of admission on weekdays was £1. Each visitor was, however, given on entering a metal cheque, which was exchanged for refreshments to the extent of 6d. On special occasions, the admission was half a crown or 3 shillings. In the gardens were the usual arbours and benches for tea drinking. The space before the orchestra was about 1/4 of the size of that at Vauxhall, and on the northeast of the garden was a lawn of about 3 acres. A row of trees leading from the entrance to the picture gallery was hung at night with lamps of red, blue, green, and white, in humble imitation of the Grand Walk at Vauxhall. Jonas Blewett, one of the most distinguished organists of the latter half of the 18th century, composed the music of many songs for the entertainments at the spa. The spa poets were Mr. J. Oakman and Mr. Harris. Songs of hunting, drinking, and seafaring took their turn with ditties full of what may be described as sprightly sentiment. The other music consisted of burlettas, duets, and interludes, performed by vocalists of only local fame. In a burletta called The Friars, certain nuns who had been forced by wicked guardians to take the veil make their escape with the assistance of 2 friars. These reverend men, after singing an anacreontic song, divide the gold which the ladies have given them as their reward, and the whole concludes with a chorus. The words of the burlettas and songs were printed in little books, sold for 6d at the bar and in the exhibition room. An occasional display of fireworks took place, and the gardens and a cascade, introduced about 1792, were illuminated. From time to time, there was a representation of the Siege of Gibraltar by means of fireworks, transparencies, and bombshells. The apparatus for the siege, which was designed by Keys himself, was set up in a field divided from the lawn by a sunk fence, the rock being 50 feet high and 200 feet long. The blowing up of the floating batteries and the sinking of boats in fictitious water were, we are assured, so truly represented as to give a very strong idea of the real siege. A permanent attraction was the Gallery of Paintings, an oblong room described as being about the same size as W. M. Turner's studio in Queen Anne Street. Here were exhibited Keys's pictorial reproductions of a butcher's shop and a greengrocer's stall, and many other paintings, including a Vesuvius and a candle that looked as if it were really lighted. On the whole, the Bermondsey Spa appears to have been a respectable, though hardly fashionable, resort, which brought its proprietor a moderate income and supplied harmless, if not very exalted, means of recreation. It being not unnecessary to provide for the safe convoy of the visitors after nightfall, Keys inserted the following advertisement in the newspapers: The Spa Gardens, in Grange Road, Bermondsey, 1 mile from London Bridge. For the security of the public, the road is lighted and watched by patrols every night, at the sole expense of the proprietor. The lighting and patrolling were probably somewhat mythical, but no doubt the announcement served to reassure the timid. J.T. Smith, the author of A Book for a Rainy Day, has left a graphic description of a visit that he paid on a bright July evening of 1795. The popularity of the gardens was then waning, and on entering he found no one there but 3 idle waiters. A board with a ruffled hand within a sky-blue painted sleeve directed him to the staircase which led to the Gallery of Paintings, and he made a solitary tour of the room. The rest of the visit may be described in Smith's own words. Stepping back to study the picture of the green stall, "I ask your pardon," said I, for I had trodden upon someone's toes. "Sir, it is granted," replied a little thick-set man with a round face, arch look, and closely curled wig, surmounted by a small three-cornered hat put very knowingly on one side, not unlike Hogarth's head in his print of the Gates of Calais. "You are an artist, I presume. I noticed you from the end of the gallery when you first stepped back to look at my best picture. I painted all the objects in this room from nature and still life." "Your greengrocer's shop," said I, "is inimitable. The drops of water on that Savoy appear as if they had just fallen from the element. Van Huysum could not have penciled them with greater delicacy." "What do you think," said he, "of my butcher's shop? Your pluck is bleeding fresh, and your sweetbread is in a clean plate. How do you like my bull's-eye? Why, it would be a most excellent one for Adams or Dollond to lecture upon. Your knuckle of veal is the finest I ever saw." "It's young meat," replied he. "Anyone who is a judge of meat can tell that from the blueness of its bone. What a beautiful white you have used on the fat of that Southdown leg, or is it Bagshot?" "Yes," said he, "my solitary visitor, it is Bagshot. And as for my white, that is the best Nottingham, which you or any artist can procure at Stone and Puncheon S in Bishopsgate Street within." "Sir Joshua Reynolds," continued Mr. Keese, "paid me 2 visits. On the second he asked me what white I had used, and when I told him, he observed, 'It's very extraordinary, sir, how it keeps so bright. I use the same.'" "Not at all, sir," I rejoined. "The doors of this gallery are open day and night, and the admission of fresh air, together with the great expansion of light from the sashes above, will never suffer the white to turn yellow. Have you not observed, Sir Joshua, how white the posts and rails on the public roads are, though they have not been repainted for years? That arises from constant air and bleaching." "Come," said Mr. Keese, putting his hand upon my shoulder. "The bell rings, not for prayers nor for dinner, but for the song." As soon as we had reached the orchestra, the singer curtsied to us, for we were the only persons in the gardens. "This is sad work," said he, "but the woman must sing, according to our contract." I recollect that the singer was handsome, most dashingly dressed, immensely plumed, and villainously rouged. She smiled as she sang, but it was not the bewitching smile of Mrs. Wrighton, then applauded by thousands at Vauxhall Gardens. As soon as the spa lady had ended her song, Keese, after joining me in applause, apologized for doing so, by observing that as he never suffered his servants to applaud, and as the people in the road, whose ears were close to the cracks in the paling to hear the song, would make a bad report if they had not heard more than the clapping of one pair of hands, he had in this instance expressed his reluctant feelings. As the lady retired from the front of the orchestra, she, to keep herself in practice, curtsied to me with as much respect as she would had Colonel Topham been the patron of a gala night. "This is too bad," again observed Mr. Keese, "and I am sure you cannot expect fireworks." However, he politely asked me to partake of a bottle of Lisbon, which upon my refusing, he pressed me to accept of a catalogue of his pictures. Keese died in his house at the Gardens on 8 February, 1800, and his pictures were subsequently sold by auction. His successors in the management of the Bermondsey Spa failed to make it pay, and it was closed about 1804. The site, now in Spa Road, was afterwards built upon. Licenses Environs, Volume I, 1792, p. 558, Smith's Book for a Rainy Day, p. 135 ff. Under 1795. G. W. Phillips's History and Antiquities of Bermondsey, 1841 pp. 84-85 dict. Nat. Beog. Art. Keese, Walford Roman 6. 128, 129, Histories of Surrey. E. L. Blanchard in the Era Almanac for 1870, p. 18. Rendell and Norman's Inns of Old Southwark, pp. 394-396. A Modern Sabbath, 1797, Chapter Roman 9. Kearsley's Stranger's Guide to London, 1793. Fors's New Guide, 1789, Preface, p. Roman 6. Picture of London, 1802, p. 370, where the pictures of the late Mr. Keys are mentioned. Public Gardens Call. In Guildhall Library, London, description of some of the paintings in the perpetual exhibition at Bermondsey Spa, Horsledown, Cirque. 1785, 8 Vo. W. Call. Songbooks, words only, of Bermondsey Spa, W. Call. Views. A pen and ink sketch of Bermondsey Spa and a portrait of Keese were in J. H. Burns' collection, and at his sale at Puttock, S were bought by Mr. Gardner, Notes and Queries, 6th Sir. I. 506. St. Helena Gardens, Rotherhithe. These gardens were opened in 1770, and in May 1776, music and dancing were advertised to take place there in the evenings. Towards the close of the century, the Prince of Wales, George Roman IV, and various fashionable people are said to have occasionally visited the place. St. Helena, S was a good deal frequented as a tea garden during the first 30 years of the 19th century, chiefly by the dockyard population of the neighborhood. In 1830, fireworks and other entertainments were introduced on the weekday evenings, and the place was for some years styled the Eastern Vauxhall. In 1832, the gardens occupied about 5 acres and a half, and in this year the performers advertised included Mr. G.R. Chapman, from the Adelphi and Astley, S. as organist and musical director, Mrs. Venning, from the Nobilities Concerts, Miss Wood, the infant prodigy, only 6 years of age, and Miss Taylor, who performed many difficult airs on that delightful instrument, the musical glasses. Concerts, dancing, and other amusements continued till about 1869, when the gardens appear to have been closed. Illustration, St. Helena Tavern and Tea Gardens. Rotherhithe. In 1874, the gardens passed into the hands of Messrs. W. H. and J. R. Carter, who erected an orchestra and a dancing platform and provided music and fireworks for an admission of 6d. The gardens had fallen into a neglected state, but the walks were once more well laid out, and the old chestnut trees, the elms and planes were still standing. Illustration, orchestra and dancing platform, St. Helena Gardens, circ. 1875. The gardens ceased to exist in 1881 and were eventually built over. The site was to the west of Diptford Lower Road and just south of Corbett's Lane and the present St. Helena Road. St. Catherine's Church, consecrated 18 October 1884 in Eugenia Road, south of St. Helena Road, stands on part of the site. Views: the entrance to the St. Helena Tavern and Tea Garden watercolor drawing, signed R.B. 7 June 1839 W. Call. Admission ticket in white metal. Size 1/5 inch. 19th century circ. 1839. British Museum. Obverse view of the entrance to the tavern and gardens similar to No. In foreground, 2 posts supporting semicircular board inscribed St. Helena Tavern and Tea Gardens. Dinners dressed. In exurg, Rotherhithe. Reverse, refreshment to the value of 6d within floral wreath. Lithographed poster of the St. Helena Gardens, circ. Showing the orchestra, dancing platform, and gardens illuminated at night. W. Call. Finch's Grotto Gardens. Finch's Grotto Gardens, situated on the western side of St. George's Street, Southwark, near St. George's Fields, derived their name from Thomas Finch, a herald painter, who, having inherited from a relation a house and garden, opened both for the entertainment of the public in the spring of 1760. The garden possessed some lofty trees and was planted with evergreens and shrubs. In the center was a medicinal spring over which Finch constructed a grotto, wherein a fountain played over artificial embankments and formed a natural and beautiful cascade. The spring enjoyed some local celebrity and was recommended to his patients by a doctor named Townshend, who resided in the Haymarket and afterwards in St. George's Fields. In our own time, Dr. Rendell has described the water as merely the filtered soakage of a supersaturated soil, which could be obtained almost anywhere in Southwark. A subscription ticket of a guinea entitled the holder to such benefits as Finch's spring conferred and gave admission to the evening entertainments that were introduced from about 1764. The ordinary admission was a shilling, raised on special nights to 2 shillings. The gardens were open on Sunday when 6d was charged, though the visitor was entitled for his money to tea, half a pint of wine, cakes, jelly, or cider. An orchestra containing an organ by Pike, of Bloomsbury, stood in the garden, and there was another orchestra attached to a large octagonal music room decorated with paintings and festoons of flowers. This octagon room was used for occasional balls and for the promenade and concert on wet evenings. The place appears to have been respectably conducted, but there is little evidence that it was ever a modish resort, in spite of the assertion of the country-bred Mrs. Hardcastle that no one could have a manor that has never seen the Pantheon, the Grotto Gardens, the borough, and such places where the nobility chiefly resort. The vocal and instrumental concerts, which took place every evening in the season, May-September, were of a creditable though not very ambitious character. About 1,500 persons are said to have been present on some of the Freemasons' nights and on the benefit nights of the performers. Numerous singers and instrumentalists were engaged, of whom the best known are Robert Hudson the organist, Miss Snow and Thomas Lowe. Sophia Snow, the daughter of Valentine Snow, sergeant trumpeter to the king, married Robert Baddeley the comedian, who introduced her to the stage at Drury Lane in 1765. As Mrs. Baddeley, she became notorious for her beauty and intrigues. She had some powers as an actress in genteel comedy, and her melodious voice made her popular at Ranelagh, from 1770, and Vauxhall. Lowe was the well-known tenor singer of Vauxhall and lessee of Marylebone Gardens from 1763 to 1768. Becoming bankrupt in 1768, he was glad to accept engagements at the humbler Finch's Grotto. He was announced to sing in August 1769 and appeared under the designation of Brother Lowe at one of the Freemasons' concerts at the Grotto. Finch died on October 23, 1770, and his successor, a Mr. Williams, advertised the place as Williams's Grotto Gardens. The concerts were continued, and among the musical entertainments were Bates's The Gamester, 1771, and Barnshaw's Lincoln's Travels. The programs of entertainments under Finch and Williams included concertos on the organ, pieces for horns and clarionets, Handel's Coronation Anthem, an ode to summer with music by Brewster, and songs such as Throw the Wood, Laddie, Water Parted from the Sea, Oh, What a Charming Thing is a Battle, British Wives, O'er Mountains and Moorlands, Cupid's Recruiting Sergeant with drum and fife accompaniment, Swift Winged Vengeance from Bates's Farnesses, Shepherd Cease Your Soft Complainings, a satirical song on Garrick's Stratford Jubilee, Hark, Hark, the Joy-Inspiring Horn, The Season of Love, sung by Mr. Dearle, 1765. Bright Soul is Returned and the Winter is O'er, Oh Come Then, Philander with Sylvia Away. Fireworks were occasionally displayed, and when a ball was given, the place was illuminated at a cost of about £5, and horns and clarionets played till 12 in the garden. In 1771 and 1772, a grand transparent painting 40 feet wide and 30 high, with illuminations, was displayed. Over the center arch of this masterpiece was a medallion of Neptune supported by tritons. On each side were 2 fountains, with serpents jetting water, representing different colored crystal. On one wing was Neptune drawn by seahorses, on the other, Venus rising from the sea, and the back arches showed a distant prospect of the sea. In June 1771, a representation was given of the famous fall of water called Pistol Rioter near the seat of Sir Watkin Williams Wynne, Bart. In Denbighshire. Apparently these entertainments failed to pay the proprietor, and in 1773, he pulled down the grotto over the spring and rooted up the shrubs to form a skittle ground in connection with the tavern, which still continued to be carried on. About 1777, the messuages and lands known as the Grotto Gardens were purchased for the parish of St. Saviour's, Southwark, part of the ground being used for the erection of a workhouse and part for a burial ground, consecrated in 1780. In 1799, the workhouse was sold to Mr. John Harris, hat manufacturer, and MP for Southwark in 1830, who used it as his manufactory and residence. Some relics of the old grotto were to be found many years after the closing of the gardens, notably the octagon room, which was converted into a mill and at one time used as the armory of the Southwark Volunteers. In 1824, a very large and old mulberry tree was standing at the end of a long range of wooden tea rooms formerly belonging to the gardens and converted into inferior cottages. Behind the cottages was a watercourse derived from Lawman's Pond, dividing them from a field, once part of the gardens, though only occupied at that time by dust and rubbish. The tavern attached to the gardens continued to be carried on under the sign of the Grotto till 28 May, 1795, when it was destroyed by fire. The new tavern erected in its place bore the sign of the Goldsmith's Arms, and afterwards of the old grotto new revived. In the front of this house was inserted a stone bearing the inscription, "Here herbs did grow and flowers sweet, but now teased called St. George's Street. This building was removed for the formation of the present Southwark Bridge Road in 1825, and a public house named the Goldsmiths' Arms still standing was built on the western side of the new road, more upon the site of the old Grotto Gardens. The main site of the gardens is now occupied by the large red brick building, which forms the headquarters of the Metropolitan Fire Brigade. Wilkinson's Londina Illustrata, Volume Roman II, Finch's Grotto Gardens, Manning and Bray's Surrey, Roman III, 591, Brayley and Mantell's Surrey, v. 371, Rendell and Norman's Inns of Old Southwark, 360-364, Walford, Roman VI. 64, Newspaper Cuttings, W. Call. Views. The only view is one of the second tavern published in Wilkinson's Londina Illustrata, 1825. Southeast view of the grotto, now the Goldsmiths' Arms in the parish of St. George's, Southwark. This shows the inscription, "Here herbs did grow." Cuypers Gardens. Cuypers Gardens, a notable resort during the first half of the last century, owe their name and origin to Boyder Cuyper, who rented, in the parish of Lambeth on the south side of the Thames, opposite Somerset House, a narrow strip of meadow land surrounded by watercourses. About 1691, or earlier, he opened the place as a pleasure garden with agreeable walks and arbors and some good bowling greens. As an old servant of the Howard family, he obtained the gift of some of the statues that had been removed when Arundel House in the Strand was pulled down. These, though mutilated and headless, appeared to the proprietor to give classic distinction to his garden, and they remained there till 1717, when his successor, a John Cuyper, sold these Arundel marbles for £75. During the first 20 or 30 years of the last century, Cuypers was a good deal frequented in the summer-time. A tavern by the waterside, called the Feathers, was connected with the grounds. It is not certain that music and dancing were provided at this period, and the company appears to have consisted chiefly of young attorneys' clerks and Fleet Street sempstresses, with a few city dames, escorted by their husbands, prentices, who, perhaps after paying a visit to the floating Folly, sat in the arbors singing, laughing, and regaling themselves with bottle ale. The place was popularly known as Cupid's Gardens, and is even thus denominated in maps of the last century. This name is preserved in the traditional song, once very popular, "'Twas down in Cupid's garden. 'Twas down in Cupid's garden for pleasure I did go, to see the fairest flowers that in that garden grow. The first it was the jessamine, the lily, pink and rose, and surely they're the fairest flowers that in that garden grows." In 1738, the tavern and gardens were taken by Ephraim Evans, a publican who had kept the Hercules Pillars opposite St. Dunstan's Church, Fleet Street. During his tenancy, 1738-1740, he improved the gardens and erected an orchestra in which was set up an organ by Bridge. A band played from 6 till 10, and Jones, the blind Welsh harper, was engaged to perform selections from Handel and Corelli. The admission was then and thenceforward 1 shilling, and the gardens were opened on Sunday free of charge. It was announced that care would be taken to keep out bad company, and that no servant in livery would be admitted to walk in the garden. Illustration: view of the Savoy, Somerset House, and the water entrance to Cuypers Garden. From a picture in the collection of the Rev. D. Philip Duval, D.D. and F.A.S. There was a back way to the gardens leading from St. George's Fields, and watchmen were appointed to guard those who go over the fields late at night. The favorite approach, however, was by water, and the visitors landed at Cuypers Stairs, a few yards east of the present Waterloo Bridge. The season lasted from April or May till the beginning of September. Evans died on 14 October, 1740, but the tavern and gardens were carried on by his widow. It was under the spirited management of the widow Evans that Cuypers Gardens especially flourished, and her advertisements figure frequently in the newspapers, 1740, 1759. The widow, as she was called, presided at the bar during the evening, and complimentary visitors described her as a woman of discretion and a well-looking, comely person. By providing good music and elaborate fireworks, she attracted a good deal of fashionable patronage. The Prince and Princess of Wales visited the place, and some of Horace Walpole's friends, Lord Bath and Lord Sandys, for instance, both of whom had their pockets picked there. The well-dressed sharper was, in fact, by no means unknown at Cupars. One night in 1743, a man was caught stealing from a young lady a purse containing 4 guineas, and while being taken by a constable to Lambeth was rescued by a gang of thieves in St. George's Fields. On the whole, Cupars was looked upon as a decidedly rakish place, at which a prudent young lady was not to be seen alone with a gentleman. For the evening concert of 16 June, 1741, Mrs. Evans announced a new grand concerto for the organ by the author, Mr. Henry Burgess, Jr., of whom it may be said without ostentation that he is of as promising a genius and as neat a performer as any of the age. Composers better known to fame than Mr. Henry Burgess, Jr., were also represented. The program, for instance, of one July evening in 1740, consisted of the Overture in Sol, with several grand choruses composed by Mr. Handel, the 8th Concerto of Corelli, a hautboy concerto by Sig. Hasse, Blow, Blow Thou Wintry Wind, and other favorite songs composed by the ingenious Mr. Arne, and the whole concluded with a new grand piece of music, an original composition by Handel, called Portobello, in honor of the popular hero, Admiral Vernon, who took Portobello with 6 ships only. On other occasions, there were vocal performances, 1748, 1750, by Signora Sibylla and by Master Maddox. The Signora was Sibylla Groneman, daughter of a German pastor and the first wife of Thomas Pinto, the violinist. She died in or before 1766. Maddox, who had a sweet and soft voice, was afterwards an operatic actor at Covent Garden. Mrs. Maddox sang at the Gardens in 1750. After the concert, at 9:30 or 10, a gun gave the signal for the fireworks for which the place was renowned. On 18 July 1741, the fire music from Handel's opera, Atalanta, was given, the fireworks consisting of wheels, fountains, large skyrockets, with an addition of the fire pump, and made by the ingenious Mr. Werman, who originally projected it for the opera when performed in 1736. The Daily Advertiser for 28 June, 1743, announced that this night will be burnt the Gorgon's head. In history said to have snakes on her hair and to kill men by her looks, such a thing as was never known to be done in England before. For another night, 4 September 1749, the entertainment was announced to conclude with a curious and magnificent firework, which has given great satisfaction to the nobility, wherein Neptune will be drawn on the canal by seahorses and set fire to an Archimedan, worm, and return to the grotto. In 1746, August 14, there was a special display to celebrate the glorious victory obtained over the rebels by the Duke of Cumberland, consisting of emblematic figures and magnificent fireworks, with triumphant arches burning in various colors. In 1749, May, there was a miniature reproduction with transparencies and fireworks of the allegorical temple that had been displayed in the Green Park on 27 April, 1749, to commemorate the Peace of Aix-la-Chapelle. At the opening of the gardens on April 30 for the season of 1750, the edifice from which the fireworks were displayed was altered into an exact model of that at The Hague, made on account of the general peace. The season of 1752, practically the last at Cupars, lasted from May till near the end of September. The principal vocalist was Miss Maria Bennet. The fireworks and scenic effects were novel and elaborate. A song commemorating the Prince of Wales's birthday was shown curiously in fireworks in the front of the machine. The fireworks building, when the curtain was withdrawn, disclosed a perspective view of the city of road, sea, buildings, and landscape, with a model of the Colossus, from under which Neptune issued forth and set fire to a grand pyramid in the middle of the canal. Dolphins spouted water, water wheels and rockets threw up air balloons, and suns blazed on the summit of the building. On one occasion, the crowd near the fireworks was so great that a gentleman took up his position in a tree, and when St. George and the Dragon came to a close engagement, and the clockwork began to move the arms of St. George to pierce the dragon, he let go his hands to clap like the rest and fell headlong upon the bystanders. The inspector of the London Daily Advertiser took his friend the Old Major to Cupid's Gardens, as they were still called, on a pleasant August evening in this year. The Major was delighted with all he saw. Now I like this. I am always pleased when I see other people happy. The folks that are rambling about among the trees there, the jovial countenances of them delight me. Here's all the festivity and all the harmless indulgence of a country wake. The country wake element was in evidence late in the evening, and constables stationed at the gate had occasionally to interfere. One night, for instance, a pretty young woman, accompanied by a friend, promenaded the gardens dressed as a man wearing a long sword. No small sensation was caused in the miscellaneous company, which included a physician, a Templar, a berouged old lady and her granddaughter, and the sedate wife of a Cheapside furseller. A spirited young thing with a lively air and smart cock of her hat passed by. "Gad," said she as she tripped along, "I don't see there's anything in it. Give us their clothes and we shall look as sharp and as rakish as they do." "What an air, what a gait, what a tread the baggage has," exclaimed another. But the days of Cupers were numbered. In the early part of 1752, the statute book had been dignified by the addition of 25 George Roman II. Cap. 36, entitled, "An Act for the Better Preventing Thefts and Robberies, and for Regulating Places of Public Entertainment and Punishing Persons Keeping Disorderly Houses." By Section 2 of this enactment, it was required that every house, room, garden, or other place kept for public dancing or music, and c. within the cities of London and Westminster, or 20 miles thereof, should be under a license. The Act took effect from December 1, 1752, and the necessary license for the season of 1753 was refused to the management of Cupers Gardens. The widow Evans complained bitterly that she was denied the liberty of opening her gardens, a misfortune attributed by her to the malicious representations of ill-meaning persons, but which was really owing, no doubt, to the circumstance that Cupers was degenerating into the place, which Pennant says he remembered as the scene of low dissipation. Meanwhile, Mrs. Evans threw open the grounds, June 1753, as a tea garden in connection with the Feathers, and the walks were kept in pleasant order. In the summer of 1755, entertainments of the old character were revived, but they were advertised as 15 private evening concerts and fireworks, open only to subscribers, a 1-guinea ticket admitting 2 persons. It is to be suspected that the subscription was mythical and was a mere device to evade the Act. However, a band was engaged, and on June 23 loyal visitors to Cupers commemorated the accession of King George to the throne by a concert and fireworks. Clitheroe, who had been the engineer of Cupers fireworks from 1750, or earlier, was again employed, but had to publish in the newspapers a lame apology for the failure of the engagement on the water on the night of August 2, 1755. A failure which he explained was not due to his want of skill, but owing to part of the machinery for moving the shipping being clogged by some unaccountable accident, and the powder in the ships having unfortunately got a little damp. From 1759, Cupers Gardens were again used as the tea garden of the Feathers. There was no longer a band of music, but as the advertisements express it, there still remains some harmony from the sweet, enchanting sounds of rural warblers. The last recorded entertainment at the place was a special concert given on August 30, 1759, by a select number of gentlemen for their own private diversion, who had composed an ode alluding to the late decisive action of Prince Ferdinand. Any lady or gentleman inspired by Prussian glory was admitted to this entertainment on payment of a shilling. For several years the gardens remained unoccupied, but from about 1768, 3 acres of them were leased to the firm of Beaufort, the producers of British wines and vinegar. The orchestra, or rather the edifice used from 1750 for the fireworks, was utilized for the distillery. Dr. Johnson once passed by the gardens. Beauclerk, I, and Langton, and Lady Sydney Beauclerk, mother to our friend, were one day driving in a coach by Cupers Gardens which were then unoccupied. I, in sport, proposed that Beauclerk and Langton and myself should take them, and we amused ourselves with scheming how we should all do our parts. Lady Sydney grew angry and said, "An old man should not put such things in young people's heads." She had no notion of a joke, sir, had come late into life, and had a mighty unpliable understanding. J.T. Smith tells us that he walked over the place when occupied by the Beauforts, and saw many of the old lamp irons along the paling of the gardens, humble reminders of the days when the walks of Cupid's Gardens were beautifully illuminated with lamp trees in a grand taste, disposed in proper order. In 1814, part of the ground was required for making the south approach to Waterloo Bridge, the fireworks building, and the rest of Messrs. Beaufoy's works were then taken down, and the Waterloo Road, 60 feet in width, was cut through the 3 acres, thus passing through the center of Cupid's Gardens, which had extended up to the site of the present St. John's Church, built in 1823, opposite Waterloo Station. The Royal Infirmary for Children and Women, erected in 1823 on the eastern side of the Waterloo Road, stands on, or rather over, the center of the site of the gardens. The feathers was used during the building of the bridge for the pay table of the laborers, and when it was taken down, about 1818, its site was occupied by a timber yard close to the eastern side of the first land arch of the Waterloo Bridge. The public house, now called the Feathers, standing near the bridge and rising 2 stories above the level of the Waterloo Road, was built by the proprietor of the Old Feathers in 1818. Wilkinson's Londina Illustrata, Volume Roman II, Cupid's Gardens, Public Gardens Call. In Guildhall Library, London, Newspaper Cuttings, and c. Charles Howard's Historical Anecdotes of the Howard Family, 1769, 98 ff. Pennant's Account of London, R.D. ed. 1793, 32-34, Musical Times, February 1894, 84 ff. Hone's Everyday Book, I 603, E. Hatton's New View of London, 1708, Roman II. 785. Licenses Environs, 1792, I 319, 320, Walford, Roman 6. 388, 389. The Observator, March 10, 17023, Newspaper Cuttings, W. Call. Views: View of the Savoy, Somerset House, and the water entrance to Cupid's Gardens, engraved by W. M. Fellows, 1808 in J.T. Smith's Antiquities of Westminster, from a painting done in 1770 according to Crace Cat, 188, number 219 by Samuel Scott. Woodcuts in Walford, Roman 6. 391, showing entrance to the gardens, the back entrance, and the orchestra during the demolition of the buildings. C.P. Ib. 390. Walford also mentions, Ib. p. 388, a view showing the grove, statues, and alcoves of the gardens. Watercolor drawings of Beaufoy's and Cupid's in 1798, and in Crace Cat, 648 nos, 4950, Wilkinson, Lond, Illust. 1825, Volume Roman II. Gives 3 views, pl. 155, view of the great room as occupied for Beaufoy's manufactory, with a plan of the gardens. pl. 156, another similar view. pl. 157, view of the Old Feathers Tavern. The Folly on the Thames. Close by Cupid's Stairs, where the visitors to Cupid's Gardens landed, and opposite Somerset House, there was generally moored during the summer months a sort of castellated houseboat, notorious as the Folly. It consisted of a strong barge on which was a deck platform, surrounded by a balustrade, and contained a saloon provided with large windows and divided into boxes and compartments. At each of the 4 angles of the deck was a turret, giving the whole something of the appearance of a floating castle. This whimsical piece of architecture, as Thomas Browne calls it, was in existence soon after the Restoration, and in 1668 was visited by Pepys. It was intended, says Browne, as a musical summer house for the entertainment of quality, where they might meet and ogle one another. But the ladies of the town, finding it as convenient a rendezvous for their purpose, dashed the female quality out of countenance and made them seek a more retired conveniency for their amorous intrigues. Queen Mary, Roman II, once paid it a visit, and the proprietor endeavored to rechristen it the Royal Diversion. It continued, however, to be popularly known as the Folly, and already in 1700 had ceased to have any quality to boast of, at least among its female frequenters. Thomas Browne describes a visit that he made about 1700. Rowing up to the side in a boat, he found himself scrutinized by a crowd of women both young and old, and, as he puts it, of all sorts and sizes. Some of these ladies were dancing and tripping airily about the deck, and some tattling to their beaux, but many of the company, including certain long-sworded bullies, were crowded into the boxes in the saloon where they sat, smoking, and drinking burnt brandy. In short, it was such a confused scene of folly, madness, and debauchery, that Thomas Brown, by no means a squeamish person, stepped again into his boat without drinking. The Folly in its later days was occasionally visited by people who at least worked honestly for their living, and the draper's apprentice, when his shop was shut, would row up with his sweetheart for an evening's amusement at this curious haunt. The Folly was in existence till 1720, and perhaps for more than 30 years later, but the character of its frequenters and the gambling that took place at what was known as its Golden Gaming Table at last led to its suppression as a public resort. It was suffered to fall into such decay that its material was burnt for firewood. Near that part of the river, where the Folly was usually moored, the famous Chinese junk was anchored about 1848 and visited by thousands of sightseers. Thomas Brown's Amusements Serious and Comical, Part 2. The Thames, Wheatley's London Past and Present, Folly, E. Hatton's New View of London, 1708, Roman 2. 785, Wilkinson's Londina, Volume I, No. 88, also Volume Roman 2. Cooper's Gardens, Walford, Roman 3. 290, Larwood and Houghton, History of Signboards, Manuscript Notes, and C in Public Gardens, Collection in Guildhall Library, London. Views, a view of Whitehall from the water, showing the Folly Music House on the Thames. Engraved in Wilkinson's Londina Illustrata, Volume I, No. 88, from a drawing taken about the time of James Roman II. In the possession of Thomas Griffiths, Esquire, the southern front of Somerset House with its extensive gardens, and C, showing the Folly. A drawing by Elniff about, engraved by Sawyer Jr. and published 1808 in J. T. Smith's 60 additional plates to his Antiquities of Westminster. This is copied with a short account of the Folly in E. W. Brayley's Londiniana, 1829, Volume Roman 3, 300. It is substantially the same as the view on a larger scale engraved by Kip and Stripe Stowe, 1720 Roman 2. BK, 4p, 105. CP. Also an engraving W. Call. Somerset House, La Maison de Somerset, Elniff del I Kip SC, undated before. Belvedere House and Gardens, Lambeth. Belvedere House and Gardens were near Cooper's Gardens, but a little higher up the river, south side. They were opposite York Buildings in the Strand and extended from the present Belvedere Road, then called Narrow Wall, to the water's edge. Some modern writers speak of the gardens as a place of public entertainment in the reign of Queen Anne, but there seems no evidence of this, and in 1719 or 1720 the premises were in the possession of a Mr. English, or England, who at that time sold them to the Theobald family. In 1757, Belvedere House was the private residence of Mr. James Theobald. In the early part of 1781, the house called Belvedere was taken by one Charles Bascom, who opened it as an inn, with the added attractions of pleasant gardens and variety of fish ponds. He professed in his advertisements to accommodate his guests with choice wines and with eating of every kind in season, after the best manner, especially with the choicest river fish which they may have the delight to see taken. The gardens could not have been open later than 1785, for in that year part of the ground was turned into the Belvedere timber wharf, and part was occupied by the machinery of the Lambeth Waterworks. Advertisement in the Freethinker for April 28, 1781, quoted in Wilkinson's Londina, Volume Roman 2. Cooper's Gardens, notes, and in Nichols's Lambeth, Nichols's Bibble Top. Brit, Roman 2. Appendix 158, Map and Stripe Stowe, 1720, Volume Roman 2. Book 6p, 83 Appendix, Manning and Bray, Surrey, Roman 3, 467, Brayley and Mantell, Surrey, Roman 3, 393, Howard's Historical Anecdotes of some of the Howard Family, 106, Wheatley's London P&P, SV. Belvedere Road. Restoration Spring Gardens, St. George's Fields. The Restoration Tavern was in existence in the early part of the reign of Charles Roman II. In 1714, there was a new cockpit in its grounds, and a great match of cockfighting was announced to take place there. 2 guineas a battle, and 20 guineas the odd battle, all the week, beginning at 4 o'clock. The races and popular sports then frequent in St. George's Fields probably brought additional custom to the house. In the gardens of the tavern was a purging spring which was advertised in 1733 as already well known for the cure of all cancerous and scorbutic humors. About the same year, a second spring was discovered, a chalybeate, of the nature of Pyrmont water but superior. The water was obtainable every day at the gardens, and was declared to far exceed the water at the neighboring Dog and Duck. Dr. Rendell says that it must have been the mere soakage of a swamp, but whatever may have been the virtues of the spring, it was probably before long eclipsed by its rival at the Dog and Duck, though the restoration was in existence in 1755 and perhaps for some years later. In 1771, the garden, or at any rate about an acre of it, was taken by William Curtis, the author of Flora Londinensis, who formed a botanical garden there, which was afterwards open to subscribers until 1789, when the botanist removed to another garden in the more salubrious air of Brompton. Restoration Garden is marked in the map in Stow's Survey, 1755, as abutting on the western side of Angel Street, a continuation of the Broad Wall, southern end. In a map of the Surrey side of the Thames showing the proposed roads from Blackfriars Bridge, circ. 1768, the ground is marked as Public House Gardens and Gardens. The halfway house from the Borough to Westminster Bridge is marked immediately south of the gardens, and still further south is the Westminster Bridge Road, the end east of the asylum. St. Saviour's Union, Marlborough Street, near the New Cut, is now near the site. Rendell and Norman, Inns of Old Southwark, 1888, pp. 368 and C notes. The Flora Tea Gardens, or Mount Gardens, Westminster Bridge Road. The Flora Tea Gardens, or Mount Gardens, were on the right-hand side of the Westminster Bridge Road going towards the obelisk and opposite the Temple of Flora. They were in existence about 1796-7. The gardens were well kept and contained genteel paintings. They were open on weekdays and on Sundays till about 11 p.m., and the admission was sixpence. Among the frequenters were democratic shopmen, who might be heard railing against king and church, and a good many ladies respectable and the reverse. The Sunday Rambler, 1796-7, describes the company as very orderly, but at some time before 1800 the place was suppressed on account of dissolute persons frequenting it. Some small cottages were then built in the middle of the garden, which retained a rural appearance till shortly before 1827, when several rows of houses, Mount Gardens, were erected on the site. The Flora Tea Gardens described in A Modern Sabbath, 1797, chapter Roman 8, are evidently identical with the Mount Gardens mentioned by Allan Lambeth, 335, though he does not mention their alternative name, CP. Walford Roman 6, 389, Alan Locke, Sit, is the authority for the suppression of the gardens. The Temple of Flora. The Temple of Flora stood hard by the Temple of Apollo, in the middle of Mount Row on the left-hand side of Westminster Bridge Road, going towards the obelisk, and was separated by Oakley Street from the Apollo Gardens, Temple of Apollo. Concerts were given every evening in the season, and the place is described as beautifully fitted up with alcoves and exotics. In the hothouse was an elegant statue of Pomona, a transparency of Flora, and at the lower end of the garden, a natural cascade and fountain. The entrance and the gardens were advertised in July 1789 as being formed by the proprietor into an exact imitation of the admired Temple of Flora, which he had constructed at the Grand Gala at Ranelagh. Some special entertainments were given in June and July in honor of the king's recovery, and the Grand Temple of Flora, an elegant and ingenious imitation of nature in her floral attire, was then illuminated with nearly 1,000 variegated lamps amid wreaths of flowers twining round pillars, made in imitation of Sienna marble. Fireworks and waterworks were also displayed. A large star of lamps was suspended above the cascade, and in the absence of nightingales, a variety of singing birds were imitated. The admission for these special entertainments was 1 shilling, and the gardens were illuminated from 8 till the closing time at 11. Light refreshments were served consisting of orgeat, lemonade, confectionery, strawberries, and cream. There is evidence that in the first few years of its existence, 1780–1791, the place was visited by some people of good position, but it afterwards became the haunt of dissolute characters and of young apprentices. The author of A Modern Sabbath describes, circ. 1796, the boxes in the gardens as neatly painted, like most of the company who were to be seen there about 10 in the evening. The admission appears to have been now reduced to sixpence. In 1796, the proprietor, a man named Grist, was indicted for keeping the place as a disorderly house, and was ordered, May 30, to be confined for 6 months in the King's Bench prison. And in all probability the Temple of Flora was then finally closed. MME. Lamotte, the heroine of the famous diamond necklace affair, ended her strange career, 23 August, 1791, in her house near the Temple of Flora, a place of amusement that, it is likely enough, she frequented. A Modern Sabbath, 1797, Chapter Roman 8. Public Advertiser, July, 1789, Fairts of June and July, Brayley and Mantell, Surrey, Roman 3. 399, Allen's Lambeth, 321. Apollo Gardens, or Temple of Apollo. These gardens were on the left-hand side of the Westminster Bridge Road, going from Westminster to the Obelisk, and were situated nearly where the engineering factory of Messrs. Maudslay, Sons and Field now stands, and opposite the present Christ Church Congregational Chapel. Walter Claggett, the proprietor, at one time a lessee of the Pantheon in Oxford Street, opened the place in October 1788 with an entertainment given in the concert room, which is described as a fine building with a kind of orrery in the dome, displaying a pallid moon between two brilliant transparencies. In this building was an orchestra containing a fine-toned organ, and in the opening concert, given before nearly 1,300 people, a band of about 70 instrumental and vocal performers took part, the organist being Jonathan Battishill. Previous to the opening for the season in April 1790, the gardens were much altered, and a room was arranged for large dinner parties. In the gardens were a number of elegant pavilions or alcoves, ornamented with the adventures of Don Quixote and other paintings. In 1792, May July, there was music every evening and fantoccini were exhibited. In this year the concerts took place in a covered promenade described as the Grand Apollonian Promenade. Mr. Flack, Jr., was the leader of the band, Mr. Costello the organist, and the vocalists were Mr. Binley, Miss Wingfield, Mrs. Lever, and Mrs. Iliffe, the last named one of the Vauxhall singers in 1787. New overtures and C, composed by Messrs. Haydn and Pleyel since their arrival in this kingdom, were advertised for performance. The season began in April or May, and the visitor on entering at 5 o'clock or later paid a shilling or sixpence, 1792, receiving in exchange a metal check entitling him to refreshments. No charge was made for the concert. At about 9 o'clock, many persons who had come on from other public places visited the Apollo for hot suppers, and the gardens and promenade were illuminated, sometimes with 2,000 lamps. The proprietor prided himself on the superior excellence of the music and wines. He boasted, moreover, of the patronage of the nobility and gentry, and vaunted the chastity and dignity of the place, though it was probably owing to the presence of some of these late-arriving visitors that the Apollo Gardens speedily acquired an unenviable reputation. In 1792, the place was known to be a resort of cheats and pickpockets. We hear of one Elizabeth Smith, a smartly dressed young woman, about 18, being charged in 1792 at the Guildhall with trepanning a Miss Ridley, a beautiful girl 10 years of age, whom she had taken with her to the Apollo and the Dog and Duck, and left crying on Blackfriars Bridge after stealing her fine sash. The Apollo was suppressed by the magistrates, probably about 1793. The proprietor himself became bankrupt. The orchestra was removed to Sydney Gardens, Bath, and the Temple of Apollo fell into a ruinous state, and its site was eventually built upon. A collection of newspaper cuttings relating to London and C. Section Apollo Gardens in Guildhall Library, London, Cattle, Roman 2, 546. Public Gardens Collection Newspaper Cuttings and see in Guildhall Library, Cattle, Roman 2, 761. Brayley and Mantell, Surrey, Roman 3, 399. Allen's Lambeth, 319. Walford, Roman 6, 343. A Modern Sabbath, Chapter Roman 8. Views. There appear to be no extant views. The site may be ascertained from Horwood's Plan, 1799, and from Willis's Plan, 1808. In the Crace Call. Cat, P 122, number 69, are two drawn plans of a plot of land called the Apollo Gardens, lying next the Westminster Bridge Road to the Obelisk, by T. Chawner. Dog and Duck, St. George's Fields. St. George's Spa. The Dog and Duck was in existence as a small inn as early as 1642. In its vicinity were 3 or 4 ponds in which, no doubt, the brutal sport of hunting ducks with spaniels was at one time practiced, and near the place were mineral springs whose properties were known as early as 1695, though the water does not appear to have been advertised for sale till about 1731, when the Dog and Duck had taken to itself the imposing subtitle of St. George's Spa. At this time, the water was sold at the pump for 4d. a gallon and was stated to be recommended by eminent physicians for gout, stone, king's evil, sore eyes, and inveterate cancers. A dozen bottles could be had at the spa, circ. 1733–1736, for a shilling. From about 1754 till 1770, the water was in considerable repute, and new buildings appear to have been erected for the accommodation of visitors. There was a long room for breakfasting, 1754, a bowling green, and a swimming bath, 1769, 200 feet long and nearly 100 feet broad. Tea and coffee were to be had in the afternoon. At this period, people of good position seem to have frequented the spa or to have sent for the water. We find Miss Talbot writing about the place to Mrs. Carter, and Dr. Johnson suggested the use of the water to Mrs. Thrale. The proprietors issued, 1760, to subscribers an admission ticket handsomely struck in silver with a portrait of Lazare Riviere, the famous professor of medicine, on its obverse. The St. James's Chronicle ranked the water with that of Tunbridge, Cheltenham, and Buxton. Physicians of repute described its curative properties and affirmed it to be excellent for cutaneous afflictions and for cancer which it would certainly arrest, even if it did not cure. This water, which was advertised as an aperient, Epsom salts being also kept on the premises, came at a much later date 1856 under the observation of Dr. Rendall, the historian, and, as it happened, the officer of health in that year for the parish of St. George's, Southwark. Rendall procured an analysis of water from the superficial well, formerly the spring, on the site of the old Dog and Duck, and was forced to describe it as a decidedly unsafe water containing impurities, 80 grains per gallon, chiefly alkaline chlorides, sulfates and nitrates, gypsum and carbonate of lime, with a little phosphoric acid. But we return to the year 1770, about which time the Dog and Duck took a new lease of life. A temporary circus established in St. George's Fields by Sampson, of the Three Hats, Islington, was the cause of much additional custom being brought to the tavern, and Mrs. Hedger, who kept the house, was obliged to send for her son, who was then a youth in a stable-yard at Epsom. Young Hedger soon saw the possibilities of the place. He gradually improved the premises, and in a few years was making a large income from the tavern and its tea garden, which was much frequented, especially on Sundays. The garden was well laid out and contained a pretty piece of water, doubtless one of the old ducking ponds, and at one time a band played in the garden for the delectation of the weekday visitors. At night, the long room was brilliantly lighted for the company who assembled to dance, drink, and listen to the strains of the organ. Under Hedger, however, the character of the company went from bad to worse. The rowdy delights of the Dog and Duck are indicated, though probably with an exaggerated coarseness, in Garrick's prologue to The Maid of the Oaks, acted at Drury Lane in 1775. St. George's Fields, with taste and fashion struck, display Arcadia at the Dog and Duck, and Drury misses here in tawdry pride are their pastoras by the fountain side. To frowsy bowers they reel through midnight damps, with fauns half drunk and dryads breaking lamps. In about 10 years, the Dog and Duck had become a place of assignation and the haunt of the riffraff and scum of the town. One of its frequenters, Charlotte Shafto, is said to have betrayed 7 of her intimates to the gallows. At last, on September 11, 1787, the Surrey magistrates refused to renew the license. Hedger, like the music hall managers of our own time, was not easily beaten. He appealed to the City of London, and 2 city justices claiming to act as justices in Southwark renewed the license 7 days after its refusal by the county magistrates. The legality of the civic jurisdiction in Surrey was tried in 1792 before Lord Kenyon and other judges, who decided against it. The license of the Dog and Duck was then made conditional on its being entirely closed on Sundays. In 1795, the Bath and the Bowling Green were advertised as attractions, and the water might be drunk on the usual terms of threepence each person. About 1796, the place was again open on Sundays, but the license was lost. This difficulty the proprietor surmounted by engaging a freeman of the Vintners Company, who required no license, to draw the wine that was sold on the premises. The Sunday Rambler, who visited the place, circ. 1796, one evening about 10 o'clock found a dubious company assembled. He recognized a bankrupt banker and his mistress, a notorious lady named Nan Sheldon, and another lady attired in extreme fashion and known as Tippy Molly, though once she had been a modest Mary Johnson. De Castro, Memoirs, with a certain touch of pathos, describes the votaries of the Dog and Duck in its later days as the children of poverty, irregularity, and distress. It would, indeed, be easy to moralize on the circumstance that the place was soon to become the inheritance of the blind and the lunatic. In or before 1799, the Dog and Duck was suppressed, and the premises, after having been used as a public soup kitchen, became in that year the establishment of the School for the Indigent Blind, an institution which remained there till 1811. Illustration: Labor in Vain, St. George's Spa in background, 1782. Meanwhile, the enterprising hedger had made a good use of his profits by renting, from about the year 1789, a large tract of land in St. George's Fields at low rates from the managers of the Bridge House estate. The fine for building was £500, but Hedger immediately paid this penalty, and while subletting a portion of the ground, ran up on the rest a number of wretched houses which hardly stood the term of his 21 years' lease. From this source, he is said to have derived £7,000 a year. He died in the early part of the present century, having obtained the title of the King of the Fields and the reputation of a worthy private character. He left his riches to his eldest son, whom the people called the Squire. The Dog and Duck was pulled down in 1811 for the building of the present Bethlehem Hospital, the first stone of which was laid on 18 April, 1812. The old stone sign of the tavern, dated 1716, and representing a spaniel holding a duck in its mouth, and the arms of the Bridge House estate, was built into the brick garden wall of the hospital, where it may still be seen close to the actual site of the once notorious Dog and Duck. Trussler's London Advisor, 1786, pp. 124-164, Fores's New Guide, 1789, Preface, p. Roman 6, Allen's London Roman 4, 470-482, A Modern Sabbath, 1797, Chapter Roman 8, Wheatley's London P. and PSV. St. George's Fields and Dog and Duck, Humphreys's Memoirs of De Castro, 1824, 126 ff. Manning and Bray, Surrey, Roman 3, 468, 554, 632, 701, Allen's Lambeth, p. 347, Gent. Mag. 1813, pt. 2, 556, Rendell and Norman, Inns of Old Southwark, p. 368, ff. Walford, Roman 6, 343, 344, 350, 352, Larwood and Houghton signboards 196, 197, Notes and Queries, First Sir, Roman 4, 37, Newspaper cuttings in W. Call. Views, the old Dog and Duck Tavern copied from an old drawing 1646, watercolor drawing by T. H. Shepherd, Crace Cat, p. Number 27, The Dog and Duck in 1772. A print published 1772. Crace Cat, p. 646, number 28. Woodcut of exterior, 1780, in Chambers's Book of Days, Roman 2, 74. Labor in Vain or Fatty in Distress. St. George's Spa in the background, print published by C. Bowles, 1782, Crace Cat, p. 647, number 35, and W. Call. Engraving of the exterior, 1788, W. Call. Interior of the Assembly Room. A stipple engraving, 1789, reproduced in Rendell and Norman, Inns of Old Southwark. Sign of Dog and Duck, engraved in Walford, Roman 6, 344, cp. Crace Cat, p. 646, number 32, and Rendell and Norman, Inns of Old Southwark, p. 369. The Black Prince, Newington Butts. The Black Prince at Newington Butts possessed, about 1788, a pleasant garden frequented for trap ball playing. There is a view W. Call. Of the tavern and garden printed for C. Bowles, 22 Sept. 1788. Lambeth Wells. In the last century, Lambeth Marsh and the fields in the neighborhood were a favorite resort of Londoners for running matches and outdoor sports, and the Lambeth Wells offered the special attractions of music and mineral water drinking. The wells, opened to the public before 1697, were situated in 3 Coney Walk, now called Lambeth Walk, and consisted of 2 springs, distinguished as the Nearer and Farther Well. The water was sent out to St. Thomas's Hospital and elsewhere at a penny a quart, and the poor had it free. The usual charge for admission for drinking the waters was 3d, including the music, which about 1700 began at 7 in the morning, and was continued on 3 days of the week till sunset, and on other days till 2. The season began in the spring, usually on Easter Monday. Attached to the wells was a great room, in which concerts and dancing took place. During the season of 1697, there was a consort every Wednesday of vocal and instrumental music, consisting of about 30 instruments and voices, after the manner of the music meeting in York Buildings, the price only accepted, each person to pay for coming in but 1 shilling. These concerts began originally at 2:30 p.m., but afterwards at 6, when no person was admitted in a mask. About 1700, these shilling concerts seem to have been discontinued, but the Wells remained in some repute till about 1736, when they found a rival in the spring of the Dog and Duck, and the attendance fell off. In 1740, the owner was named Keefe. About 1750, under his successor Ireland, a musical society under the direction of Sterling Goodwin, organist of St. Saviour's, Southwark, gave a monthly concert there. At the same period, Erasmus King, once coachman to Dr. de Séguliers, read lectures there and exhibited experiments in natural philosophy, admission 6d. There were gala dancing days in 1747, and in 1752, June 27, when a penny wedding in the Scotch manner was celebrated for the benefit of a young couple. At a later date, after 1755, the place was condemned as a nuisance, and the magistrates refused the dancing license. The great room was then used for Methodist services, and the music gallery for the pulpit, but the preacher, we are told, being disturbed greatly in his enthusiastic harangues, was obliged to quit, and the premises were afterwards built on, or devoted to various purposes, with the exception of the dwelling house, which, before 1786, was turned into a tavern, under the sign of the Fountain. The present Fountain Public House, erected on the site of the older fountain in 1829, is No. 105 Lambeth Walk, nearly opposite Old Paradise Street, formerly Paradise Row. The wells themselves, though long closed, were still in existence in 1829, but a house was subsequently built over them. Brayley and Mantell, Surrey, Roman 3, 400, writing about 1841, say that part of the grounds continued, long within memory, to be used as a tea garden. Nichols's Parish of Lambeth, 1786, p. 65 ff. Gent. Mag. pt. 2 p. 556, Manning and Bray, Surrey, Roman 3, 468, Brayley and Mantell, Surrey, Roman 3, 399 ff. Allen's Lambeth p. 346 ff. Walford, Roman 6, 389. Marble Hall, Vauxhall. Marble Hall was situated on the Thames, at the spot afterwards occupied by the southern abutment of Vauxhall Bridge. Part of the road to the bridge now occupies the site. Joseph Crozier, the proprietor in 1740, enlarged, beautified, and illuminated the gardens, and built a long room facing the river, which was opened in May 1740 and used for dancing during the spring and summer. From circ. 1752-1756, the proprietor was Naphtali Hart, teacher of music and dancing, who held assemblies at Marble Hall in the season, devoting his energies in the winter to Hart's Academy, Essex House, Essex Street, Strand, where, as his advertisements state, grown gentlemen are taught to dance a minuet and country dances in the modern taste and in a short time. Likewise, gentlemen are taught to play on any instrument the use of the small sword and spedroon. At the same place is taught music, fencing, French, Italian, Spanish, Portuguese, High German, Low Dutch, navigation, or any other part of the mathematics. A sprightly youth is wanted as an apprentice. In the spring of 1756, Marble Hall was opened as a coffee house and tavern, but little appears to be known of it after this date, though it was in existence till about August 1813, when the abutment of Vauxhall Bridge on the Surrey side was begun. Advertisements in Public Gardens collection in Guildhall Library, London, Manning and Bray, Surrey, Roman 3, 484, and map P 526, Allen's Lambeth 368, Walford, Roman 6, 339. The Cumberland Tea Gardens and Tavern, Vauxhall. Originally Smith's Tea Gardens. These small gardens, about 1.5 acres in extent, were pleasantly situated on the south bank of the Thames, immediately to the south of Vauxhall Bridge, built 1811–1816. Under the name of Smith's Tea Gardens, they were probably in existence some years previous to 1779. A Fête Champerter, or grand rural masked ball, with illuminations in the garden and the rooms, was advertised to take place on 22 May, 1779, at 10 p.m., the subscription tickets being 1 guinea. About May 1784, the gardens were taken by Luke Riley, landlord of the Freemasons' Tavern in Great Queen Street, who changed the name to the Cumberland or Royal Cumberland Gardens. At this time, they were open in the afternoon and evening, and visitors to Vauxhall Gardens sometimes had refreshments there in the arbours and tea room while waiting for Vauxhall to open, or adjourned thither for supper when tired of the larger garden. In August 1796, a silver cup given by the proprietor was competed for on the river by sailing boats. In 1797, a 10 years lease of the gardens and tavern was advertised to be sold for £1,000. From 1800 to 1825, the gardens were much frequented by dwellers in the south of London. Between 3 and 4 o'clock, in the morning of May 25, 1825, the tavern was discovered to be on fire. The engines of Vauxhall Gardens and of the various insurance offices came on the scene, but the fire raged for more than an hour, and the tavern and the ballroom adjoining were completely destroyed and the plantation and garden greatly injured. In October of the same year, the property on the premises was sold by the lessors under an execution, and at that time the gardens were, it would seem, finally closed. The South Lambeth Water Works occupied the site for many years, and the Phoenix Works of the South Metropolitan Gas Company are now on the spot. Newspaper cuttings in W. Call, Walford, Roman 6, 389, 449, Tim's Curiosities of London, 1868, p. 18 and Club Life, Roman 2, 261, Picture of London, 1802, 1823 and 1829, The Courier for 25 and 26 May, 1825, Allen Lambeth, p. 379. Views. Cumberland Gardens and C. A view by moonlight of the waterside entrance to the gardens. Undated circ. 1800. W. Call. The gardens are well marked in Horwood's plan, D. 1799. Vauxhall Gardens. Section 1. 1661, 1728. These, the most famous of all the London pleasure gardens, were known in their earliest days as the New Spring Garden at Vauxhall, and continued till late in the 18th century to be advertised as Spring Gardens. The Spring Garden was opened to the public shortly after the Restoration, probably in 1661. It was a prettily contrived plantation, laid out with walks and arbours. The nightingale sang in the trees, wild roses could be gathered in the hedges, and cherries in the orchard. The rotunda, the orchestra, and the triumphal arches, distinctive features of the later Vauxhall, were then non-existent, and the proprietor's house from which refreshments were supplied was probably the only building that broke the charm of its rural isolation. It was a pleasant place to walk in, and the visitor might spend what he pleased, for nothing was charged for admission. It soon became one of the favorite haunts of Pepys, who first visited it on 29 May 1662. On hot summer days, he would take water to Vauxhall with Deb and Mercer and his wife, to stroll in the garden alleys and eat a lobster or a syllabub. On one day in May 29, 1666, he found two handsome ladies calling on Mrs. Pepys. He was burdened with admiralty business. But Lord, to see how my nature could not refrain from the temptation, but I must invite them to go to Vauxhall, to Spring Gardens. In a few years the Spring Garden became well known. Fine people came thither to divert themselves, and the citizen also spent his holiday there, pulling off cherries and God knows what. The song of the birds was charming, but from about 1667 more sophisticated harmony was furnished by a harp, some fiddles, and a Jew's trump. About this time, the rude behavior of the gallants of the town began to be noted at the Spring Garden. Gentlemen like young Newport and Harry Killigrew, a rogue newly come back out of France but still in disgrace at our court, would thrust themselves into the supper arbors and almost seize on the ladies, perhaps civil ladies, as Pepys conjectures. Their mad talk did make my heart ache, though he himself, at a later time, was found at the gardens eating and drinking with Mrs. Nip, it being darkish. During the last 30 years of the 17th century, the Spring Garden, if less perturbed by the Killigrews and Newports, was not a little notorious as a rendezvous for fashionable gallantry and intrigue. "'Tis infallibly some intrigue that brings them to Spring Garden," says Lady Fanciful in The Provoked Wife, 1697, and Tom Brown, Amusements, 1700, p. 54, declares that in the close walks of the gardens, both sexes meet, and mutually serve one another as guides to lose their way, and the windings and turnings in the little wildernesses are so intricate that the most experienced mothers have often lost themselves in looking for their daughters. It is not hard to picture Mrs. Frail, with a man alone, at Spring Garden, Hippolyta eating a cheesecake or a syllabub, with cousin, and the gallant of Sedley's Bellamira, 1687, passing off on Thisbe the fine compliments that he had already tried on the flame-colored petticoat in New Spring Garden. On the evening of 17 May, 1711, Swift, it is interesting to note, visited the gardens with Lady Carey and Miss Pratt to hear the nightingales. The visit of Addison's Sir Roger in the spring of 1712 is classical. We were now arrived at Spring Garden, which is exquisitely pleasant at this time of year. When I considered the fragrancy of the walks and bowers, with the choirs of birds that sung upon the trees, and the loose tribe of people that walked under their shades, I could not but look upon the place as a kind of Mahometan paradise. "You must understand," says the knight, "there is nothing in the world that pleases a man in love so much as your nightingale." He here fetched a deep sigh, and was falling into a fit of musing, when A. Mask, who came behind him, gave him a gentle tap upon the shoulder, and asked him if he would drink a bottle of mead with her. The old knight bid the baggage begone, and retired with his friend for a glass of Burton and a slice of hung beef. He told the waiter to carry the remainder to the one-legged waterman who had rowed him to Vauxhall, and, as he left the garden, animadverted upon the morals of the place in his famous utterance on the paucity of nightingales. In 1726, the Spring Garden is singled out as one of the London sights, but it would seem that it had fallen into disrepute, and that fresh attractions and a management less lax were now demanded. Section 2, 1732–1767. In 1728, Mr. Jonathan Tyers, the true founder of Vauxhall Gardens, obtained from Elizabeth Masters a lease of the Spring Gardens for 30 years at an annual rent of £250, and by subsequent purchases, in 1752 and 1758, became the actual owner of the estate. He greatly altered and improved the gardens, and on Wednesday, 7 June 1732, opened Vauxhall with a ridotto al fresco. The visitors came between 9 and 11 in the evening, most of them wearing dominoes and lawyers' gowns, and the company did not separate till 3 or 4 the next morning. The later Vauxhall numbered its visitors by thousands, but at this fair only about 400 people were present, and the guard of 100 soldiers stationed in the gardens, with bayonets fixed, was an unnecessary precaution. Good order prevailed, though a tipsy waiter put on a masquerading dress, and a pickpocket stole 50 guineas from a visitor, but the rogue was taken in the fact. A guinea ticket gave admission to this entertainment, which was repeated several times during the summer. From about 1737, the Spring Gardens began to present certain features that long remained characteristic. The admission at the gate was 1 shilling, the regular charge till 1792, and silver tickets were issued admitting 2 persons for the season, which began in April or May. An orchestra containing an organ was erected in the garden, and the concert about this time lasted from 5 or 6 till 9. About 1758, this orchestra was replaced by a more elaborate Gothic structure, painted white and bloom color, and having a dome surmounted by a plume of feathers. The concert was at first instrumental, but in 1745 Tyers added vocal music, and engaged Mrs. Arne, the elder Reinhold, and the famous tenor, Thomas Lowe, who remained the principal singer at Vauxhall till about 1763. On the opening day of the season of 1737, there was, we read, a prodigious deal of good company present. And by the end of the season, Pinchbeck was advertising his new Vauxhall fan with a view of the walks, the orchestra, the grand pavilion, and the organ. The proprietor was fortunate in the patronage of Frederick, Prince of Wales, who had attended the opening ridotto and often visited Vauxhall till his death in 1751. On 6 July, 1737, for instance, His Royal Highness with several ladies of distinction and noblemen of his household came from Kew by water to the gardens, with music attending. The prince walked in the grove, commanded several airs, and retired after supping in the great room. Of fashionable patronage, Vauxhall had indeed no lack till a very late period of its existence, but the place was never exclusive or select, and at no other London resort could the humours of every class of the community be watched with greater interest or amusement. Even bishops, we are assured, have been seen in this recess without injuring their character. To us, some of its entertainments seem insipid, and the manners and morals of its frequenters occasionally questionable, but the charm of the place for our forefathers must have been real, or Vauxhall would hardly have found a place in our literature and social history. The old accounts speak of spring gardens not only with naive astonishment, but with positive affection. The whole place, to borrow the remark and the spelling of a last-century writer, is a realization of Elysium. One of the paintings in the gardens represented two Mahometans gazing in wonder at the beauties of the place. Farmer Colin, after his week's trip in town, 1741, returned to his wife full of the wonderful spring gardens. "Oh, Mary, soft in feature I've been at dear Vauxhall, no paradise is sweeter, not that they Eden call. Methought, when first I entered, such splendours round me shone, into a world I ventured, where rose another sun. While music, never cloying as skylarks sweet, I hear, the sounds I'm still enjoying, they'll always soothe my ear." The account of England's gazetteer of 1751 is naturally more prosaic, but takes the exalted tone that characterizes the old descriptions of the gardens. This, Vauxhall, is the place where are those called spring gardens, laid out in so grand a taste that they are frequented in the 3 summer months by most of the nobility and gentry then in and near London, and are often honored with some of the royal family, who are here entertained, with the sweet song of numbers of nightingales, in concert with the best band of music in England. Here are fine pavilions, shady groves, and most delightful walks, illuminated by above 1,000 lamps, so disposed that they all take fire together, almost as quick as lightning, and dart such a sudden blaze as is perfectly surprising. Here are among others 2 curious statues of Apollo the god, and Mr. Handel the master of music, and in the center of the area, where the walks terminate, is erected the temple for the musicians, which is encompassed all round with handsome seats, decorated with pleasant paintings, on subjects most happily adapted to the season, place, and company. The usual approach to the gardens until about 1750, when it became possible to go by coach, was by water. At Westminster and Whitehall stairs, barges and boats were always in waiting during the evening. Sir John, from Fenchurch Street, with his lady and large family, came on board attended by a footman bearing provisions for the voyage. The girls chatter about the last city ball, and Miss Kitty, by her mamma's command, sings the new song her master has taught her. Presently, my lady grows sick and has recourse to the citron wine and the drops. At the temple stairs a number of young fellows, Templars and others, hurry into the boats, and Mr. William, the prentice, takes the water with Miss Sucky, his master's daughter. The deepness of their design is an inexhaustible fount of merriment, for she is supposed to be gone next door to drink tea, and he to meet an uncle coming from the country. More refined would be the party of Mr. Horatio Walpole, in a barge, with a boat of French horns attending. Or, at a later date of Miss Lydia Melford, who describes how, at 9 o'clock in a charming moonlight evening, we embarked at Ranelagh for Vauxhall, in a wherry so light and slender that we looked like so many fairies sailing in a nutshell. The pleasure of the voyage was marred by the scene on landing. For, although the worthy beadles of the gardens were present at the waterside to preserve order, there was at all periods on landing at Vauxhall Stairs a terrible confusion of wherries, a crowd of people bawling and swearing and quarreling, and a parcel of ugly fellows running out into the water to pull you violently ashore. But you paid your shilling at the gate, or showed your silver ticket, and then passed down a dark passage into the full blaze of the gardens, lit with their 1,000 lamps. This was the great moment, as every Vauxhall visitor from first to last has testified. An impressionable young lady found herself dazzled and confounded by the variety of the scene. Image to yourself a spacious garden, part laid out in delightful walks, bounded with high hedges and trees, and paved with gravel, part exhibiting a wonderful assemblage of the most picturesque and striking objects: pavilions, lodges, groves, grottos, lawns, temples, and cascades, porticos, colonnades, and rotundas, adorned with pillars, statues, and paintings, the whole illuminated with an infinite number of lamps, disposed in different figures of suns, stars, and constellations. The place crowded with the gayest company, ranging through those blissful shades, or supping in different lodges on cold collations, enlivened with mirth, freedom, and good humor, and animated by an excellent band of music. Among the vocal performers, you might perhaps have the happiness to hear the celebrated Mrs., whose voice was so loud and shrill that it would make your head ache, through excess of pleasure. Goldsmith's Chinese philosopher for foreigners always visited Vauxhall and even imitated it in Paris. And at The Hague received a similar impression on entering the gardens with Mr. Tibbs, the second-rate beau, and the pawnbroker's widow. The lights everywhere glimmering through the scarcely moving trees, the full-bodied concert bursting on the stillness of the night, the natural concert of the birds in the more retired part of the grove vying with that which was formed by art, the company gaily dressed, looking satisfaction, and the tables spread with various delicacies. For an hour or two the promenade and the concert were sufficiently amusing, and the crowd gathered before the orchestra, when Lowe or Miss Stevenson came forward with a new song. Music is the food of love, and the Vauxhall songs were, as Mr. Dobson has remarked, abjectly sentimental. Incidents like the following described by an amorous advertiser in the London Chronicle for 5 August, 1758, must have been not uncommon at the gardens. A young lady who was at Vauxhall on Thursday night last in company with 2 gentlemen, could not but observe a young gentleman in blue and a gold-laced hat, who being near her by the orchestra during the performance, especially the last song, gazed upon her with the utmost attention. He earnestly hopes, if unmarried, she will favor him with a line directed to A.D. at the bar of the Temple Exchange Coffee House, Temple Bar, to inform him whether fortune, family, and character may not entitle him upon a further knowledge, to hope an interest in her heart. At 9 o'clock a bell rang, and the company hurried to the north side of the gardens to get a view of the cascade. A curtain being drawn aside disclosed a landscape scene illuminated by concealed lights. In the foreground was a miller's house and a waterfall. The exact appearance of water was seen flowing down a declivity and turning the wheel of a mill. The water rose up in foam at the bottom, and then glided away. This simple exhibition was a favorite at Vauxhall, though it lasted but a few minutes, and was spoken of contemptuously in the Connoisseur and other journals as the Tin Cascade. The concert was then resumed, and some hungry citizens and their families had already taken their seats in the supper boxes. During supper, the citizen expressed his wonder at the number of the lamps, and said that it must cost a great deal of money every night to light them all. The eldest miss declared that, for her part, she liked the dark walk best of all because it was solitary. Little miss thought the last song pretty, and said she would buy it if she could but remember the tune. And the old lady observed that there was a great deal of good company indeed, but the gentlemen were so rude that they perfectly put her out of countenance by staring at her through their spyglasses. The more fashionable visitors arrived later and had their supper after the concert, often hiring a little band of French horns to play to them. An interesting supper party might have been seen at the gardens on a June night in 1750. Horace Walpole, Lady Caroline Petersham, and the Little Ash, or the Pollard Ash as they call her. In the front of their box, one of the best boxes, of course, near the orchestra and in full view of the company, sat Lady Caroline, with the visor of her hat erect, and looking gloriously jolly and handsome. She had fetched, says Walpole, my brother Orford from the next box, where he was enjoying himself with his petite party, to help us to mince chickens. We minced 7 chickens into a china dish, which Lady Caroline stewed over a lamp, with 3 pats of butter and a flagon of water, stirring and rattling and laughing, and we every minute expecting the dish to fly about our ears. She had brought Betty, the fruit girl, with hampers of strawberries and cherries from Rogers' and made her wait upon us, and then made her sup by us at a little table. In short, the whole air of our party was sufficient, as you will easily imagine, to take up the whole attention of the Gardens, so much so, that from 11 o'clock till half an hour after 1 we had the whole concourse round our booth. At last, they came into the little gardens of each booth on the side of ours, till Harry Vane took up a bumper and drank their healths, and was proceeding to treat them with still greater freedoms. It was 3 o'clock before we got home. Walpole to Montague, 23 June, 1750. At this point, it seems appropriate to furnish some details of the Vauxhall Commissariat, and we cannot do better than transcribe an actual bill of provisions sold in the Gardens about the year 1762. SD Burgundy, a bottle Champagne Frontignac Claret Old Hock, with or without sugar 2 pound of ice Rhenish and sugar Mountain Red Port Sherry Cider Table Beer. A quart mug a chicken, a dish of ham, a dish of beef salad, a cruet of oil orange or lemon sugar, for a bottle ditto, for a pint a slice of bread ditto of butter ditto of cheese, a tart, a custard, a cheese cake, a heart cake, a Shrewsbury cake, a quart of arrack. When Tyers leased the Gardens in 1728, there was in the dwelling house a ham room, so that this famous Vauxhall viand must have been already in request. The thinness of the slices was proverbial. A journal of 1762, for instance, complains that you could read the newspaper through a slice of Tyers's ham or beef. A certain carver, hardly perhaps mythical, readily obtained employment from the proprietor when he promised to cut a ham so thin that the slices would cover the whole garden like a carpet of red and white. The chickens were of diminutive size. Mr. Rose, the old citizen in the Connoisseur, 15 May, 1755, found them no bigger than a sparrow and exclaimed at every mouthful, "There goes 2pence, there goes 3pence, there goes a groat. Why, it would not have cost me above 4pence halfpenny to have spent my evening at Sot's Hole." Chicken, ham, and beef remained the staple of Vauxhall fare, but from about 1822 onwards, the chicken cost 4 shillings instead of the half-crown, at which the old citizen had grumbled. Ham remained steady at 1 shilling a plate, and was cut no thicker. Thackeray speaks of the twinkling boxes in which the happy feasters made believe to eat slices of almost invisible ham. In 1774, the same liquors were in demand, at the same prices as in 1762. In 1822, the claret sold was half a guinea a bottle, and Frontignac had risen from 6 shillings to 10 shillings and 6pence a bottle. By this time, Eric the famous rack punch that Joss Sedley drank so freely had risen from 8 to 12 shillings a quart. In 1859 it was 10 shillings a bowl, and rum and whiskey, and of course, Guinness and Bass had taken their places in the bill. About 1802, Vauxhall nectar was a common summer beverage. It was a mixture of rum and syrup with an addition of benzoic acid or flowers of benjamin, and was taken with water. Having thus given a general sketch of the company and amusements at Vauxhall, we must say something of the Gardens themselves and of the character of the musical entertainments. Illustration: a general prospect of Vauxhall Gardens, showing at one view the disposition of the whole Gardens. View detailly des Jardins de Vauxhall. General prospect of Vauxhall Gardens, 1751. The gardens occupied about 12 acres and were laid out in gravel walks flanked by a number of fine trees. On passing through the principal entrance, that connected with the manager's house at the western end of the Gardens, the visitor beheld the grand, or great walk, planted on each side with elms and extending about 900 feet, the whole length of the garden, to the eastern boundary fence, beyond which could be seen pleasant meadows with the haymakers at their task. At the eastern end of this walk there was a gilded statue of Aurora, afterwards, before 1762, replaced by a grand Gothic obelisk bearing the inscription Spectator Fastidiosus Sibi Molestus. This latter erection would hardly have borne inspection by daylight, for, like much of the architecture of Vauxhall, it consisted merely of a number of boards covered with painted canvas. Parallel to the Grand Walk was the South Walk, with its 3 triumphal arches, through which could be seen a painting of the ruins of Palmyra. A third avenue, the Grand Cross Walk, also containing a painted representation of ruins, passed through the garden from side to side, intersecting the Grand Walk at right angles. This crosswalk was terminated on the right by the Lovers' or Druid-s Walk, and to the left were the wildernesses and the rural downs. The lofty trees of the Lovers' Walk formed a verdant canopy in which the nightingales of spring gardens, the blackbirds, and the thrushes were wont to build. This was the principle of the dark walks so often mentioned in the annals of Vauxhall. In 1759, complaints were made of the loose characters who frequented these walks, and in 1763 Tyers was compelled to rail them off. When Vauxhall opened for the season in 1764, some young fellows, about 50 in number, tore up the railings in order to lay the walks open. The rural downs, at least in the earlier days of Vauxhall, were covered with turf and interspersed with firs, cypresses, and cedars. On one of the little eminences was a leaden statue of Milton seated, listening to music, and at night time the great bard was illuminated by lamps. Here were also the musical bushes where a subterraneous band used to play fairy music till about the middle of the 18th century, when this romantic entertainment ceased, the natural damp of the earth being found prejudicial to the instruments. The wildernesses were formed by lofty trees and were, about 1753, the verdant abode of various feathered minstrels, who in the most delightful season of the year ravished the ears of the company with their harmony. The orchestra, open in the front, stood, facing the west, in the center of what was called the Grove, a quadrangle of about 5 acres formed by the Grand, Cross, and South Walks and by the remaining side of the garden. On each side of this quadrangle were the supper boxes and pavilions, placed in long rows or arranged in a semicircular sweep. These were decorated, about 1742, with paintings chiefly by Francis Hayman. Hogarth allowed his 4 times of the day to be copied by Hayman for the boxes, and is said to have given Tyers the idea of brightening Vauxhall with paintings. It is doubtful if any of the pictures in the boxes can be traced directly to his hand, though an undoubted Hogarth, Henry Roman VIII. And Anne Boleyn was presented by the artist to Tyers and hung in the rotunda. The pictures in the boxes chiefly represented scenes in popular comedies and a number of common sports and pastimes such as the play of seesaw, the play of cricket, the humorous diversion of sliding on the ice, leapfrog, and the country dance round the maple. Some of the larger boxes, denominated temples and pavilions, were more elaborately designed and decorated. Such were the Temple of Camus, in the semicircle of boxes on the left of the garden, and the Turkish tent behind the orchestra. Illustration: the inside of the elegant music room in Vauxhall Gardens. Le Didans du Concert, Elegant aux Jardins du Vauxhall. The Rotunda Music Room, Vauxhall, 1752. Roubilliac's celebrated marble statue of Handel, as Orpheus, stood in various positions in the gardens, sometimes under cover, from 1738 to 1818. The principal structure was the rotunda, entered through a colonnade to the left of the Grand Walk. It was a circular building, 70 feet in diameter, elegantly fitted up and containing an orchestra in which the band performed on wet evenings. When first opened, it was known as the New Music Room or the Great Room, and in early days was nicknamed the Umbrella from the shape of the roof. With the rotunda was connected a long room, known as the Saloon or the Picture Room. This projected into the gardens, parallel to the Grove. Under Tyers' management, the concert began at 5 or 6 and lasted till 9 or 10. It consisted of 16 pieces, songs alternating with sonatas and concertos. An overture on the organ always formed part of the entertainment. Not much is known of the instrumental music, for the Vauxhall advertisements, until late in the 18th century, never gave the details of the program. Arne and Dr. John Wergan, the Vauxhall organist, were the composers during this period. Valentine Snow, sergeant trumpeter to the king, was a favorite about 1745. And Burney remarks that his silver sounds in the open air, by having room to expand, never arrived at the ears of the audience in a manner too powerful or piercing. The songs consisted chiefly of sentimental ballads and of a few more sprightly ditties, such as Miss Stevenson's song, "You Tell Me I'm Handsome." All this has been told me by 20 before, but he that would win me must flatter me more. The verse is highly conventional, but sometimes shows a glimmering of poetic form that raises it somewhat above the level of our own drawing-room ballads. The average Vauxhall song seems to our ears sufficiently thin and trivial, but on the lips of Lowe or Mrs. Weichsel may easily have been successful. Of the popularity of the songs at the time, there can be no question. The magazines, especially the London Magazine, regularly published the words, and often the music, of a new song sung at Vauxhall. And the contemporary collections of Vauxhall songs, such as the Warbler published at a shilling in 1756, were numerous. In the period 1745–1767, when the singers were few in number, the chief male vocalist was Thomas Lowe, who possessed an inexhaustible repertoire of Delias and Strephons, which he sang with great applause from 1745 till about 1763, when he entered on the management of the Marylebone Gardens. Mrs. Arnes sang for a few years from 1745, and Miss Stevenson frequently circ. 1740–1758. Mrs. Abella Burchell, better known as the Mrs. Vincent of Marylebone Gardens, sang at Vauxhall from 1751 to 1760. She was originally a milk girl employed on Tyres's estate in Surrey, and it was through his instrumentality that she obtained instruction in music. In 1764, the chief singers were Vernon and Miss Brent, who belong rather to our next period. Miss Wright's "Throw the Wood, Laddie" was popular in 1765. Jonathan Tyres died on 1 July, 1767. He had amassed a large fortune and owned the estate of Denbies at Dorking, where he laid out a curious garden containing a hermitage, called the Temple of Death, and a gloomy valley of the shadow of death. In spite of these lugubrious surroundings, this master builder of delight retained his love for Vauxhall till the last, and shortly before his death had himself carried into the grove to take a parting look at the spring gardens. He was succeeded at Vauxhall by his two sons, Thomas and Jonathan. Tom Tyres, as he was called by Dr. Johnson, with whom he was a favorite, had been bred to the law, but he was too eccentric and vivacious to confine himself to practice. He, therefore, says Boswell, ran about the world with a pleasant carelessness, amusing everybody by his desultory talk and abundance of anecdote. He furnished many songs for the gardens, but in 1785 sold his interest to his brother Jonathan's family. Jonathan was manager of Vauxhall from 1785 till his death in 1792. Section 3. 1768–1790. During this period, the character of the entertainments of Vauxhall and the arrangement of the gardens themselves underwent no very material changes, and people of all ranks frequented the place as of old. The singers, however, were more numerous, and there seems to have been a general tendency to stay late. In 1783, the concert began at 8 and ended at 11, and a London guidebook of 1786 states that the company at that time seldom left the garden till 2 in the morning if the weather was fine. From about 1772–1778, a good deal of rowdyism appears to have disturbed the harmony of Vauxhall, though it must be said that the company under Old Tyres had not always been distinguished for urbanity. The rude treatment to which Fielding's Amelia was subjected at the gardens, circ. 1752, can hardly have been an isolated occurrence, and in the summer of 1748 a party of ladies, apparently of good position, used to crow like cocks when visiting Vauxhall, while their friends of the male sex responded with an ass's bray. One Mrs. Wollaston attained special proficiency in her imitations. At this time, 1772–1778, it was the custom to violently emphasize the importance of the last night of the season. Young Brangton, in Evelina, circ. 1778, declares that the last night at Vauxhall is the best of any. There's always a riot and there the folks run about and then there's such squealing and squalling. And there all the lamps are broke, and the women run skimper-scamper. From the newspapers, we learn that on the 4th of September, 1774, upwards of 15 foolish bucks who had amused themselves by breaking the lamps at Vauxhall were put into the cage there by the proprietors to answer for the damage done. They broke almost every lamp about the orchestra and pulled the door leading up to it off the hinges. The dark walk and long alleys were also not without their terrors. Evelina, who had unwittingly strayed thither, was surrounded by a circle of impudent young men, and the Brangton girls were also detained, though they had gone more with their eyes open. "Lord, Polly," says the eldest, "suppose we were to take a turn in the dark walks." "Aye, do," answered she, "and then we'll hide ourselves, and then Mr. Brown will think we are lost." A quarrel in public between two angry gentlemen was also a not uncommon incident, and the affair sometimes assumed the heroic proportions of a Vauxhall affray. For example, one day in June 1772, two gentlemen, Captain Allen and Mr. Kelly, created a scene. The words scoundrel and rascal were heard, and Allen, who had a sword, would have overpowered Kelly, who had only his cane, if the bystanders had not interposed. But the Vauxhall affray par excellence was the affair of Bate, the fighting parson, and Mr. Fitzgerald. The Reverend Sir Henry Bate Dudley, Bart, as he afterwards was at Vauxhall on the evening of 23 July, 1773 in company with Mrs. Hartley and some friends. A party of gentlemen sat down near them and made a deliberate attempt to stare the beautiful actress out of countenance. Captain Crofts and Mr. George Robert Fitzgerald were among the offenders, or at any rate took their part. Bate expostulated loudly with Crofts, and a crowd gathered round. The next day Bate and Crofts met at the Turk's Head Coffee House in the Strand, where matters were being peaceably adjusted, when Fitzgerald appeared on the scene insisting on satisfaction for his friend Captain Miles, who wanted to box the parson. Bate declared that he had offered no insult to Miles, but ultimately the party adjourned to the front dining room of the Spread Eagle Tavern close by, and there in 15 minutes Bate had completely beaten Miles. A few days afterwards Bate discovered that the supposed Captain Miles was Fitzgerald's footman, esteemed an expert bruiser. Bate published an account of the affair in the papers, and Fitzgerald's conduct was generally condemned, though he tried to make out that the footman had only pretended to be beat. A further quarrel arising out of this incident led to a meeting between Fitzgerald and a Captain Scone in Flanders. As a finishing touch to our picture of the Vauxhall manners of the period, we must recall an evening in August 1782, when the Prince of Wales and a party of gay friends visited the gardens. When the music was over, the prince was recognized by the company, and being surrounded, crushed, and pursued, had to beat a hasty retreat. The ladies followed the prince, the gentlemen pursued the ladies. The curious and the mischievous increased the tumult, and in a few minutes the boxes were deserted, the lame overthrown, and the well-dressed demolished. On May 10, 1769, a ridotto al fresco was given at which not less than 10,000 people are said to have been present. The rotunda was lit with nearly 5,000 glass lamps, and a platform under an awning was laid down in the gardens for dancing. The fancy dresses were not numerous, and Walpole, who was there with his friend Conway, only walked twice round and was glad to get out of the mob and go home. Some years later, on 29 May, 1786, there was another ridotto to celebrate, approximately, the Jubilee of Vauxhall Gardens. 14,000 additional lamps were displayed, and most of the company appeared in dominoes, as at the original ridotto of 1732. Illustration: a collection of favorite songs. During this period, 1768–1790, the principal tenor was Vernon, who had taken Lowe's place in 1764. His repertoire appears to have been somewhat less conventional than that of his predecessor, and his gay and energetic manner rendered him popular in such songs as The English Padlock, The Crying and Laughing Song, and Cupid's Recruiting Sergeant. He was a constant singer at Vauxhall till the end of the season of 1781. In 1783, Arrowsmith, a young tenor, pupil of Michael Arne, aspired with some success to take Vernon's place. He sang till 1785, but in the summer of next year, 1786, a more celebrated tenor, Charles Incledon, then only 22, made his appearance and sang till 1790. The principal female singers were Mrs. Baddeley, about 1768, Mrs. Weichsel, 1769–1784. Miss Jameson, 1770–1774. Miss Wewitzer, circ. 1773. Mrs. Hudson, 1773–1776. Mrs. Wrighton, 1773–1786. Mrs. Kennedy, 1780–1785. Miss Leary, 1786–1789. Mrs. Martyr, the actress, 1786–1789. Of these vocalists, Mrs. Baddeley and Mrs. Kennedy were the well-known actresses. The latter possessed a powerful voice and often assumed male parts at Covent Garden. Mrs. Wright had a vivacious manner and a bewitching smile, and her hunting song was popular. Mrs. Weichsel, the mother of Mrs. Billington the actress, was an especial favorite at the Gardens. A magazine poet of 1775 celebrates her among the best Vauxhall singers. Sweet Weichsel, who warbles her wood notes so wild that the birds are all hushed as they sit on each spray, and the trees nod applause as she chaunts the sweet lay. In 1774, James Hook was appointed organist and composer, and remained at Vauxhall Gardens till 1820, exerting his facile, if not very distinguished powers, as a music writer. In 1775, catches and glees were for the first time introduced into the concert. On an evening of July of this year, Lord Sandwich and a party of friends amused themselves by starting some catches and glees of their own, which they sang from their box near the orchestra. General Hale, who sat in the next box, then requested a young lady who was with him to sing a song, which the band obligingly accompanied, to the great delight of the audience. A favorite catch, "They say there is an echo here," was performed in 1780 by two sets of singers and musicians, the stanzas of the principal band being answered by an invisible band of voices and wind instruments stationed over the prince's box at the bottom of the garden. In 1783, Bartholomew led the orchestra, and a band of drums and fifes, horns, and clarionets was introduced to perambulate the gardens after the regular concert. These supplementary bands generally formed part of the later Vauxhall entertainments. Section 4, 1791–1821. In 1792, the ordinary admission was raised from 1 shilling to 2 shillings, and grand galas and masquerades became features of Vauxhall. On 31 May, 1792, there was a successful masked ball, and the gardens were a blaze of light. Amid a crowd of haymakers, punches, chimney sweeps, and sailors, Munden, the actor, attracted attention in the character of a deaf old man. People of all classes took part in these masqueradings. Deputy Gubbins went as a very fat Apollo, and his spouse, a portly matron, as Diana with a huge quiver. Master Gubbins was Cupid, but these characters were misunderstood by the newspaper reporter, who described the deputy as the fat knight, accompanied by his lady as Mother Quickly, and by the hope of all the Gubbinses as an awkward toxopholite. The Dashalls and Tallyhos sometimes caused trouble, and a newspaper of 1812 describes how at a ball of this year, a crowd of masks followed Mr. Cockadoodle Coates, with crowing and exclamations of "Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou, Romeo?" An imposing festival took place on 20 June, 1813, to celebrate the Battle of Vittoria and Wellington's victories. The Prince of Wales and all the royal dukes were present at the banquet. During this period, 1791–1821, some capable vocalists made their appearance at Vauxhall. Darley, who had already sung at the Gardens in 1789. Mrs. Franklin, who had previously appeared as Miss Leary. Mrs. Mountain, the actress, 1793. The well-known Charles Dignam, 1794, and Mrs. Bland, the popular ballad singer, 1802. Dignam and Mrs. Bland remained Vauxhall favorites for some years. Fireworks, which had long before been usual at Cupid's Gardens, Marylebone Gardens, and Ranelagh, were not introduced at Vauxhall till 1798. From about 1813, they became a permanent institution. In 1816, MME. Sacquy of Paris appeared at Vauxhall and was the principal attraction for several seasons. A mast about 60 feet high was erected on the firework platform at the eastern end of the gardens, and from its top depended an inclined rope 350 feet long. At 12 o'clock, a lady of muscular and masculine appearance, bedecked with spangles and waving plumes, might be seen ascending this rope to the platform amid a glare of blue flame. Her appearance was almost supernatural. Amid the blaze of meteors seen on high, ethereal Sacqui, seems to tread the sky. Having now reached the highest point, she made her descent in a shower of Chinese fire and in the face of a tempest of fireworks. This exciting performance became a necessity at Vauxhall, and Sacqui's feats were afterwards reproduced by Longmere and Blackmore. At this period, circ. 1817, the newspapers described the orchestra as a pagoda of luster, and the covered walks as arches of fire. The songs and the music and the fireworks were the attractions till about 1 o'clock, when the ordinary visitors withdrew. But the noisy and the dissipated sometimes kept up the fun with reels and waltzes till nearly 4 in the morning. We have now wandered far from the old spring garden of Jonathan Tyers, and the later history of Vauxhall must, in the present volume, be very briefly summarized. In the gardens themselves, some important changes had already been effected. In 1786, a supper room had been added to the left of the rotunda, and in 1810, many of the trees in the grove were cut down, and part of the grand walk and 2 sides of the grove were covered in by a vaulted colonnade supported by cast-iron pillars. This colonnade was brilliantly lit with lamps, and was convenient in the wet weather that was proverbial at Vauxhall, but it greatly tended to destroy what Walpole calls the gardenhood of the place. The last of the old trees of Tyres's period is said to have survived till 1805. Illustration: Madame Sacqui, the celebrated performer on the rope at Vauxhall. In 1821, Vauxhall Gardens passed out of the possession of the Tyres family. After the death of Jonathan Tyres the Younger in 1792, his place was taken as proprietor and manager by his son-in-law Brian Barrett, who died in 1809. Barrett's son, George Rogers Barrett, then acted as manager of the gardens for many years. In 1821, the property was purchased from the Barrett family for £30,000 by T. Bish, the lottery office keeper, F. Jye, and R. Hughes. Section 5, 1822, 1859. The gardens opened for the season of 1822 on June 3, and for the first time received the appellation of the Royal Gardens, Vauxhall. This change in the name was made with the approval of George Roman IV, who, as Prince of Wales, had been a regular frequenter of the gardens and had received from a grateful management public recognition of his patronage. In 1791, a gallery had been constructed in the gardens and named after him. This was the shrine of an allegorical transparency portraying him leaning against a horse held by Britannia. Minerva bore his helmet, Providence fixed his spurs, and Fame blew a trumpet and crowned him with laurel. The good-natured Darley came to the front of the orchestra, August 1792, and sang in his best manner, the Prince of the People. Endowed with each virtue, the dignified youth, ere reason enlightened his mind, burst forth on the world in example and truth, the boast and delight of mankind. The gardens had now, 1822, completely assumed their 19th century aspect, and Vauxhall, lit with 20,000 additional lamps, began to supply a constant succession of variety entertainments. The rotunda was decorated as an Indian garden room, and at a later date was fitted up with seats and boxes and used for the equestrian performances. In the saloon, or picture room, adjoining, where historical pictures by Hayman were still hanging, was an exhibition called by the erudite managers Heptaplasis Optron. On plates of glass ingeniously distributed manifold reflections were produced of revolving pillars, palm trees, twining serpents, colored lamps, and a fountain. The old cascade had been abolished about 1816, and a stage for rope dancing occupied its site, 1822. A submarine cavern and a new exhibition of waterworks appear to have covered the rural downs. At the eastern end of the garden was a building of wood and canvas representing a hermit's cottage, wherein might be seen all in transparency the hermit himself pursuing his studies by the aid of a lamp, a blazing fire, and a brightly shining moon. At this end of the gardens was the firework tower, where the fireworkers Hingler, Mortram, and Southby were now, 1822, at work, preparing for the ascent of Longmere, which was to take place at 12 o'clock à la Sacqui. The South Walk, so much of it at least as remained uncovered, was now known as the Firework Walk, and the three triumphal arches had disappeared. The Dark Walk of Vauxhall now began at the Submarine Cavern, passed along the left-hand and eastern boundaries of the garden, and terminated at the right-hand end of the Grand Cross Walk, the last branch of it being thus identical with the Lovers' Walk of old days. The Cross Walk was now usually denominated the Chinese Walk from its being lit with Chinese lanterns. 4 cosmoramas had taken the place of its ruins. Illustration from an actual survey made by T. Allen in 1826. Vauxhall Gardens. 1 Firework, Tower 2 Evening Star 3 Hermitage, 4 Smugglers, Cave 5 House, in which M. R. Barrett died 6 Statue of Milton 7 Transparency 8 Theatre 9 Chinese Entrance 10 Artificers, Workshops 11 Octagon Temples 12, Fountain 13 Circles of Boxes 14 Orchestra 15 Colonnade 16 Rotunda 17 Picture Room, 18 Supper Room 19, Ice House 20 Bar, 21 Prince's Pavilion 22 Entrance, 23 Water Gate 24 House. The boxes and pavilions containing Hayman's paintings remained much as of old. Among other noteworthy features of the later Vauxhall was the gilded cockleshell sounding board over the orchestra, from 1824, a new avenue called the Italian Walk, from about 1836, and the Neptune Fountain. In 1822, Ramo Sammy, the Indian juggler and sword swallower, made his appearance, and next year a shadow pantomime and Gray's Fannicini were introduced. From this period, Vauxhall was enlivened or vulgarized by the performance of comic songs. Mallinson, circ. 1823, W. H. Williams from 1824, and J. W. Sharp from 1846 being some of the best-known singers. In 1826, the admission was raised to 4 shillings on account of the engagement of Braham and Miss Stevens and of Mme. Vestris, whose Cherry Ripe was popular. In 1827, the space in front of the firework tower was cleared of shrubs, and a representation of the Battle of Waterloo took place there. Cook Stud and 1,000 horse and foot soldiers engaged in this action. The Waterloo ground afterwards, 1834, became the polar regions, and subsequently the space was covered by other scenic displays, including 1847, a view of Venice with imitation water. In 1828, Duckrow's Stud was engaged, and in the next year Balais became a feature. In 1830–1832, the musical director was Sir Henry Bishop, who composed operettas for the gardens, such as The Sedan Chair, The Bottle of Champagne, and The Magic Fan. In the last named, Mrs. Waylett and Paul Bedford took part. George Robinson, the alto, made Bishop's My Pretty Jane popular. On August 2, 1833, when a 1 shilling night was tried, upwards of 27,000 people paid for admission. The 19th of August, 1833, is notable in the Vauxhall annals as the benefit night of Old Simpson, for more than 36 years master of the ceremonies at the gardens, and himself one of the sites and institutions. He was a man of short stature, and his plain face was pitted with the smallpox, but his manner and dress made ample amends. He wore a shirt with an enormous frill, a coat of antique cut, and black silk knee breeches and hose. In his uplifted left hand, he carried his tasseled and silver-headed cane, and with his right raised his hat to everyone he met, as a welcome to the royal property. His habitual attitude has been immortalized by Cruikshank, and he was exhibited, from 1833, in the gardens in colored lampsen, immense effigy, 45 feet high. Simpson's Vauxhall addresses and his letters to newspaper editors were masterpieces of florid humility. To the editor of the Times, he wrote to say that he had given directions that the illustrious editor's much-beloved family were to be admitted to any number at the Vauxhall Juvenile Ferza communication, which amused Thomas Barnes, who had no children. Simpson died, almost in office, on 25 December, 1835, after expressing a wish that the managers of the Royal Gardens would dispose as they deemed fit of his humble body. Thackeray calls him the gentle Simpson, that kind, smiling idiot. Illustration: admission ticket for Green's balloon ascent, 31 July, 1850. In 1836, the gardens were open in the daytime, but Vauxhall by daylight, as Boz observed, is a porter pot without porter, the House of Commons without the Speaker, a gas lamp without gas. Ballooning was the chief feature of these afternoon fêtes. On 7 November, 1836, Charles Green, accompanied by Monk Mason and Robert Holland, M.P., ascended from the gardens at 1:03 p.m. in the balloon afterwards named the Nassau, and descended next morning near Weilburg in the Duchy of Nassau after a voyage occupying 18 hours. On 24 July, 1837, Green, Edward Spencer, and Robert Cocking ascended in a balloon with a parachute attached, and Cocking in descending in the parachute was killed. In 1839, the proprietorship of Jye and Hughes came to an end, and Vauxhall was closed in 1840. The gardens were again open in July 1841 with Alfred Bunn as stage manager. During this season, Bunn and Alfred Clerkenwell published at the gardens their amusing series of Vauxhall papers, a daily journal published nightly, every other evening, 3 times a week. The Ravel family and Ducrow's horsemanship were among the attractions of this season, which came to an end on 8 September, when the announcement was made that Vauxhall would positively close its doors forever. On 9 September 1841, the gardens were offered for sale by auction, but were bought in at £20,000. The furniture and fittings were, however, disposed of at this time, notably 24 of the paintings by Hayman, which realized sums from £1.10s to £9.15s. 4 busts of the celebrated Simpson were sold for half a crown apiece. From 1842 till the final closing of the gardens, galas, masquerades, and a great variety of entertainments were advertised in bold letters of many colors, but Vauxhall was now rapidly declining. In 1845, Musard conducted promenade concerts, and in that year and during most of the years following, Mr. Robert Wardell was the lessee. In 1846, gas lamps took the place of the oil lamps, and about this time the musicians in the orchestra ceased to wear the cocked hats that had long been their characteristic headdress. In 1849, there was a grand Venetian carnival, and 60,000 lamps were advertised. Illustration: Vauxhall in 1850, Doyle's view from Punch. In October 1853, when the annual license for the Royal Gardens was applied for, great complaints were made of the nuisance caused by the bals masqués, which lasted from 11 p.m. till 5 or 6 a.m., and were frequented by many disreputable characters. The license was renewed on the somewhat easy conditions that the fireworks should not be let off after 11, and that the gardens should close at 3 in the morning. In 1858, Mr. R. Duffell was the director. Monster galas were announced, and the gardens were opened on Sundays for a promenade. Monday, 25 July, 1859, witnessed the last entertainment at Vauxhall Gardens. One of the vocalists at the concert then given was Mr. Russell Grover, who died lately, in April 1896. After the concert and the equestrian performances in the rotunda, dancing was continued till past midnight. The fireworks displayed the device "Farewell Forever," and Vauxhall was closed. On 22 August following, the auctioneer ascended his rostrum in the gardens at noon and announced that the site had been let for building, and that all the property on the premises must be sold. 3 deal-painted tables with turned legs, made for the gardens in 1754, went for 9 shillings each. The dancing platform realized 50 guineas, the ballet theatre 17 guineas, and the orchestra £99. The pictures that still remained in the supper boxes were purchased by Edward Tyrrell Smith, who placed them in the banqueting hall at Cremorne. The whole sale realized about £800. The builders soon went to work upon the 12 acres of Vauxhall Gardens, and in 1864 the Church of St. Peter, Vauxhall, erected on part of the site, was consecrated. Numerous streets of small houses have for many years completely obliterated all traces of the gardens, the boundaries of which it is, however, interesting to trace. The western boundary is marked by the present Godding Street, and the eastern by St. Oswald's Place. Leopold Street and a small portion of Vauxhall Walk define their northern limit, and Upper Kennington Lane marks their southern extent. The space within these boundaries is occupied by Jye Street, Italian Walk, Burnet Street, Auckland Street, Glyn Street, and part of Tyers Street, and also by St. Peter's Church and the Lambeth District School of Art. As late as 1869, the supper colonnade of Vauxhall was advertised to be sold cheap. And with this prosaic detail of our own time, we must perforce take leave of the pleasure gardens of a past century. Authorities and views. The literary and pictorial matter available for a history of Vauxhall Gardens is almost inexhaustible, and, except in a monograph, it would be impossible to set forth a detailed list of authorities and views. The present sketch is primarily based on the materials furnished by an extensive collection in the writer's possession, consisting of views, portraits, songs, bills, and cuttings from newspapers and magazines, and covering the period 1730 to 1859. Among many other authorities that have been consulted, the following may be mentioned: Pepys's Diary, a sketch of the Spring Garden, Vauxhall, by John Lockman, 1753. A description of Vauxhall Gardens, London S. Hooper, 1762, Guildhall Library, London. Kearsley's Stranger's Guide, 1793. Sale Catalogues of Vauxhall Gardens, 1818, Brit. Muse. And 1841, W. Call. A brief historical and descriptive account of the Royal Gardens, Vauxhall, 1822, the Vauxhall Papers, 1841, the Histories of Lambeth and Surrey, W. H. Husk and Groves Dict. Of Music, Art. Vauxhall Gardens, Austin Dobson's 18th Century Vignettes, 1st Sir. p. 230 ff. Cunningham's Handbook of London, Wheatley's London Past and Present, Walford Roman 6, 447 ff. Blanchard in Era Almanac for 1870, p. 9 ff. Index,